We don't know which families, but some of the families will meet President Trump today. That's important for him. Important too for the families, some of whom have gone to the White House to see him, have went to New York to see him on the sidelines of the United Nations General Assembly. They want to personally thank him for what they believe has been his pivotal role. This wouldn't have happened if he hadn't pushed.
So some of the families are now in 3 locations. Most of the parents or the spouses are in Re'im waiting to meet after 2 years, to meet their loved one. There are family gatherings at home, and some of the families are already in Jerusalem right now in the Knesset, not far from here, already waiting there to meet Trump. Because of the security arrangements, everybody's meeting Trump is already right now in the Knesset building.
And in the Knesset, he's not the first American president to address the Knesset, but is it fair to say that this will be one of the most important speeches?
I think this will be one of the ones which are most remembered. And historically, these speeches have been linked to these very rare but very important breakthroughs. Jimmy Carter and Anwar Sadat speaking in the Knesset. Historically, the first breakthrough of peace between Israel and the Arab world, Egypt, in the late 1970s. Bill Clinton has spoken in the Knesset. Didn't work that well, but at least there was hope at the beginning with the Oslo process. He was there for the peace between Israel and Jordan. So this is not quite yet a peace moment, but it is a breakthrough, and that's why Mr. Trump will be speaking to the Knesset today. And who knows, maybe he'll make another speech at another stage in a breakthrough. He likes this kind of spectacle.
And of course, there is the parallel moment where we all remember when President Joe Biden took what was described as a very brave decision for a U.S. president to come to the region in a time of war. But he not only embraced Prime Minister Netanyahu, President Isaac Herzog on the tarmac, it was seen as a hug for Israel. And that was I believe the 16th or 18th of October at the beginning of the war. And now we have another U.S. president coming to hug the nation. And what he will say is the end of the war. And
remember what happened on that visit. There were 2 things that we remember from Biden. One was don't, his warning to Iran and to Hezbollah not to join in. And it may have worked for a bit, but those wars in the end happened. Israel fought a war in Lebanon with Hezbollah and then the war with Iran simultaneously to this war in Gaza. And then there was his warning in his kind of fatherly way to the Israelis. After 9/11, we Americans succumbed to anger, allowed anger to dictate our actions. Don't let that happen to you. And I don't think Israel heeded that warning very much, but those are things that Biden will be remembered for, and for the fact that he left office failing to end this war.
And it was also said that even then, they said, also learned the lesson of post-US-led invasion of Iraq, that we didn't plan for the day after. And telling Prime Minister Netanyahu and certainly the senior American military officers who also arrived and stayed to advise the Israelis, said, think about the day after. And it's only now, really, that the day after is being discussed. And it certainly was one of the top issues on the agenda later today in Sharm el-Sheikh.
And it seems to have been imposed on Netanyahu. We've been asking in any way we can Netanyahu now for 2 years, what is the day after strategy? What is the day after strategy? And finally, last week, he was almost summoned to the White House and had to stand there when Donald Trump read out what the day after strategy is. Now, why is there no day after strategy? Netanyahu and his people will say, well, we can't tell you what it is because if it comes from Israel, nobody will accept it. And others argue there was no day after strategy because this was a war that Netanyahu didn't have a plan to end, and perhaps for political reasons he was in no rush to end this war. Now there is some kind of a strategy, but it's being imposed on Israel by Trump. And perhaps even more crucially, this afternoon, Israel will not be at that conference. This conference where Trump and leaders from the Arab world and from the Western world will come together to start discussing what is going to happen in Gaza the day after, and Israel won't be represented there. And that, I think that is a strategic failing of the Israeli government.
Yes, because Israel still hasn't, to use the expression, normalized relations. It doesn't have, at least public relations with some of the Arab states who will be in Sharm el-Sheikh, so it was seen to be a step too far. But it's also a reminder that that's what has hung over this. President Trump regards the Abraham Accords, the process of normalization, as one of the biggest achievements of his first term. He has repeatedly said he wants the Abraham Accords to be expanded, most of all to include pivotal Arab states like Saudi Arabia. But that will be the hope now, won't it? If this war doesn't begin again in Gaza, that there is a hope that the region could, however slowly, move in that direction?
Well, a week before October 7, a week before this war began, Mohammed bin Salman, the crown prince and de facto ruler of Saudi Arabia, gave an interview to Fox News in which he said that peace between Saudi and Israel could be days away. And some people think there are various motives why Hamas chose to attack on October 7, but one of those motives seems to be to try and disrupt that from happening. They certainly succeeded for 2 years. Maybe now there's a chance for it. But the Abraham Accords also comes here in another way, because after Israel just over a month ago attacked Doha in the Gulf, that was the moment that the Gulf leaders, and then most of the Gulf leaders, as you know, are not great friends of the Qatari leadership, but it's their region. And when Israel attacked there, not just the Qataris were very angry, also the other leaders of the Gulf, including those who have already made peace with Israel. And that was the moment that Donald Trump realized that if the war in Gaza continues and the escalation continues around the region, that is starting to jeopardize the Abraham Accords, and that is his legacy. So he is basically making sure that the war in Gaza ends to safeguard his Abraham Accords legacy.
So much significance in this day, so much history and rare hope. Special coverage of the day. You're watching BBC News, our special coverage. I'm Lise Doucette, live from Jerusalem on a day of history, a day of rare hope across this region. The US President Donald Trump is set to arrive in this region in less than half an hour, where he will hail the end of the war. And whether or not it does end the war here and brings about a new peace across the region, there is no denying the significance of this day. If you are just joining us now, for the past few hours, the process of bringing the last Israeli hostages in Hamas captivity home is now underway. The first 7 of 20 hostages still alive who have survived their ordeal have been handed over to the International Committee of the Red Cross, and they have then been handed over to Israeli forces and are making their way home to Israel. In the Gaza Strip, more humanitarian aid is now flowing into the coastal enclave that lies in utter ruin after 2 years of an unprecedented war triggered by the horrific attacks by Hamas across southern Israel on October the 7th. This is a split-screen moment that is being watched around the world. On one side, the scene live from Nasser Hospital, one of the biggest hospitals, one of the only hospitals still operating in the Gaza Strip, in southern Gaza, in Khan Yunis. On the other side, an aerial view of the absolutely packed Hostages Square, the square in Tel Aviv that has become a gathering place for the families of the Israeli hostages, their friends, their loved ones, where week after week, month after month, they have tried and they have succeeded in sending a message, not just to their political leaders, not just to a nation in mourning, but also to world leaders, most of all to US President Donald Trump. Huge screens have been set up in a square which is plastered with the photographs of the 250 taken hostage on that day of days on October the 7th. Let's bring in Yolande Nell, our Middle East correspondent who is in Hostages Square. Yolande, you cannot exaggerate the extent of the emotion in that square. Just describe what's all around you this morning.
I mean, the mood is one of like huge anticipation. This is what people have been gathering in Hostage Square, demanding for the past 2 years. And now the first 7 of the hostages people heard have been handed over to the Israeli military. They're now going to be able to be reunited with their families at Re'im, this military base close to the Gaza Strip. And you can hear, Elise, that the music that's being played out, a lot of it is quite somber, although people are joyful at these strands of news that come through. Still overall, this is a serious day and a day to remember the hostages who have also been killed. And we know that later in the day, it's the bodies of the deceased hostages that the Red Cross will be receiving from Hamas and that they will ultimately be returned to their families. There's also still some uncertainty. We've only heard about the first batch of the hostages that have been handed from Hamas to the Red Cross to the IDF. And you might be able to hear also that we're close to the synagogue here. It's the end of Sukkot, so there's also, events taking place to mark that Jewish holiday when all of these events are unfolding.
We can see people shaking their fists in the air. Yolande, we can see how the banners have changed. It used to be bring them home, bring them now, and now it's they're coming home. We can see the yellow ribbons behind you, which has also become a symbol of a movement which has done so much to bring world attention to the plight of the hostages.
That's right. And just to update you, one of the reasons people have just been cheering is that the news came through that families spoke on the phone with one of the hostages who has just been handed over to the Israeli military. And, that's the kind of news that people here have been waiting for. But this location has been such a focal point of campaigning, of public pressure over the past 2 years, this consistent demand to bring the hostages home. And today we have people holding up signs saying they're coming home. I should say also, Lise, that all around Tel Aviv, you see huge posters up and signs of President Trump, and it's very clear that he is the person that the hostages and the well-wishers are thanking for this moment. I mean, polls have been showing consistently inside Israel that a majority of Israelis wanted to see the hostages returned. They wanted to see a ceasefire deal so that those hostages could come back with their families. And there was a realization that for many of them, every day was another day, enduring the worst conditions, being kept in tunnels underground. That became more and more clear after the hostages that were brought out earlier in the year. And just speaking to some of them in the past couple of weeks, as we've been remembering the anniversary of the 7th of October attacks, they were just desperately worried and described very vividly the underground conditions, the lack of food. And so people know, psychologically how this will have impacted people extremely hard.
Yolande, we'll leave you for now in Hostages Square. No doubt we will join you again. And Anshul, you've been looking, of course, social media full of images, the first images of the hostages.
So what we're seeing already is the first hostages already talking to their families over video phone. There's the first footage of Matan Engerest, the soldier who was released now amongst the rest are civilians. And one of the most encouraging signs right now is that none of the 7 seem to be in need of evacuation by helicopter. They apparently are all on their way now. They're already in Israeli territory on the way. They may be arriving just now in Re'im base. That's a good sign because it seems that none of them need urgent evacuation to hospital. They'll all continue to hospital throughout the day, but they'll first have a chance to meet their families at Re'im base. So that it would seem to be that despite the trauma and everything they've been through the last 7 years, they're still well enough to not to be rushed to hospital quite yet.
And so does this mean the fact that there's a video of them showing is it on their phone?
Speaking in the first video of a video. Of a video in which they're talking to their parents who are just a few miles away.
Are they in Israel or are they now in Israel?
From what we've heard, they've already crossed the border. I think they're actually now reaching the base. This is from what I just saw now is from a few minutes ago, the parents talking to them from the convoy.
Wow. And earlier ones we saw they would give them a little
kind of like
a chalkboard, and they
to
would write a message.
That's from inside the helicopter. They'll probably do it again today.
Yes.
Because they will be flown by helicopter later on from Re'im to the hospital. So the Israeli Air Force had this kind of cute gimmick where they gave them the whiteboard, because the helicopter is obviously very, very noisy, to write some kind of a message for the public. And that's usually only after a few hours, when they've had time to just start to decompress from their ordeal.
A big smile on your face. A nation is now smiling. And these are images that are being watched so closely every moment, not just in this region, but around the world. But let's cross to the Egyptian capital, Cairo. Our correspondent, Sally Nabil, joins us. Sally, I don't think we can exaggerate the collective sigh of relief across the region in states like Egypt and Jordan, which of course have peace treaties with Israel, countries like Qatar and Egypt and Turkey, which played absolutely pivotal roles in mediating this deal. How would you describe this moment when you look across social media and Arab media this morning?
It is definitely a sigh of relief, Liz, for all the neighboring countries, those neighbors to Gaza, and also the mediators who have been involved in the talks that led to the ceasefire. If we talk about neighboring countries like Egypt, like Jordan, there was a potential scenario of the people of Gaza being moved from the Strip into these neighboring countries, and that proposal was totally rejected by the Egyptians and the Jordanians one time over another. They said that the people of Gaza will remain in the Strip because if they move to Egypt and Jordan, the Palestinian cause will be dissolved. This is what they have said repeatedly. On the other hand, we have the Qataris who have been bombarded by an Israeli airstrike that targeted Hamas leaders in Doha. And the Turks also have been involved in the mediations, hoping to reach a ceasefire. I believe all these countries will now be much more comfortable that a deal is on the way, and they will now think about the day after, because now we're talking about phase one being overseen by President Trump, who will be arriving very shortly, but a lot of questions are still lingering about the day after. What's next? What's after releasing the hostages and releasing the Palestinian prisoners from the Israeli side? Will Hamas lay down its arms? Who's going to govern Gaza? We know the former UK Prime Minister Tony Blair will be involved, but what's the structure for the committee that is going to run Gaza? What's the role of the Arab countries? Will there be a pan-Arab force on the ground in Gaza, for example, to oversee that everything is going in the right direction and the ceasefire won't be disrupted? A lot of questions that need to be answered, and many Arab leaders have been talking that they have kept the complicated questions for the second phase, and this is why there is a mixture of happiness and concern. Will the ceasefire hold? The Americans say, President Trump said the war is over, so that's a big guarantee that this ceasefire is going to be sustainable. But there are lots of questions that need to be answered in terms of forces on the ground and in terms of the way Gaza will be managed in the future.
And Sally, as I speak to you here from Jerusalem, I can hear the military helicopters clattering overhead. If the Air Force One is on time, President Trump is due to arrive in about 10 minutes. And the relationship, we often talk about the relationship between Israel and the United States, an ironclad relationship, but with President Trump, we've also seen, especially in recent months, a strengthening of the relationship between the American president and commander-in-chief and Arab leaders right across this region. And that has been such an important element in this process.
Absolutely true. The relationship has been strengthening between the Americans and many Arab countries in recent months. And I think a lot of Arab countries have been pinning high hopes on President Trump to end this war. Even after Doha has been bombarded by the Israelis, there were lots of concerns that the strategic alliance between this Gulf monarch and the Americans will be soured as a result of this airstrike. But that did not happen because still the alliance between Arab nations, especially those in the Gulf, and the U.S. is described as a strategic one. They believe that it is the Americans who have the power to pressure Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu of Israel to bring the war to an end. They believe that they are the only party capable of doing that, and this is a widely common belief among many Arab nations at least. And we've seen that the Americans now are guaranteeing this ceasefire. Definitely Arab nations will be involved in the formula that is being agreed upon for this ceasefire to be sustainable. But I believe that there is a common thinking here across many Arab nations that without the Americans being actively involved, this deal wouldn't have been possible, because as I said, they believe that President Trump is the only one capable of putting pressure on Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu.
iPad. Sally Nabil, we'll join you again, but thank you very much for joining us from Cairo with your reflections. And our viewers, I'm sure, can hear behind me the clattering of the helicopters. It's a sign that they're preparing for the arrival of Air Force One. I think we can bring you a live shot of Ben Gurion Airport, where President Trump, there it is, the landing field, International Airport. It's sometimes been shut because of the concern over attacks during the war, missiles fired from Yemen, from other Arab countries. And now, of course, and many international airlines have stopped their direct flights to Israel because of the concern of risks in this war. On the other side of the screen, the image that we've been broadcasting all morning. With every hour, the square gets ever more packed. Huge screens erected in the square to watch the images of the last of the Israeli hostages, 12 still alive, coming home to Israel into the arms of their families. A moment that so many feared they would never see. And in Gaza too, and for Palestinian families, 250 Palestinian prisoners, many of them serving consecutive life sentences, many of them having been in jail for many years, as well as 1,700 picked up, detained over the last 2 years of war. Rushdie Abu Alouf, our Gaza correspondent, joins me. He's now in Istanbul. Rushdie, we've been emphasizing how much the hostages issues matter for Israelis. For Palestinians, the prisoners issue is equally of great emotional and political significance.
Yes, and it is going to be a very happy day for 1,700 people or more. They are going to be released into Gaza, while others will be waiting longer for other loved ones who will remain in Israeli jail. We believe about maybe 4,000 or 4,500 Palestinians have been arrested from Gaza during the 2 years of war. It is very emotional day. Some of the families are waiting for their loved ones for 2 years. I spoke to a mother yesterday. Her son was arrested on the Israeli checkpoint fleeing Gaza City into the south back in November 2023. She told me yesterday that she was just holding the phone in her hand and scrolling day and night to see if there is any good news about it. Well, this morning she received the good news that her son will be released after 2 years His wife was pregnant when he was arrested, and his 2 years old daughter, she knew only her father from the photo that her grandmother is holding all the time. Very emotional day, and people are gathering in Nasser Hospital. It's a place where the official ceremony will be there. The reason the Hamas-run health ministry said that we are doing it in the hospital, they said because last time when the Palestinian prisoners were released, they were in a very bad health condition, and they want them to be in the best hospital that is still functioning, which is Nasser Hospital, so they to be able to provide the necessarily, health help for them. But it is significant that the 20 Israeli hostages are going to be released, because for a long time the people of Gaza were calling Hamas to release them because they believe that this is an excuse that Israel have used to continue the war for 2 years. And now, since the excuse is not there anymore, there is more confidence that Israel will not resume the war. This is something very important for the people, for the entire population, not only for the people who are going to be released today. And they hope that this will constitute to a much better deal that will bring peace at last for after 2 years.
As we speak, Rushdie, we're watching images of the white buses of the vans of the International Committee of the Red Cross, and now commuter buses as well that are going through Khan Yunis. And I think we have to point out that it's quite stark how these white vehicles, there you have the emblems recognized worldwide, the International Committee of the Red Cross with their Red Cross. They are the keepers of the rules of war, the Geneva Conventions, with a special responsibilities when it comes to prisoners of war, prisoners around the world. And yet they are moving through the ruins of Gaza. And Rushdie, the Khan Yunis is one of the areas which suffered one of the worst bombardments by Israeli forces. So much of it now lies, as we can see from these images, in utter ruin.
Yeah, look, Khan Yunis was the second city to be under Israeli very heavy military offensive. As soon as they finished with Gaza City back in the beginning of 2024, there was a very major Israeli operation in Khan Yunis for about 6 months. They destroyed everything. And until recently, when the ceasefire came into effect, the Israeli troops were right at the city center of Khan Yunis. I have seen videos from that city center, which I lived in Khan Yunis for 1 month during the beginning of the war, and I covered all of the events from Khan Yunis and from Nasser Hospital. I couldn't recognize some of the places. The city center it seems that as if the earthquake have hit this area. Khan Yunis is the second largest city, with about 450,000 people, maybe 500,000 people used to live in Khan Yunis. And Khan Yunis has 3 villages right near the border with Israel are still red area where Israeli army are occupying this area because of this yellow line that they agreed on. 55% of the land are still in the Israeli hand. And Khan Yunis is one of the cities that experience large bit because they have 3, Abasan, Bani Suhaila, and Khuzaa, 3 big villages right in the border with Israel, where most of the people were displaced from day one in the war, and they are not back yet to their land. And there is a buffer zone in Khan Yunis quite big, about a kilometer and 200 is deep inside Khan Yunis, where Israel, even in the last stage, will keep this buffer zone forever, preventing about 100,000 people from returning to their homes.
Rushdie, stay with us. We're getting updates now that President Donald Trump, who was set to arrive about now, 20 minutes past 9 local time, it has been delayed, we understand. Expected time of arrival is now 9:48, so about 20 minutes time. And we're also getting reports on social media that Hamas has been connecting some of the hostages not yet released on the phone to their parents. Anshel, let me bring you in here. We have to emphasize that the ceremonies where Hamas used to hand over the prisoners to the International Committee of the Red Cross, which were highly choreographed, very politicized, which caused such offense in Israel. As part of the ceasefire deal, there is none of those ceremonies. But it seems Hamas wants to do their bit to say we're handing them over.
So no parades this time, but there are still 13 hostages who are to come out. The Red Cross is on the way to carry out the second handover, which is a bit to the south of the spot in Gaza City. It's closer to Khan Yunis, the next handover. So there are 13 hostages apparently waiting there. But in the last few minutes, some of their families have suddenly received phone calls from within Gaza, and suddenly they've seen their, in one case, their son, in another case, a spouse on their screen all of a sudden. They were not expecting to see them until they were out and in Israeli hands, and all of a sudden Hamas, who with the exception of some very gruesome videos that they released whenever it was there, here we have, these are the Cunha brothers from the kibbutz near Oz, and suddenly one of their relatives received this phone call just a few minutes ago. They're still in Gaza, actually probably in Khan Yunis or Deir al-Balach, but they haven't been handed over. But Hamas are trying to grab attention in their own way, so they're not doing these gruesome parades. Maybe they're trying to get Donald Trump's attention. Or it's some kind of psychological warfare. But this is something that we haven't seen in 2 years, where Hamas are suddenly connecting the hostages while in their hands with their families over the phone.
So they would have asked in this case, you talk about the Cunha brothers, Ariel, who's 28, David, 35. They were kidnapped from Nir Oz, which suffered, one of the kibbutz which suffered the worst.
A kibbutz of just over 400 people, over a quarter of which were either killed or kidnapped on that day.
So they would have given their phone numbers of their family members to Hamas to...
I'm sure Hamas has their way of finding phone numbers as well, but yeah.
Well, as we wait now for the arrival of President Trump, and we watch on our screens the scenes from Nasser Hospital in Khan Yunis, where the prisoners will arrive, and Hostages Square on the other side. Let's bring in now Alon Pinkas, who is a former advisor to the Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Barak and also to Shimon Peres. He's now a columnist. Alon Pinkas, like people across this country, I'm sure you are glued to your screens. You have watched so many American presidents come to Israel, and it's always been a day of celebration, a warm welcome from Israel's most important strategic ally. What would you say is different, is significant about this visit of President Donald Trump?
Well, Israel's only strategic ally, not only the best. The significance, Lisa, is that this is the first president, actually since Dwight Eisenhower, who exerted pressure on Israel. Something that Joe Biden, Barack Obama, George W. Bush, or Bill Clinton hesitated to do, did not want to do, were second guessing whether to do. Trump applied pressure, and he cornered Netanyahu. To a large extent, Netanyahu cornered himself, but that's for a different conversation. He cornered Netanyahu and coerced him into this deal. Remember, Lisa, the day before the White House declaration where Mr. Netanyahu publicly endorsed this, he said on Fox News that the war will go on until Hamas is thoroughly destroyed. He also said he won't apologize to Qatar, yet 24 hours later, he did the exact opposite. So in this respect, many Israelis think that if it wasn't for Donald Trump, President Donald Trump, these hostages would not be returning. And they have a very, very valid point here. They think that without his engagement, Israel would never have engaged in a ceasefire and hostage release talks or agreement. Now, there is one other significant element to his visit, and that is the Sharm el-Sheikh summit. That's a lot of show and ceremony, but it does indicate, or it may indicate rather, whether or not Trump remains committed to this. Because, you know, the accolades, the praise, the compliments, the laurels, that's all happening today, as far as he's concerned. Now comes the tedious, the hard part of an intractable agreement that requires a lot of, delving into details. and a lot of attention and a lot of political capital, none of which Trump usually possesses. Look at Ukraine, for example. So it's important in two senses. He's reaping the benefits of what he has done, rightly so, but it could also prove to be a signal or portending what may happen in the next few weeks or months.
And Alon, as we speak to you, we're watching on our screen. It is a split screen moment. We had it just a moment ago. Huge crowds gathering in southern Gaza Strip. Huge crowds gathering in the Israeli coastal city of Tel Aviv. Two people who have been struggling and fighting for decades to try to find ways to live together. President Trump, in that way that he likes to speak, has hailed this day as the biggest diplomatic achievement in history, even allowing for exaggeration, even allowing for what you have said is the concerns going forward. There's no denying that today is a significant moment and possibly, could we dare to say, possibly a turning point?
Okay, you're making me, Lisa, you're making me be the party pooper here. Yes, it's a great day. Yes, it's elation all over. Yes, everyone is enthusiastic. Yes, everyone is jubilant. And yes, everyone deserves to be, particularly after 2 years and 5 days of agony, misery, frustration, and exhaustion. But the tendency to call to define or characterize anything that happens here in the Middle East as an inflection point, a transformative moment, a historic juncture. What did Trump call it? 3,000 years of conflict. Okay. The hyperboles, there's no end to these hyperboles. Let's be cautious about this. Israelis are traumatized. Palestinians are devastated. The Palestinian Authority is not involved yet. Hamas is not out yet. There's an extreme right-wing government in Israel. Put all this in a blender, you're not going to get a peace agreement. It's going to take time. And as much as I hate being the guy saying, the agreement has no close, the agreement has no close, because let's get over this tremendously important and emotional day. The future, I'm much more skeptical. The near future, I'm much more skeptical about, Lisa.
Well, Alan Pincus, we always rely on you to tell it like it is. And I think the only way this process can move forward, well, there's no need to apologize. I think the policies of wishful thinking are ones which have set back the region all too often. They need to be rooted in the facts.
Like George Mitchell said after negotiating the Good Friday Agreement, we've had thousands or hundreds of bad days. We only need one good day. I hope that this day is today. Somehow, I'm not sure about it.
Alan Pincus, thank you very much, as ever, for joining us here as part of our special coverage. At maybe, as he says, this is the good day. Mediators used to say that there's 500 days of failure and 1 day of success. In the Middle East, perhaps it's 5,000 days, if not decades and decades of failure before success. And so there are many reasons to be skeptical, many reasons to be cynical. Many are actually saying that this is doomed to fail. But is there any chance that at least this is the beginning of a different moment? Just weeks ago, Israel was proceeding with a military operation in Gaza City, where even American officials are saying the war would go on to the end of the year, maybe even into next year. And then suddenly, as we've been discussing, President Trump moved in and said, right, end the war now. So there's a grain of hope.
Well, it's also coming at a moment when the Israeli public is overwhelmingly against this. I mean, for months now, 60-70% of Israelis have been saying in all the surveys that this war should end, that the hostages should come home, and there should be a ceasefire. The Israeli government took its time. It needed also Donald Trump to push it over the line. Certainly on the Palestinian side and in Gaza, the war weariness and the pain and the suffering there have been immense. This war needed to come to an end, and for the political and the diplomatic and for the very human reasons why this war couldn't continue. So is there a natural end to it? I don't think there's you can point to where that is. But this war had to end, and the changes that are going to happen in Gaza now it's very easy to be skeptical because we've seen so many rounds of warfare over the years in Gaza, and every time the war in Gaza ends as a ceasefire, the world found other things to focus on. I think this time it may be different. I think this time the world will continue to focus on Gaza. The fact that there is this summit this afternoon in Sharm el-Sheikh is not something we've seen after previous ceasefires. The fact that so many leaders are coming together. I think also that because traditional diplomacy failed in Gaza, not just during this war, but so many times in the past, basically going back throughout the history of the Gaza Strip, from the moment it was established, the Strip at the end of the war in 1948, diplomacy never found a solution for Gaza. But what Trump is doing now is very interesting. He's applying a different type, not just his own brand of diplomacy. He's handing this over within his own administration, not to the State Department, not to the National Security. He's handing it over to the military. He's handing it over to CENTCOM, which is one of his currently favorite parts of the U.S. Armed Forces. He did the whole war in Iran through CENTCOM. And CENTCOM have been given a task to oversee, to monitor the ceasefire, to oversee the formation of the new peacekeeping force, or the International Stabilization Force. Now, some people will say that officers and generals aren't the ones to make peace, but who knows? Maybe as Trump has done things differently and sometimes succeeded, maybe this will be a success as well.
Well, as we've used this word ever since the beginning of the horrific events of October the 7th, this particular period has been unprecedented in every way. And many say that it will take generations for the wounds to heal in Palestinian society and in Israeli society. These dramatic events, painful events, profoundly painful events of the last 2 years will take time to heal. And of course, it comes after decades of breakthroughs and breakdowns in the process of trying to make peace, trying to find ways for Israelis and Palestinians to share this land. But today is a different kind of a day. Today is a day of intense human emotion, of reunions, which are just beginning. The last 20 hostages who survived their ordeal in captivity. So far, 7 hostages have been released. Let's just look at the names of those who have been released. 25-year-old Eitan Moore was working as a security guard at the Nova Music Festival in southern Israel. His father, Moore, said he had saved dozens of people before being kidnapped by Hamas gunmen. And now he has been freed from captivity. The twins, Gali and Zviv Berman, 28-year-old brothers, were abducted from Kibbutz Kfar Aza with their neighbor, Emily Damari, British-Israeli. Ziv was held with Emily for 40 days before they were separated, and she was released in January 2025 during the last ceasefire. Twin brothers looking so healthy there, and now, of course, but today they're at least walking free. 48-year-old Omri Miran, the oldest of the hostages, he was abducted from his home in Nahal Oz. His wife, Lishai, said she last saw him being driven away in his own car. She and their 2 young daughters, Roni and Alma, were not taken with them. They're waiting now to be reunited. 24-year-old musician Olan Ohel has Israeli, German, and Serbian citizenship, like many of the hostages, dual more than one citizenship. Hamas footage has shown him being taken away as a hostage, again from the Nova Music Festival. So many who are being released today were part of that extraordinary day, which turned into such a tragedy. Last month, Alon's family approved the publication of a still from a new video, which they said showed he had gone blind in one eye. There he is, Helen. So many of his photographs are in the square, and a piano is there, and paying tribute to him, that hoping that he will one day, perhaps not too long, will come back and play for them. 24-year-old Guy Gilboa Dalal attended the Nova Festival too with his brother Gal, who said the last time they saw each other was just before Hamas launched its first barrage into Israel at dawn on October the 7th, 2023, a day seared in memory. Gal evaded the gunman on the ground, but his brother was kidnapped. And 22-year-old Matan Angrest, just been talking about him. He'd been talking to his family. IDF soldier was in a tank that was attacked near the Gaza perimeter fence on the 7th of October. One video showed a crowd pulling him from the tank, unconscious and injured. Those are the 7 hostages who have been freed. 13 still to be released. And let's get a bit of, I think we can bring you some of the reaction now from one of the families. I understand, there you go, watching on the video, on the phone. Let's just listen in.
So this is Einat Sangaga, who's become a symbol of the family. She's a single mother. This is her son, Matan Sangaga. This is one of the hostages who is still in Gaza. So it's basically Hamas holding up a phone for him and calling his mother. This is the first time he's speaking to his mother in over 2 years, but he's still captive. And she's saying, my life, my Matan, you're coming home. Everyone is coming home. Gaza will be okay. The war is over. You're coming home. They're all coming home. And she really is, this is a lioness of a woman who has confronted all the politicians, including Netanyahu, in the most in-their-face way. She hasn't remained silent for one moment. She's fought for her son. And people said to her, maybe what you're doing is prolonging his time in captivity. You're making him into too much of a symbol for Hamas. She didn't stop for one day fighting for him, and it's really an incredible moment for all Israelis, because she has become the symbol of the mother of one of the hostages, and he's still one of the 13 who currently in central Gaza Strip are waiting for the Red Cross to reach their location and start the process of the handover, which should be starting, from what we're hearing, very soon. That's the next and hopefully final stage of today's 20 live hostages. Though we haven't mentioned them yet, there also is supposed to be a handover of hostage bodies. There are 28 now presumed dead hostages in Gaza, whose bodies are also supposed to be handed over as part of the agreement.
And we understand that there are 2 whose it's unclear, dead or alive. There was a video released recently of a Nepali man, and his family published the video. They're not sure.
So Bipin Joshi, a Nepalese student, this is a really tragic story of a young student who arrived in Israel 3 weeks before October 7th to study agriculture, and part of that was also working on kibbutz Alumim, another of those kibbutzim on the Gaza borders, and he was kidnapped along with a Thai colleague of his. 22 Nepalese and Thai workers were murdered on that morning by Hamas. They were captured, and there is footage of him alive in Gaza. But for months now, Bipin Joshi and another Israeli soldier, Tamir Nimrodi, there have been serious. There's been serious concern for their lives, and when Hamas this morning put out the list of the 20 live hostages who were supposed to come out, that was confirmation that in addition to the 26 dead hostages that Israel's already presumed dead, Bipin Joshi and Tamir Nimrodi are also very likely alive, and the 7 hostages, from what we're hearing now, are in Israeli territory, meeting with their parents in an Israeli base.
A moment of history happening at the same time. On one side of the screen, you are seeing the vehicles, the Israeli vehicles. You can see the Israeli flag flying. The Israeli Defense Forces bringing the hostages home, crossing into Israel. We understand that all 7 are not just free of their Hamas captors, they are now free inside Israel. On the other side of the screen, you see the plane. Donald Trump, President of the United States, Commander-in-Chief, is also landing. Air Force One is arriving at the very moment that the first of the 20 hostages who survived their ordeal are now arriving in Israel. 2 arrivals, both hugely historic, both marking, it may not be, as President Trump says, the beginning, the peace in the Middle East, but it certainly is an extraordinary moment.
And Donald Trump, as the ultimate impresario, could not have choreographed this any better.
Just before he went, actually just as he was getting on the plane to fly to the Middle East, he emphasized again that I'm good at ending wars, I'm good at making peace. And he did say, Anshul, he said, it's an amazing moment because both sides are cheering. And he said that is something rare.
Well, he's looking at the optics today are good. As you said, there's so many. It's so rare to have it. We've had 737 days of this war with the worst scenes that have been seen on television. This is the war that's probably been broadcast to a scale that no other war has. I mean, you've covered
the longest, deadliest
more wars than most of us have.
Of wars.
But also the scale and the scope of the media coverage. And finally, there's a day where the optics are different.
We're watching, if you're joining us now, as part of our special coverage of a very special day for Israel, for Palestinians, for the region, a moment being watched the world over, a moment that millions around the world thought they would never see. The US President and Commander-in-Chief, President Donald Trump, landing in Israel, a moment, he says, to hail the end of the war in Gaza and the beginning of a new peace, not just in Gaza, but also across the region. The days and weeks and months will tell just how significant this moment is. Is it a turning point, or is it just yet another moment before the region tumbles into the tortuous kind of processes that it has seen so many times before? A process of small breakthroughs and big breakdowns. You can see now they're getting ready to welcome the US President, the marching bands, Ben Gurion International Airport. At the same time, the flags in solemn ceremony lining up along the red carpet at Ben Gurion Airport near Tel Aviv, and the flags, the Israeli flags, snapping in the wind of southern Israel. The Israeli hostages are at last coming home.
And this has just been a day of split screen moments.
It's amazing. President Trump likes these made for television moments. Perhaps that's a little bit too trite to say in a moment like this, but a split screen does signify, as we said a moment ago, that, to use President Trump's phrase, everyone is cheering, at least in this moment. The flags are lined up. President Donald Trump will be greeted in just a moment by the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, and his wife Sarah will be on the tarmac in an embrace. President Trump was also asked about his relationship with Prime Minister Netanyahu before he came to the Middle East, because there's been so many reports that he actually used expletives and became very fed up with the Israeli Prime Minister. Before he left, he said, I have a very good relationship with the Israeli Premier. It's a relationship of long standing. Of course, he made a visit to Israel in his first term in office as well. He said, we've had our differences, but now we are together in trying to end this war.
Well, this is Trump trying to make everyone happy. We know that behind the scenes there has been a lot of tension. Trump has basically reached the end of his tether with Netanyahu and forced him to accept this agreement. But now he's repaying him in kind, and Netanyahu, more than anything else, needs the image of him and Trump being these close partners and there being no daylight between them, as we're about to see now. And this will be, there'll be a lot of warm words from Donald Trump to Netanyahu and to Sarah Netanyahu. Obviously, he always makes it clear that he's complimenting also the Prime Minister's wife, but Netanyahu has paid diplomatically for this moment very heavily.
Senior members of the American delegation are already on the ground. They came from Sharm el-Sheikh, the Egyptian Red Sea resort, where this deal was hammered out. Last night we saw Jared Kushner, son-in-law of the president, and his wife Ivanka addressing Hostages Square. We also saw a very emotional Steve Witkoff, President Trump's not just special envoy for this region, but special envoy for everything, but now his focus is very much on this region. It's also a high-powered delegation, which is on that Air Force One. Marco Rubio, the U.S. Secretary of State, is on the plane. Pete Hegseth, the U.S. Defense Secretary, is there as well. All of them wanting to be part of this moment as the plane now moves into position, that red carpet in place. The Israelis now, I think that's the Israeli president, is that Isaac Herzog is now?
So the ceremony is a president receives a president, so Isaac Herzog, it's a ceremonial job, but he has to greet Trump. But obviously he'll be elbowed out very quickly from the picture, and Netanyahu will take over the show.
And other senior members of the Israeli delegate, Isaac Herzog there, standing next to Prime Minister Netanyahu. I keep remembering the moment in October when President Biden got off the plane, hugged Prime Minister Netanyahu, hugged President Herzog, and yet again, there it is. They're standing to attention. We can imagine what's happening inside the plane. President Trump knowing this is his moment, that the eyes of Israel, the eyes of the world are on this moment early in the morning here in Israel, 10 to 10 in the morning. Arriving a little bit late, but the fact that he is arriving to try to cement this moment in history. Let's emphasize, this is the first phase, a ceasefire, hostage for prisoner exchange, the arrival of more humanitarian aid. Perhaps, there is Jared Kushner with his sunglasses, and next to Ivanka Trump in white, and Steve Witkoff always on his mobile phone.
Ambassador Huckabee.
Yes.
Former presidential
Ambassador to Israel, yes. Ambassador to Israel, very much always emphasizing the strength of the relationship between Israel and the United States. President Donald Trump's team is on the tarmac along with Israel's most senior political officials.
And this is a moment that Trump wants to bask in the glory, and therefore all his circle want to be there in the frame at this moment. And it's interesting that perhaps I think J.D. Vance isn't here because we know that he has reservations about Donald Trump's Middle East policy. He wasn't happy with the attack on Iran. He's also seen us within the administration perhaps as the leader of the more isolationist wing, and who are less happy with this very close relationship with Israel. When Israeli diplomats talk about their fears for the future of Israel's relationship with the Republican Party, J.D. Vance is the one they're most worried about. So it's interesting that he didn't come to this visit. He also cancelled a visit a few months ago, which was planned for us. There already were advanced planes here, and he was in Rome meeting the Pope in the Vatican, and then for some reason that visit was called off. So not all is great, even despite this wonderful event now with Trump and most of his senior team arriving at the red carpet at Ben Gurion Airport. There is still tension within the administration, at least certainly parts of the administration.
And this is very much a President Trump visit. Often world leaders bring their wives, but he brings his family. It's interesting how his son-in-law, Jared Kushner, who played such a pivotal role in his first administration, he and his wife Ivanka seem to take a back seat, but month on month we've seen Jared Kushner playing a much more important role. He was at the table in Sharm el-Sheikh alongside Steve Witkoff. We're looking now at pictures of Prime Minister Netanyahu. The door is open. Let's just watch to see President Trump will soon alight, come down the stairs, and he knows the world will be watching to make sure he doesn't trip.
Well, he spoke about it in his speech to the generals about how important it is to walk down the stairs. But you mentioned Jared Kushner. I think last week on Tuesday, when news broke that Kushner would also be joining the talks in Sharm, I think that was the moment when it became clear that Trump was throwing everything at it, that even Kushner, who stayed in the shadows during this administration, but we knew how influential he is behind the scenes, the fact that he was coming, as you said, closer into the limelight for this event showed how important it was for Trump and how he was determined not to let the sides leave without a deal.
An important moment in the Middle East. If you're joining us now, this is a special coverage on BBC News. On one side, the Israeli flags are flying as the last of the remaining Israeli hostages are handed over by Hamas, first to the International Committee of the Red Cross and then to the Israeli Defense Forces. And now 7 are free at last. They have come home to Israel and the family reunions are underway. We'll keep an eye on the other 13 to see when we do have images of them coming home. On the other side of the screen now, Prime Minister Netanyahu and his wife Sarah, Isaac Herzog, the Israeli president, and his wife approaching, going down the red carpet to meet President Donald Trump. He visited Israel in 2017 as during his first term as president. Now this is his first visit to Israel. There was a bit of upset when he didn't come to Israel, when he made his first visit to the region, visiting Gulf states of Qatar, United Arab Emirates and Saudi Arabia. But now he is coming to Israel.
And the fact that Trump didn't make his first visit to the region, to Israel this time around, I think was a sign of how he is recalibrating his foreign policy here in the Middle East. Still very much an ally of Israel, but giving a lot more space and a lot more influence to the Gulf states, including, and he talked about this on the plane on the way last night, Qatar. And he said, I kind of missed Qatar in my first time. I didn't really know what they were about.
He accused them of being promoting terrorism.
And this time around, all of a sudden, the closest of alliances, planes being exchanged as like gifts. And
a palace in the skies, it was called. Another Air Force One being refitted now for him in the United States.
Suddenly Qatar features so largely in Donald Trump's world, and therefore the strategic blunder of attacking the Hamas leadership in Qatar a month ago, which seemed to have put the whole, seemed to have catalyzed the whole process as far as Donald Trump was considered.
We often say in our world as journalists, everything has changed and nothing has changed. The fundamentals of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, the Arab-Israeli conflict, have hardly changed. The same disputes about the land, about Jerusalem, about the right of return for Palestinian refugees, about Israel's security, they're still the same. But the politics is slightly shifting, as we've been discussing. President Trump recalibrating his relationship, ironclad relationship between Israel and the United States. It's often said that in the United States, policy towards Israel is not foreign policy, it is domestic policy. But for President Trump, his relationship with his Arab allies, and most of all the Arab Gulf states, who have done so much to make this moment now unfolding on the tarmac and unfolding in the dusty plains and in southern Gaza Strip, in southern Israel, by the shifts of President Trump, his personality and the way he does politics.
But also, you mentioned the two conflicts, the Arab-Israeli conflict, which many feel has been solved. Israel is not at war with the Arab states, and most of the Arab states.
And there he is with his red tie. Let's have a look.
Fist in the air.
Yeah. An overnight flight on Air Force One.
He's going to be in the air more on this trip than on the ground. 4 hours in Israel, similar.
First to greet him, President Isaac Herzog, president to president. A hug.
Michal Herzog, the First Lady, though the Prime Minister's wife likes to call herself the First Lady. But...
And there it goes. Prime Minister Netanyahu moving in. A handshake. Smiles all round under a hot Tel Aviv sun.
No hand.
Sarah Netanyahu, Prime Minister Netanyahu. Let's see if we can listen in. Hear what they're saying. Small talk, no less, but even small talk is big talk at this moment. But you can see the smiles all round. No bear hugs, just handshakes, but the smiles tell it all. President of Israel and his wife Michal, Prime Minister of Israel Benjamin Netanyahu, Sarah Netanyahu, President Trump in his much-loved red tie, now moving down.
And the walk from the plane instead of the president, next to the president, Netanyahu takes his place. Huckabee, the ambassador.
Mike Huckabee, the ambassador of the United States to Israel, very much pro-Israeli, pro-expansion of settlements in the West Bank.
And next to him, Israel's ambassador to Washington, Yechiel Leifer, a settler.
A settler,
and
yes.
whose son, an officer, a reserve officer, was killed in the early stages of the war.
Yes, Ambassador Leiter, who only took up his job in July, his first diplomatic posting, life of a settler activist. Both of them, and both ambassadors, underlining the politics of Prime Minister Netanyahu's administration. Of course, during the first term of President Donald Trump, the United States took a number of steps that were lauded by Israel, moving the American embassy to Jerusalem, recognizing Israel's sovereignty over the Golan Heights, and saying that Israeli settlements in the occupied West Bank were not illegal under international law.
I think it's also interesting that both ambassadors represent a religious, ideologically religious constituency, which is important both for Trump and for Netanyahu. Leiter is a religious settlers, Huckabee the evangelist, but the two leaders themselves aren't that religious. And obviously,
Ivanka Trump,
another father and daughter moment.
Jared Kushner, next to her. Last night in Hostages Square, she delivered a message, she said, from her father, and that goes down well here too.
And when they spoke about Trump alongside Witkoff at Hostages Square, everyone cheered, but when they mentioned Netanyahu, the square burst out in booing, and it was an awkward moment. But
his son-in-law,
they laughed it off.
Jewish, from a prominent Jewish family in the United States, Jared Kushner. Ivanka converted to Judaism as part of the marriage.
And now it's a family business. Jared's father is America's ambassador to France now, Charles Kushner. So everyone is now in the family business.
And there's Steve Witkoff, we just saw a moment. The bands are playing. The red carpet is out. President Donald Trump has arrived in Israel. We haven't heard from him yet. He loves to speak to the microphone. For now, it's just small. There he is with his two envoys.
Golfing partner and son-in-law.
They were the two men he dispatched to Sharm el-Sheikh, and their presence there sent a signal to Hamas, to the Israelis, that President Donald Trump meant business when he said it's time to end the war. It was an inflection point, let us say.
And as an American diplomat said, they were sent to babysit Netanyahu, or to babysit.
A moment of solemn ceremony, and a day when there are many ceremonies, also solemn but also freighted with so much emotion. As we've been reporting for the past few hours, as part of our special coverage here on BBC News, this is a moment of huge significance, not just the visit of the US President and Commander-in-Chief Donald Trump, but also the freeing of the last Israeli hostages who have now arrived back in Israel, back in the arms of their immediate family members. And in the next hour, in fact, the deadline is midday local time for all of the remaining hostages, the last 20, to be back home in Israel. And as many of the remains of the other 28, the remains which have been retrieved by Hamas, will also be brought home. There will be a religious ceremony for them when they return. And President Trump has often commented on how he has been struck that for the families of the hostages, it is as important to bring the remains home as it is to bring home the living hostages.
And we're talking about the obstacles which are still waiting, and the obstacle of the bodies, 28 bodies still in Gaza. In the deal signed last week, there is a commitment from Hamas to return the bodies, but there is no number. So while it was clear that 20 living hostages would be released today, it's unclear yet how many bodies will be returned. There is now a joint task force to start locating bodies which Hamas say they can't find. There is also the exchange. There are 15 bodies of Palestinians who will be returned for each body of Israeli. But that's one of the first obstacles that is going to crop up as soon as today's ceremony is over. The issue of dead hostages. Obviously, there are a number of obstacles on the way, but this is one of the things some Israelis suspect that Hamas wants to use them as bargaining chips, and Hamas probably fear that Israel will maybe use them as an excuse to delay the further withdrawals or even to return to the war.
Just past 10 o'clock in the morning in Israel, in the last 10 minutes, Prime Minister Netanyahu of Israel has welcomed President Donald Trump to Israel. Next to him, Sarah Netanyahu, his wife. You can see them moving through the screen. A small delegation, but significant delegation, greeting the American president as he arrives after an overnight flight on Air Force One. He'll be spending as much time in the air on his plane as he is on the ground. He'll spend several hours here in Israel before he then flies a short flight of about 45 minutes to Sharm el-Sheikh on the Red Sea, where there will be what's described as a ceremony of peace. Getting into the vehicles now, I think that's what they call the Beast. The American armored vehicle goes around the world to escort American presidents. They're now getting into the car. They'll make the journey to the President Donald Trump getting into the vehicle. More discussions inside, and he will head to the Israeli Parliament. We understand to the Knesset.
Very near to where we are now.
Yes, not far from where we are here in Jerusalem, and he will meet some families of the hostages. There's
a whole series of meetings he's going to have. He'll have a meeting with Netanyahu. He'll have a sort of ceremonial meeting with Herzog. Families of the hostages. I've just heard that American soldiers who are serving in the IDF have also been brought to the Knesset for a meeting with the president, and there will be a speech to the Knesset. There are a number of Knesset members who are boycotting that speech, but it will be almost full. With very few exceptions, and that's a rare thing for the Knesset, that 118 or 19 of the 120 members will be there. One or two are going to make a point of not being there. One of the far-right Knesset members who is so against ending the war says he's not going to be part of this show, and he's boycotting. I'm hearing one or two others perhaps will not be there.
But those are minority voices. As we've been discussing, although after the horrific events of October the 7th, the opinion poll showed the vast majority of Israelis backed the war in Gaza. But as the war has dragged on, as the Israeli hostages have died in captivity, haven't come home, more and more Israelis say it's time to end the war. It's time to bring them home.
And when the Trump plan was presented last week, the immediate opinion poll showed only 8% of Israelis opposed it.
Images from the tarmac of the Ben Gurion International Airport. President Donald Trump has just arrived, and another arrival of huge emotional significance. We understand that a second group of Israeli hostages have now been handed over by Hamas to the International Committee of the Red Cross. They will soon be handed over to the Israeli Defense Forces. This is the scene now in Hostages Square. It's absolutely packed this morning. People have started arriving at that square before dawn. They wanted to be in that square, a square where there has been so much emotion month after month. but the cries which have been gone right round the world, the appeals, grief laced with anger towards Israeli politicians, towards Prime Minister Netanyahu to end the war, to bring the hostages home, have been replaced today by, look, to see the clapping, the cheering, the moments of huge emotion, overwhelming emotion, as the hostages have come home.
And for Israelis, this presidential visit is only the second most important event of today. You don't get a presidential visit every day or even every year, but Donald Trump is the second most important thing happening today in Israel. The most important thing for Israelis are the hostages coming home. They're very happy to see Trump as well. He'll get an enthusiastic reception, but not like what you're seeing here in a hostages square.
Look at this. Look at unbridled joy, tears. It's been an agonizing wait, and the anger that mounted month after month in those last days before the deal was done. Some of the hostages' families and friends camped outside Prime Minister Netanyahu's residence here in Jerusalem, not far from where we are, to say, we're not leaving until you end the war.
And not just at the place. They spent Rosh Hashanah, which is the Jewish New Year, the first night of the year. Families, instead of staying at home with their, to have the traditional meals, camped out on the street outside Netanyahu. So he wasn't there actually; he was elsewhere. But they made a point of being on the road outside. They spent the night there, and there were hundreds of them on that night. And you're seeing now tens of thousands in the square. And we have to remember, Israel is still a very polarized country. This war began when Israel was in the midst of a constitutional crisis, with the government rolling out what many saw as anti-democratic legislation to limit the powers of the Supreme Court. And you remember the scenes. There's similar scenes as we see now. The streets were filled with people protesting against what they saw as the government's coup against Israeli democracy. And those divides still remain. And in many ways, the anger and the division from that period spilled into the pro-hostages protests and cause, in a way that many of Netanyahu's allies are saying, well, you're actually just out to get him. You don't really care about the hostages. Obviously, that's not the case, but it's become a political challenge to him, one that he's hoping to diffuse today with the help of Donald Trump.
And there they have the convoy now leaving Ben Gurion International Airport in those special American vehicles. They go with the U.S. president around the world. Angela, I can't help but remember the last time we saw this was, of course, when President Donald Trump met President Putin in Alaska, many hoping that would mark the beginning of efforts to end the Ukraine war. That hasn't happened. Now, yet again, we are in this moment. The U.S. president has touched down. He comes bearing the good news that he will say, and we will soon hear him say in the Israeli parliament, that the war in Gaza is over. It's a new dawn of peace in the Middle East. Many will want to believe him, especially those faces in Hostages Square. But there's risk in this moment, but also enormous relief.
And yes, this is the moment that Trump hopes to achieve also for the Russia-Ukraine war. And I remember early in the war, we met in Dnipro 3.5 years ago. So these wars for Trump emerged in his mission to prove that he can solve the intractable conflicts. He so far hasn't done it with Ukraine, but he feels that he's doing it now with Gaza, with the Israel-Palestinian conflict. We know this is just one stage, an important stage, ending a 2-year war. But for Trump, this is the best it has got so far. And maybe at some point in his term, he will achieve something like this for Russia-Ukraine. And the fact that Trump sees himself as a foreign policy president, I think is a surprise to us. I mean, we didn't see him. His image to us is not as a foreign policy. I mean, we know there are foreign policy presidents, there are domestic presidents. We never thought that he would be the kind who would want to do this kind of diplomacy. Especially
since his MAGA base, Make America Great Again, wants him to concentrate at home. But many will not forget on the inauguration day when President Trump entered the White House for the second time. He says, I want to be remembered as a peacemaker. I want to be remembered as a president who stops wars and doesn't start them. Before he got on his Air Force One, he said that this was the 8th war he has brought to an end. He says that he has ended a war every month. The reality may be different, but there's no denying that he is exerting great effort to try to at least stop the fighting and ease the suffering in one place after another. In a short time, we will hear him addressing the nation, a speech which will go around the world, including in the United States of America, although, of course, it is very, very early hours there, in which he will speak about the significance of this moment. But as my colleague Anne Shalfeffer has said, for Israelis, this is only the second most important moment. And let's cross to Hostages Square in Tel Aviv. Yolande Nell is there. Yolande, you have been there since the early hours of the morning. Just bring us in to the mood of the square.
Well, the square has really filled up since early this morning. Some people did come here when it was still dark. It felt like such a natural meeting point for people, Lise. And they're all here, really. There's a large screen which is relaying Israeli TV and all the latest news developments. And that's what people have been watching. And you hear the cheers that go up from the crowd when positive news comes through. We heard a short time ago that one of the well-known hostage family members had spoken to the released hostage, now back on Israeli soil and about to be, reunited with the family. We had pictures that came through of twin brothers, Gali and Ziv Berman. These are now household names for people in Israel, and that showed both of them smiling. And we're expecting this second batch of hostages to be handed over in the south of the Gaza Strip very soon. The Israeli military has confirmed that the Red Cross made its way to this meeting point with Hamas to pick up the second batch of the hostages. What happens is that they undergo initial medical checks once they're back in Israeli hands, and then they are reunited with their families. Any who need urgent medical treatment, there's a helicopter standing by ready to take them to a nearby hospital. Others will be taken after those reunions off to other hospitals that have been preparing for them. They're expected to stay there for several days. Many of them thought to be in a poor condition health-wise. They will need, checks for their nutrition, and some of them have got injuries that they sustained right early on 2 years ago when they were being taken captive by Hamas in those Hamas attacks on the 7th of October. So, there's more moments of joy here, more celebrations. You can hear the cheers of the crowd going up once again. But that is really also tempered with some quite somber moments of reflection at what these hostages have gone through in terms of their ordeal, and also the fact that not all of the 48 hostages whose pictures you see all around the square will be coming back alive.
And indeed, of those 28, Hamas has made clear in the negotiations in Sharm el-Sheikh, saying that it would take time to retrieve some of the remains. In fact, there's fear that some of the remains may never come home. And there also seems to be some lack of clarity about the fate of at least 2 of the hostages, whether they're alive or dead, including a Nepali student.
That's correct. And just recently there was some, celebration that a proof of life of him had been found, but that's thought to have dated from much earlier in the course of the war. So still, as you say, a lot of uncertainties. The name of the 20 living hostages that are expected to be handed over today have been given by Hamas's armed wing, and so far the hostages we've seen coming out have been the names that were on that list. It's not clear how many of the deceased hostages' bodies will be handed back later in the day in a separate handover ceremony, or without a ceremony rather, to a separate handover to the Red Cross. So a lot of those families who are waiting, they know, for bodies to be returned, they are very worried about what happens next. But there is an Israeli official who is responsible for the hostages file, and what he's been saying is that once that list becomes clear, there'll be a sort of 72-hour window. There apparently an Israeli delegation actually in Sharm el-Sheikh, where they'll be meeting some of the mediators and members of the international community who are going to help to try to locate the remaining bodies and bring them back. That will require, in some cases, rubble to be removed. It will also require DNA testing, forensic testing, to establish that these are the remains of the hostages who are being sought.
And Yolanda, as we're speaking with you, we're seeing images of people shouting, cheering, waving the flags. Of course, some people have the flags on their shoulders. We're getting reports now that the last 13 are now being handed over to the International Committee of the Red Cross. 13 more, which means that in a very short time, all 20 hostages will either be in Israel or will be on their way back to Israel. The moment that so many, including everyone in that square and spilling into the streets behind you, have been waiting for.
Definitely 2 years of anticipation demanding the return of the hostages. And, many people around me, they're wearing the same T-shirts that they have been wearing for months now, making this demand, coming here to what became known as Hostages Square in the heart of Tel Aviv, because it became this protest point, this rallying point, week after week. And sometimes, the hostage families also going out, taking their supporters to other key locations around Tel Aviv, like the Israeli military headquarters. We've seen them gathered outside the Prime Minister's residence in Jerusalem as well, and making this demand that the hostages be brought back home. They should be prioritized. The government has said that it was doing that. That remained one of its clear war goals. But there was this feeling from hostage families at many points of deep frustration, and the claims that the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu was really putting his own political survival first and keeping his coalition together rather than, bringing back their loved ones.
Stay with us, Yolande. We want to continue to look at what's this process of releasing the last of the Israeli hostages. On one side of the screen, we see the crowds where you are in Hostages Square. On the other, there's the military helicopters in Reem, the military base in southern Israel. So striking, of course, because Anshel, so many of the 20 living were connected in one way or another to that Nova music festival.
11 of them.
Yes, in Nova, in Reem, in roughly the same area.
What we're seeing, these are the helicopters which are going to take the 20 hostages eventually to hospitals around Israel after they've had their first medical checkup at Re'im and met with their families and spent some time with them. They'll be then transferred to hospital for a few days of much more comprehensive checkups and recovery. There's another set of helicopters we can't see because they're inside Gaza. Those are the ones that may be used if some of the 13 hostages who are about to be released now in Gaza, if any of them needs emergency evacuation and will have to go to hospital before being reunited with their families. But this is the main, as you said, next to Re'im, these are the different helicopters who will take them to a number of hospitals around the country after they've spent a couple of hours with their parents or close ones.
And Yolande, now, did you get a sense from people in the square that they are going to stay there? Some, of course, have been coming day in, day out, night after night, that they're there for the day. They're going to watch the events. They'll be also watching the speeches in the Israeli Knesset when President Trump addresses the nation.
I think that people will remain here for much of the day, although the temperature is rising. It's the end of the Jewish holiday of Sukkot, and so school children are still off on holiday. You see lots of families around here in Tel Aviv. People are with their dogs as well. And there's a kind of sense that people want to spend their time together to receive this news rather than watching it privately at home. Many of the people here are people who have turned out week upon week for the rallies, demanding that the hostages be brought home. They almost know personally the families of some of the hostages, particularly those who have been very prominent campaigners and who have often taken to the stage here. We had Inav Zankauka, who a short time ago was able to speak to her son, Matan, still at that point believed to be in the hands of Hamas. And, that's got a huge reaction from the crowd because she is a mother who's been just so vocal. She was here staying out all night on at that time when mediators were trying to secure the ceasefire deal. And then the images went out of her really just joyful as champagne corks were popping in Hostages Square, and she lit a firework and shouted out, "Matan is coming home." Well, today she will finally be reunited with Matan. His name has appeared on that list of 20 hostages being handed over by Hamas to first the Red Cross and now many of them back on Israeli soil. They'll be going through these medical checks. What we've heard so far, according to the Israeli media, is that from the first batch of hostages, that the condition of them was okay. They were apparently walking and able to make their own way into the Red Cross vehicles and then come out into and meet members of the Israeli military within Gaza.
Yes, that was a huge relief, wasn't it, Yolande, that they were at least able to walk, especially after those videos of the severely emaciated hostages that were released by Hamas. The families feared they were only days away from death. I remember the doctors during the last hostage releases saying that although they may look relatively okay given the conditions they've endured, that most of the biggest injuries are inside. We're going to continue to watch this process unfold, and we're also keeping an eye on what's happening with the visit of President Donald Trump. Let's just listen to what he said about this ceasefire deal on Air Force One before he arrived in Israel.
The one thing I can tell you is everybody is happy, whether it's Jewish or Muslim or the Arab countries. Every country is dancing in the streets, and it's a point in time I don't think you'd ever see it again. They've never seen it for 3,000 years. If you like one group, you don't like the other group. And if you like the other group, you don't like the first group. And this is the first time they've ever seen where everybody is unified, because as you know, we're going to Egypt after Israel, and we're going to meet all of the leaders of the very powerful and big countries and very rich countries and others, and they're all into this deal. Everybody's into it. It's never happened before.
President Donald Trump saying today is an amazing day because everyone is happening. These events are being watched right around the world, and most of all from the region. Let's now cross to Abu Dhabi in the United Arab Emirates. We can join Mina Al-Arabi, who's the editor-in-chief of the National News. Mina, I know you're watching this very closely. President Trump says this is one of those rare moments where everyone is cheering, everyone is happy. Is that how you would describe this moment?
It's definitely a moment where everybody that wants to see peace in the region, particularly the people of the region, feel relieved. Happiness is very hard for the people of Gaza, for those who have suffered in Israel, Lebanon, Syria, and beyond, but certainly it's a moment of relief. Of course, there will be those who have lost out, the spoilers, the militants. They will be watching this closely. But most importantly, it does feel like a moment where we could actually see the ceasefire hold, despite the fact that the long-term details are yet to be worked out.
And Mina, as you know, we've been emphasizing today, and President Trump's visit emphasizes the ironclad relationship between the United States and Israel. But what we have seen during this second Trump presidency, as we did in the first, but especially during this one, a real strengthening of the strategic and personal relationships between President Trump, Arab leaders, and in particular Arab leaders in the Gulf, including the United Arab Emirates, where you are.
There's a sense that President Trump, when he commits to something, will put in all his effort to make it happen. And that sense of commitment, even if it then changes depending to strategic thinking on the US side or how President Trump's calculations happen, that sense is that this is somebody they can work with. We heard also from President Sisi, president of Egypt, saying, thank you not once, not twice, 100 times, because there's been a lot of talk of the possibility of getting to a ceasefire in the last 2 years, but it was President Trump's personal involvement that got us where we are here, and there's acknowledgement of that. So certainly the relationships are solidifying, and there's also a sense that with President Trump, he isn't only committed to the relationship with Israel, he is committed with the relationship with other Arab countries, and you haven't seen that with the previous US President, Joe Biden. So I think there is a sense the calculations of President Trump is that not all the American eggs are in the Israeli basket.
And for Arab leaders in the Gulf, as you know, Mina, you've covered it day in, day out. Arab foreign ministers going around the world calling for a ceasefire, calling for an alternative to Hamas. Do you have a sense now that they will do everything possible to make sure this deal sticks?
Absolutely. For the leaders in the Gulf, there's a real sense that not only is this important for Palestine and the dynamics between Israel and Palestine, but the wider region. And as you've said, we've been following all the details of not only the deal, but what the repercussions would be long term if there is the possibility of calming down tensions. You know, not too long ago, there were missiles landing in Doha, the Israeli strike, and before that, the Iranian strike. To have a Gulf country hit directly in that way really put the GCC, the Gulf countries together, and went to President Trump and said, our security is one and the same, and we need guarantees that this will not further escalate. You know, only a few short months ago, we felt the possibility of this regional war really expanding. And so for them, there is that commitment to see the ceasefire because, of course, there is the moral imperative and the importance of it, but also became strategic because the war was expanding month after month in different ways.
This, as you know, the war in Gaza has alarmed the world, has galvanized emotion worldwide, including capitals in the region, in a way no other conflict has done before. Do you think that this will ease the emotions, or will there still be great skepticism about where this process is heading?
You know, it's a social justice issue. And that's what we saw around the world, that people no longer see this only as a conflict. There is the occupation of Palestine. And while the ceasefire deal, at least for the moment, holds back the ongoing onslaught that was going on in Gaza and also allows for some aid to come in, those pictures coming in, day out, Palestinians literally getting to the point of starvation, that of course got the world to rally around it. For the region, for the Arab world, the Palestinian cause is one that is close to people's hearts. It's been the case for decades. And at different times, of course, we've had different wars, be it in Iraq, Syria, sadly the list is very long, Libya, Yemen, that people did focus on. But I don't think the Palestinian issue ever really faded into the background, as some tried to say. So will this ceasefire bring relief? Yes, but there's always the fear that we'll go back to war. The lack of trust in Israel at the moment is incredibly high. And so there's a concern that what is the calculation for the Israeli government, and will they hold true to not escalating? Of course, there are spoilers, be it amongst Hamas militants or other militants in the Arab world that will try to stoke up war because there are vested interests among those militants for war. So this is where the US guarantees are really important, but also the involvement of Arab countries. Having Qatar, Egypt involved directly in the talks, and Turkey also joined them, dealing with Hamas, but also the UAE's role as an interlocutor that can speak to all sides and convince them for the time being. It's incredibly important that this ceasefire holds because it will be hard to galvanize and get this momentum again if it was to break.
Mina Al-Arabi, Editor-in-Chief of The National, thank you very much for joining us as part of our special coverage of a momentous day, a kind of moment that the region has seen so many times before. And while there can be some skepticism and cynicism, Many are trying to hold on to this moment and hoping it will at long last move the region forward. We're going to return to you throughout the day as part of our special coverage. But let's return now to Hostages Square. Those scenes, those emotional scenes, those scenes of joy as they watch on the big screens the images of the hostages finally coming home. My colleague Clive Myrie is there. Clive, you've been there since the early hours of the morning. You followed this war since the beginning. How would you describe this day where you are?
It's astonishing, Lisa, it really is. You and me, we've both been here on occasion over the last 2 years, and we've seen an atmosphere of, frankly, overwhelming sadness, disappointment. Yes, there have been previous hostage releases, but the knowledge was always that there were other people still being held in captivity. Today is different, and a huge cheer just went up behind me. There's a huge screen that everyone is watching, relaying the information of what's been going on with the gradual hostage release. And it seems that the last batch of hostages, around 13, they're now traveling towards the border with Israel in Gaza, and soon they'll be handed over to the Red Cross. Their nightmare will be over. And the nightmare of so many people here, and indeed a nation, will also be over too. I have to say that there is no suggestion from a lot of the folk here that Benjamin Netanyahu has anything to do with today, apart from, in the minds of some, prolong the agony of everyone. The cheers have been going up for Donald Trump. He landed here in the last half an hour or so, landed in Israel. He's going to be heading to an area where he'll be meeting some of the relatives of those hostages who have been released over the last 2 years. And then he'll be addressing the Israeli parliament, the Knesset. He'll be talking about peace, a longer-term peace, the end of this first phase of the ceasefire deal. He'll be talking about the second phase and moving on to the possibility of an enduring peace if people want it. The fact is, he's going to have to stay engaged. There's no question about that. Over the next 2-3 years of his presidency, he's going to have to stay engaged if the hopes of these people are going to come to fruition. I've got a very special guest for you. Gil Dickman is with me. His cousin was killed by Hamas after being taken hostage on October the 7th. He's been an outspoken critic of the government of Benjamin Netanyahu and his handling of the crisis. It's really good to see you. I can see you've got a little sticker there in yellow, 738, the number of days that this hostage crisis has gone on. What are your thoughts today?
It's the happiest day I can remember here in the Hostages Square. Just like you said, we're used to being sad and even, hopeless. Now it's a day full of hope. It's a blessed day here in Israel. All Israelis are with their eyes on the screens, smiling like, we haven't been smiling for 2 years, because we're seeing the hostages finally coming home, and we're seeing this war coming to an end. That's it. Netanyahu wanted to prolong it, but the people of Israel wanted to end it. Donald Trump heard the people and decided to end it, and so people are cheering and they're happy like I don't remember ever seeing them before.
Benjamin Netanyahu, for his part, would argue that it's the pressure that he's been applying over the last 2 years, the military campaign in Gaza, that has brought us to this day, that Hamas would not be in this position of weakness and being willing to sign on to a ceasefire if it wasn't for his policies. You've got no belief in that?
Yeah, I heard him say that so many times before, and he's always saying, we only need to push a little more, and to pressure a little more, and to prolong the war a little more without a possible end. That was his plan all along, to keep on pressuring and prolong the war forever.
Well, why would he do that?
See, he wants to stay in power. He understands that while the war is going on, that means he's staying in power. And that's why he wanted to prolong the war. Then Donald Trump came and said, enough is enough. And for the people of Israel, it's enough of this war and enough for Netanyahu. It's been enough. It's so for such a long time. We've been under Netanyahu's regime, and what we're seeing is only devastation, war and hostages being murdered in captivity, just like my cousin. He had so many opportunities to release her. There were so many deals on the table, so many opportunities to put an end to this. He decided it wasn't important enough. He decided that he wants to prolong the war and sacrifice the hostages. 42 hostages were taken alive and murdered in captivity, and they will never come back. I'm so happy that these hostages are finally coming back. My cousin Kamel is not going to come back at all, but at least these hostages are.
Part of the possibility of achieving some kind of enduring peace will involve finding moderates on both sides.
Yes.
Do those moderates exist here in Israel?
Yeah, I think so. I think those moderates are in this very square, and they're all over Israel. The people who support Trump's plan are exactly these moderates. And I really hope that we will be able to find also moderates in Gaza, because we don't want to see revenge. You know, Carmel, my cousin, was murdered. Her mother, Kinneret, was murdered on October 7th. But I don't care for revenge. What we care about here in Israel, what I care about, is life. We want to be able to live our life on both sides of the border. I hate seeing innocent people suffering on the other side of the border. I hate the fact that my military has had to do this for the last 2 years. That's not what I want. That's not what we want. We wanted this to end. We want to find moderate people in Israel. And there are many people who now see the opportunity of finally building the bridges toward peace. And I believe we will have to find other moderates in Gaza as well, because Hamas are very extreme. The extreme people on the Gazan side and on the Israeli side have had their war for 2 years. It was a horrible war. Now it's time for the moderates to have a peace.
I mentioned a little earlier that Donald Trump needs to stay engaged in the whole process. Mm-hmm. Are you confident that he can do that?
I can tell you that I was in a conversation with Woodcock and with Jared Kushner and Ivanka Trump, and they told us that they're going to be a part of the implementation of the deal. We don't know exactly what stage 2 consists of, but I have to be sure that they're going to be a part of this, because if Donald Trump wants a Nobel Peace Prize, and I believe he deserves a Nobel Peace Prize, he will have to make sure that the peace is actually done here in the region. This is the beginning of peace. This is the beginning when we see finally people coming out, when we see the war, the specific war, over. But for peace in this region in general, he will have to be a part of the implementation. He knows that. He has 3 years in office, and we trust him to be a part of this.
Finally, Israel, it seems, can breathe again.
Yeah, finally to breathe and to smile. And we've been waiting for it for so long. For us, it's a beginning of a new day today. Nothing is going to be like it was yesterday or the horrible 2 years that we've had. People can finally breathe and smile. We deserve that, and the world deserves this. It's such a good morning for us in Israel today.
That's a big smile on your face,
Yeah.
Gil. It's good to talk to you. Thanks very much indeed for joining us here on the BBC. There are going to be crowds here throughout the day, I suspect. There is singing, there is dancing, there's a big screen. Everyone knows what's going on. They're following it minute by minute. It really is an astonishing atmosphere here. Now back to you, Lise.
Thank you, Clive, and thank you very much for bringing Gail Dickman, who has, like so many of the families, like all of the families of the hostages, has campaigned tirelessly for them to come home, dead or alive. Bring them home has been the rallying cry. And today, as we've been noting, the posters in Hostage Square, that gathering place, are now saying they're coming home. A moment where there were moments, agonizing moments, moments of profound pain, when some of the families worried, feared that they would never see this day, the day when they would embrace their loved ones again. In the last few moments, it has been confirmed that all of the 20 living hostages have been handed over by Hamas to the International Committee of the Red Cross. They're on their way back to Israel. We'll confirm when they are all back home. But we do know that 7 in the first batch to be released are now home. Let's just put some names and details on the first 7 on this momentous day of the first phase of an important deal. 25-year-old Etan Moore was working as a security guard at the Nova Festival in southern Israel, that day when a celebration turned into a slaughter. His father, Moore, said that he had saved dozens of people before he himself was kidnapped and dragged into Gaza by Hamas gunmen. And then there are the twins, Gali and Ziv Berman, brothers who were abducted from the kibbutz Kfar Aza with their neighbor, Emily Damari, British-Israeli. Ziv was held with Emily for 40 days before they were separated. Emily was released in January 2025 during the second ceasefire and handover of hostages, which then broke down in March. And then 48-year-old Omri Miran, the oldest of the hostages. He was abducted from his home in Nahal Oz, a kibbutz which suffered terribly, like many of the others. His wife, Lishai, said she last saw him in one of those terrible videos being driven away in his own car, being driven away into the darkness of Gaza in captivity. She and their two young daughters, Roni and Alma, were not taken with them. They managed to stay safe, to evade capture on that day. 24-year-old Alon Ohel, who's like all the hostages, has captured Israeli hearts, a pianist who was aspiring to become a world-class musician with Israeli, German, and Serbian citizenship. Hamas footage had shown him being taken away as a hostage from the Nova Music Festival. 11 of the 20 still alive were in some way involved in that festival. Last month, Alon's family approved the publication of a still from a new video, which they said showed he had gone blind in one eye. And just to point out that in that square that you're seeing on the other side of the screen, there is this piano in tribute to Ohel, the pianist, people playing songs, and they're waiting for Ohel to come and play for them again. This is a photograph of Guy Gilboa Dalal, 24-year-old, who also attended the music festival with his brother Gal, who said the last time they saw each other was just before Hamas launched its first barrage of rockets into Israel at the start of the attack. Gal evaded the gunmen on the ground, but Guy was kidnapped, and today his family refused to take a call from Hamas when he was still in captivity. They didn't want Hamas to be given any credit for this hostage release. But a family which did take the call was that of 22-year-old Matan Angrest, an Israeli Defense Forces soldier. He was in a tank that was attacked near the Gaza perimeter fence on that dark day of 7th of October. A video showed a crowd pulling him from the tank, unconscious and injured. Those they are, the first seven of the 20 hostages who have survived their ordeal, held captive in the Gaza Strip, who survived the horrific events of October the 7th, but were dragged into Gaza. Those 7 are now home and now in the arms of their immediate family members. They're getting immediate treatment, and they will start the long process of recovery. And we're starting to get some images of those first moments of contact between the Israeli hostages released and their families. Here's just a snapshot of Inav Zangarkar's video call with her son, Matan Angrest. She's saying, thank God the war is over, you're coming home. She's saying there was more emotion from the rest of his family too as they watched the release from Ichilov Hospital, one of the 5 hospitals where medical staff are poised to receive the hostages, not sure what kind of condition they're in, what kind of physical condition, what kind of emotional condition. Matan and his girlfriend, Ilana, Matan and his girlfriend Ilana were abducted from their home in Nir Oz. Look at those images, the screaming. Ilana was released in November 2023 in the first exchanges of hospital. Another call now between Elkanah Wahot and his mother. Everything is okay, calm down, he tells her as he stands alongside a Hamas soldier. His wife and 4-year-old son are waiting with his parents at the army base in Reim. Lots of emotion in the room. Look at that. Unbearable. Unbridled joy. Friends and family have gathered to celebrate his return. These kind of emotional scenes in rooms across this nation, these scenes going right around the world, intense emotion, whatever your politics is on this war, whatever your concerns about this process going forward, this is a moment of intense emotion. The reunion at last of the hostages with their family members, the outpouring of joy, the spilling of tears, a moment many feared they would never see. Let's look at another photograph of a released hostage. Omni Moran now, the oldest of the hostages, 48-year-old, speaking at long last with his wife Ishai Lavi Moran. When the BBC spoke to her earlier this year, she said she had been sending messages to his WhatsApp since he was taken, including photos of their 2 daughters and memories they had shared. She said she had lost count of the numbers of messages she had sent. Look at her now. Another emotional moment, so much emotion. Carmel, as German-Israeli hostage Roni Paslavsky speaks with his mother.
Well, she's just ecstatic, obviously, and it's important to note these are pictures which are being taken still inside Gaza by Hamas. We're seeing at the same time pictures coming from Reim of the first meetings between the families and the first 7 hostages to come out. So we've got a bit of a bizarre collage here of footage being taken by Hamas and by Israel at the same time. Hamas seem to want to preempt and show the first footage of the hostages talking to their parents coming from their source rather than coming from Israel. I'm not quite sure what point they wanted to make with that, but this is one of those phone calls.
And now we're just getting breaking news that all of the hostages, the second batch of 13, has joined the 7. They are now out of Hamas captivity. They are now with the Israeli Committee of the Red Cross, the ICRC, with their special responsibility when it comes to observing the rules of war, special responsibility when it comes to the treatment and the dignity of treating prisoners of war. They didn't get the access to the hostages in captivity that they demanded for so long, and often they didn't get access to the prisoners in Israel. But today they are the ones given this special responsibility of taking the hostages in hand, an emotional moment for them, and including doctors there on hand to give immediate medical treatment. It was the first sign that they have left the captivity had ended, and now they are the last 13 on their way back to Israel, where they will first be joined with the Israeli Defense Forces. A moment, as we've been saying, of huge emotion, tears spilling right across this nation, emotion being watched around the world, a conflict which has stirred and broken so many hearts the world over. And today, too, a day of special significance because President Donald Trump, the U.S. President and Commander-in-Chief in the last hour, has also arrived in Israel for what's being described as his victory lap. Our correspondent, Tom Bateman, was on Air Force One with President Trump and he asked the president about how confident was he that this ceasefire, it has to be said, a fragile ceasefire, would hold.
Are you confident the ceasefire will hold? Are you confident that the ceasefire is going to hold?
I think so. I think it's going to hold. I think people are, a lot of reasons why it's going to hold, but I think people are tired of it. It's been centuries, okay? Not just recent, it's been centuries. I think people are tired of it. Yeah, the ceasefire is going to hold, and we're going to make sure it holds.
Mr. President, what will Gaza look like a year from now?
The International Stabilization Force, as part of the
force. I don't think it's going to have a big impact because I think barely we're going to have to use it. I think people are everybody knows their place. It's going to be great for everybody. It's going to be great for the surrounding countries, Arab, Muslim, all of them. It's going to be great for Israel. Everybody is happy, and I think it's going to stay that way.
President Donald Trump, that image as we've come to know, he never refuses a microphone. And there he is at the entrance to Air Force One, speaking to the journalists accompanying him, including our correspondent Tom Bateman. And on the ground here in Israel, indeed on the ground in the region for the past many days, clinching the deal was the President Trump's envoy, his golfing buddy, and also a real estate mogul, U.S. envoy Steve Witkoff. And once Tom Bateman arrived, he got to work in talking to Steve Witkoff as well.
When Steve Witkoff was in Hostages Square last night, he mentioned Prime Minister Netanyahu and the crowd booed. I wondered if you saw that and what you made of that.
I also saw the crowd cheer when he mentioned Trump, like really cheer, and it's an honor. No, as I said, I think Bibi did a great job. I had some words with him a couple of times where I didn't agree, and he was always, he was the right guy at the right time.
Are you confident, because many Palestinians will be concerned that after the hostages are handed over, that Israel might restart the war for some reason? Are you...
I'm not worried about anything. I think we have a great deal, and it's a great deal for everybody. You know, a great deal is a deal where everybody's happy. And every country, they're dancing in the streets. That's a great deal. It's a unique period in time.
President Donald Trump, and sorry, he was being asked, not Steve Witkoff, he was being asked about that cheer, that huge reception, warm reception in Hostages Square last night, given to Steve Witkoff, to Jared Kushner, the son-in-law of President Trump, Ivanka Trump was also there, but there was a lot of booing when Steve Witkoff mentioned Prime Minister Netanyahu's deal. But President Trump emphasizing again, and when he speaks to the Israeli Knesset, when he speaks in Sharm el-Sheikh later today, he will continue to emphasize that it is a great deal. Let's bring in Min Al-Arabi again, who's the editor-in-chief of The National. Min Al-Arabi, the region, as you know so well, has been here so many times before, these moments of hope that are so swiftly shattered. But let's try to see what is good about this day. The first phase of the deal, which is what has been agreed. How do you see at least this first phase and the chances of success?
The first phase was incredibly important because it gave the people of Palestine and Israel hope that at least we can move forward. It seemed that this war was going to drag on until there was the political will to end it. The fact that you had a minimal amount of aid entering into Gaza after literally a blockade since March. We've had incredible reports, including from the Lancet, just on Friday, about 54,000 malnutrition children. So it will take a long time to deal with the malnutrition, but at least you have aid coming in. And importantly, we saw those very moving images of the hostages going back to their families. Unfortunately, of course, some will be going back as bodies where the families will receive them. But, you know, just like we speak about every individual hostage because we know their names, we know their backgrounds, there are over 60,000 at least killed Gazans, and we don't know most of their stories. And of course, the many others who are injured, whose lives have been destroyed. So every individual story there has been affected by the ceasefire announcement. And of course, now there's incredibly an amount of hard work to go into not only the stabilization force that will be expected to hold the ground long term, but also at the moment, in the first phase of the ceasefire, Israel will still have 58% control of the territory in Gaza. So it's an important moment that at least they're not going into all the areas of Gaza. You still have 58% control of Israeli troops there. And how that gets phased out will be hugely important.
As you know, this is a two-part day. President Trump will spend just a few hours here in Israel. He'll then fly to Sharm el-Sheikh on the Red Sea. How important is it for the success of this deal, moving from the first phase to the second phase? Is this summit, the U.S. is calling it a ceremony of peace in Sharm el-Sheikh?
Well, only a few months ago, there was concern that the people of Gaza would be deported and pushed out. Largely, it would have happened into Sinai and into Egypt. And it was where Egypt came in with the full support of the 22 Arab countries and, of course, the wider Islamic and Muslim majority countries coming up and pushing back against that. To now be in October and having a peace summit in Sharm el-Sheikh, where it is hoped that President Trump will reaffirm his commitment for the people of Palestine not to be deported, but also that there will be a longer-term peace between Israel, the Palestinians, and the wider region. Hugely important that it's happening in Egypt because it's on the border of Gaza, and also the historic role that Egypt has had for peace. But you will also have representatives from the wider region. And of course, we have European leaders also attending there to show that there is that collective will for peace. Importantly, of course, the Israeli Prime Minister is not expected to be there at the summit, and it is the hope that with this international commitment, there can be continued pressure on Israel and, of course, on the Palestinians to adhere to and stick with the ceasefire deal. So I think the summit, rather than just a faraway phone call, a personal presence and commitment of President Trump will hopefully ensure that the ceasefire can hold.
And Mina, the invitation to the Palestinian President Mahmoud Abbas came only yesterday. Initially, he was not going to be invited. Just how important is it that there is not just Arab and Western and American presence, but also a Palestinian high-level presence in Sharm el-Sheikh?
Many people are conflicted about the role of Mahmoud Abbas himself and the Palestinian Authority and the problems that continue in Palestinian leadership. However, it is important to have a Palestinian representative. And at the moment, Mahmoud Abbas is the president of the state of Palestine that has been recognized by over 142 countries. So, of course, having him there and for the Palestinians to have a voice and not be just spoken about, but there is also agreement amongst many of the officials that you and I both speak to that there needs to be a change with the Palestinian leadership long term and who will actually control and organize the governance in Gaza. Hamas is not accepted amongst the vast majority of people inside of Gaza, even though polling is very difficult, but the polling just before October 7th showed that most people in Gaza do not want to be ruled by Hamas. So it's important to have a Palestinian representation. Of course, Mina, the Palestinians better representation.
Mina Al-Arabi, I'm afraid we'll just leave it there for now as we continue our special coverage of the first phase of an Israeli-Palestinian deal to end the war in Gaza unfolds along with the visit of President Trump. Welcome to BBC News and welcome to our viewers on CBS News and also on BBC Two in the United Kingdom. I'm Lise Doucette. We're broadcasting from Jerusalem and from across the region on a day of great historical significance, a day of huge emotion and rare hope. In the past hour, the US President Donald Trump has landed in Israel. It's being described as a victory lap to celebrate his pivotal role in achieving the first phase of a ceasefire deal and hostage for prisoner exchange that's been unfolding here in Israel and in Gaza in the last few hours. The last of the Israeli hostages, 20 living hostages, have now ended their captivity in the hands of Hamas. Their ordeal is over. They have all been handed over to the International Committee of the Red Cross. 13 are on their way to Israel, and 7 have now been reunited on the phone or in person with their families. We've been broadcasting images, as you can see on your screen, from Hostages Square in Tel Aviv, the coastal city, the square, which has become the gathering place, week after week, month after month, as this 2-year war dragged on. And the cries which went up from that square bring them home, a message they sent to their Israeli leadership and also to leaders across the world. The importance of ending the war and prioritizing the safety and security, the bringing of home of the hostages. And now, at long last, the hostages have been released. In a short time, we will also see the images of hundreds of Palestinian prisoners also being released from Israeli detention. And as we speak, a session in the Israeli parliament, the Knesset, will soon get underway. U.S. President Donald Trump will address the Knesset. He was welcomed a short time ago on the red carpet at Ben Gurion Airport. There is the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu with his wife Sarah Netanyahu by his side, wearing the blue of the Israeli flag. The President of Israel, Isaac Herzog, and his wife Michal also met the American president on the tarmac. They are waiting now. The Israeli Knesset poised to hear the message of the American president, who will speak not just to the Israeli nation. It is a speech will be listened to across the region and around the world. The president, who has hailed this in his way as the most important diplomatic achievement in history, as the end of the war in Gaza and peace in the Middle East. That may be saying a lot, perhaps saying too much, but there is no denying the significance of this moment. Most of all, the human emotion of that day. The emotion of the families you see on the side of your screen and friends in Hostages Square who are waving Israeli flags, but also waving American flags, crediting the American president with, at long last, a push, a diplomatic push which took place in recent days in the Egyptian Red Sea resort of Sharm el-Sheikh to bring this war to an end, to bring the hostages home. And for the region, there is also a collective sigh of relief. With me here in Jerusalem is Anne Pfeffer, prominent journalist and correspondent for The Economist, biographer of Benjamin Netanyahu. On the line from Abu Dhabi is Mina Al-Arabi, who's the editor-in-chief of the National News. Let's summarize again, Anne Pfeffer, the significance of this day. Whatever happens tomorrow, the significance of this moment.
Well, for 2 years, Israel's been living a nightmare in which first 250, slowly more of them were released, and some died in captivity, hostages in Gaza. Minutes ago, this nightmare ended when the last group of hostages, about 20 released this morning, were handed over by Hamas in Gaza. For Israel, this is the end of a nightmare. It's not the end of a trauma that still needs to be processed. It's not yet clear whether this is the end of the war. Hopefully, the ceasefire, which is now in its 5th day, will remain, will stand. But it's a very cathartic moment for Israelis, certainly.
Because in a country, of course, Israel said that October the 7th changed everything. Mina, let me bring you in. For Palestinians, for the Arab world, the significance of this day, no matter what happens in the days to come?
Huge sense of relief. Absolutely sorrow for all that was lost. So many people died that didn't need to die, but there is a sense of relief and also a moment of cautious optimism that could this be a new chapter. It's also a moment to take stock of everything that's happened, but for the Palestinians particularly, it is a moment also to wait for the detainees and those that have been held by the Israelis, some charged, others not, knowing who will actually come home and what will happen to the others.
And Shofeffer, as we wait for now we just see the receiving line. They'll be waiting for President Trump to arrive. There's another red carpet that's laid out for him. He will be meeting some of the families of the hostages as well. That perhaps may be happening now.
Well, he's arriving now in the Knesset. He's got a series of meetings, the most important, as you said, with the family of the hostages, so those who haven't gone to meet there. I mean, the parents and the spouses are now in Re'im base near Gaza meeting the 20, but brothers, uncles will be meeting with Donald Trump. There'll also be a very important meeting with Netanyahu in which Trump will talk through with him the next stages of how disarmament may happen, what will be the powers of an international force, when will the IDF withdraw. All these are matters which will also be discussed this afternoon when Trump, on his second stop in this whirlwind tour of the region, will be in Egypt. And then there'll be what we can expect to be a very emotional appearance, speech by Trump to the Israeli Knesset, which I can only expect him to be accepted rapturously. There's already, we're getting all kinds of rumors about spots in the gallery going for very to the most senior of political hacks and their families. Everybody wants to be there in that moment. Complaints by some of the hostage families that they've been pushed out. So the usual kind of horse trading as well. And some are also calling this the unofficial launch of Netanyahu's election campaign. He's going to fight a very, very tough election. He's currently way behind in the polls. Within the next year, this is in many ways the launch of his election campaign, with the President of the United States saying, I'm sure, very glowing things about him in Knesset.
So much politics in this day and so much emotion. We've been seeing the screams, the cheers, the tears in Hostages Square. You cannot exaggerate the importance of this day. And he arrives with his favorite red tie, President Donald Trump, U.S. President and Commander-in-Chief, going down the receiving line, meeting the who's who.
That's the Speaker of the Knesset, Amir Ohana. Trump is now shaking Amir Ohana's partner, Netanyahu. Behind the Speaker is very much Netanyahu's man, making sure that all parliamentary procedure works according to plan. I think Mrs. Netanyahu may have made a wardrobe change here, if I'm not mistaken. Which would be interesting, kind of mid-morning. And this is now very much the Bibi show, in which he gets to show Trump around the Israeli parliament. It's a very humble building. It's not the kind of grand kind of place that Trump likes. They're having their joint photograph in the Knesset lobby right now.
So he'll be signing the visitor's book.
Yeah, they seem to have got a new book. I think they've got, or at least a new volume of the visitors' book that Trump
new pen. Let's see if Prime Minister
sign the first page.
Let's see if the microphone. He loves signing that. His very distinctive signature, and no doubt he'll hold it up. He has waited for this moment. Look at that. Another signing. Another symbolic moment. As always, diplomacy is of symbols and substance. The substance of this first phase of the deal. Let's see. We're trying to read what he's.
This is a day, I think it said.
He always likes his Sharpie pen. Let's see what he's writing. He'll hold it up in a moment. Watching on, he must have put some thought. It's symbols and substance. That's what diplomacy is all about. The substance of this deal was hammered out in recent days at the Egyptian Red Sea resort of Sharm el-Sheikh, and now in Israel. It is all the symbols of this friendship and solidarity, the strategic partnership between the United States of America and Israel, an ironclad. There it is, the Donald Trump signature, and he will, as always, hold it up for, let's see if we can read what, this is my great honor, a great and beautiful day. A new beginning. Donald J. Trump. Mina Al-Arabi, a new beginning?
We hope so. I mean, it's, as you said, Lise, you cannot exaggerate the emotional importance of today, but there's still so much hard work to come. A new beginning would require a lot of change, both in Israel and Palestine, but there seems to be both the regional and the American and global will to try to turn a corner on this very, very difficult chapter in history. As you also said, there's so much detail still to be worked out, especially the governance inside of Gaza, the future of political leadership in Israel and in Palestine. So I think because we've seen so many wars in the region, it's hard to be too optimistic, but I think there's definitely the political will and the momentum to potentially get a different outcome for the people of Palestine, Israel, and the wider region.
We're watching the crush of people in the Israeli parliament, the Knesset, where another American president will address the Israeli Knesset. President Trump isn't the first American leader to address this house in Israel. It's just a short distance away from where we are broadcasting today in Jerusalem. Now he's alongside the speaker, both in wearing red ties. And the warmest of welcomes, Anshel Pfeffer. We were mentioning how a few of the members of parliament are boycotting today because they don't like the deal. They don't
mainly the far right. For them, this deal is a capitulation because Hamas is still standing, because Israel is withdrawing. But in a moment when he'll take the stand, we'll have another split-screen moment. We spoke about how this is a day of split-screen moments when the last convoy of the 13 hostages makes its way out of Gaza and into Israeli territory. And I don't think Donald Trump could have planned it better, this juxtaposition of such emotional events, certainly for everyone here in Israel. Do you think it's been stage managed?
No. Sometimes the gods are smiling on this region as they make. He's there now standing shoulder to shoulder with the Prime Minister of Israel. He was asked before he boarded Air Force One about the tensions in his relationship with Prime Minister Netanyahu, and of course he said, we have a good relationship, we had some disagreements, but now we are agreed on the need to move forward. And as we watch this scene in the Israeli parliament,
it's a relationship which goes back over 40 years. And you're seeing them together, Netanyahu and Trump on the screen. There is footage from by now I think it must be, almost 30 years ago when Netanyahu first won an election and he made his first trip as a prime minister, Israel's youngest prime minister, to America, in a restaurant in New York hosted by his Manhattan friends. And then the camera pans across the room and you see at the back of one of the tables this up-and-coming American show business and real estate mogul sitting there watching Netanyahu. And then Trump was very much on the sideline of that event. Now, 40 years ago, they were back again together, very much Trump in the center. But this is probably the oldest relationship Trump has with any world leader. So even when he's kind of been losing his patience with Netanyahu in recent weeks and months, they still have that to fall back on. Netanyahu so far has very rarely managed to get Trump to lose his temper out the end. We saw it once at the end of the war with Iran, but usually in public Trump will go out of his way to be very complimentary with Netanyahu and keep the harsher words for their closed meetings.
Yes, we have seen in his post on social media, when he really wants to make a point, he brings out the capital letters and the exclamation marks, whether it was ending the war, the 12-day war between Israel and Iran in June, or this grievous 2-year Gaza war. And we've been emphasizing, it's so clear in the images that we're receiving today, the very fact that President Trump is making it is a flying visit to Israel, then to Sharm el-Sheikh, emphasizes his pivotal role in the process. And even though he is a president who likes to take credit, credit is due. And let me bring in now Rushdie Abu Alouf, our Gaza correspondent, now reporting from Istanbul. And Rushdie, even Hamas understood that President Trump was now able and willing to exert the kind of pressure that was needed to push forward this deal that led them to say, yes, we accept at least the first phase of his 20-point plan.
Yes, and we have seen Hamas twice. Thanks, Mr. Trump, for his effort in the official response to his plan, and the detailed statement followed the the ceasefire when we get in place. Hamas did thank Mr. Trump, and they believe that he will stick to the whole plan. They call him many times to put pressure on Israel to go for the negotiation to the second plan. And it seems that the first plan is going well, as they planned. I mean, the timing for the release of the two batches of the hostages, the first one was exactly at 8 as they agreed, and the second was exactly around 10 as they agreed. And now they have just told me that the exchange has finished and we are going to release more bodies. They didn't give any specific number about the Israeli bodies that they are going to release it. I think they said it's down to the technical and logistical issue related to where the location of the body, and that some sites need to be, removing some rubble from it. And there is involving some heavy technical issue. Well, Hamas delegation remain in Sharm el-Sheikh, not all of them. There is two senior people, including one is responsible for the prisoners, talking to the Egyptian and trying to finalize any issue or any problem. It's a big day, Liz, for the Palestinians, because the Palestinians have been asking Hamas for a very long time to release the 20 hostages, because they believe this is an excuse that Israel used throughout the war to continue the war. And now, as long as they are not there anymore, there is no excuse to come back to the war. So people are hoping for a lasting peace after 2 years of devastation. In Khan Yunis, we have hundreds of people cheering, celebrating, waving Palestinian flag, singing Palestinian national song, waiting for the prisoners now. So now Israel will have to release 1,700 prisoners who were taken from Gaza following 7th of October. And also about 100 people out of 250, people who are serving life sentence will be deported into Gaza, and about 150 will be deported outside. Some of them will come here to Turkey, other to Egypt and to Qatar. It's a big day in Gaza, a celebrating mood in Khan Yunis. Everybody's waiting for their loved ones. You know how sensitive and how emotional people in Gaza about the issue of the prisoners.
Rushdie Abu Alouf, thank you very much for joining us again. Rushdie Abu Alouf, our Gaza correspondent, now in Istanbul, watching every moment in this really significant moment, freighted with symbolism, but also emotion. The emotional reunions that we've been seeing in the past few hours of the families of the hostages talking on the phone for the first time to their loved ones who had feared that they would not survive their ordeal in captivity. And the reunions have begun, and at some point in the day we'll get those first embraces between the hostages, newly freed hostages, in the embrace of their family members, and in Palestinian areas too. A hugely emotional day as prisoners come home. A day full of significance, a day full of symbolism. There, we're watching on the screen the scene in Hostages Square in the coastal city of Tel Aviv on the Mediterranean. Our Middle East correspondent, Yolande Nell, has been there from the early hours of the morning. Yolande, they've been watching the screen for images of the releases of the hostages, watching the images of the Israeli military helicopters taking the hostages to the medical centers. And now, of course, the screens are showing. Do they show also the pictures from the Knesset, watching and waiting for President Trump to speak?
At the moment, we haven't got that. What we've been hearing has been about the hostages, mainly focused on that, with people tuned in to the main Israeli TV channels. And then it's been punctuated with music, moments like this, which are kind of moments of reflection. It's the end of the Jewish holiday of Sukkot, and so families are together, children are off school, and you feel like people from all around Tel Aviv have gathered here. It's become a natural meeting point over the past 2 years to get the news about the hostages. And there were champagne corks popping at the time where the announcement came through that there were no more living hostages for Israel inside the Gaza Strip. All 20 of them were back in Israeli hands. And we've had periodically pictures going up of these reunions. We've had former hostages speaking to the Israeli media, giving their reflections, knowing that those they've campaigned for, who they were held with in underground tunnels in Gaza, are now being reunited with their families. It is, for people, an extremely moving day, because many of these hostages, the remaining 48, you see people have them on T-shirts. Their posters are all around Tel Aviv in particular, with the sign up saying, "Bring them home." Well, today people have got a banner saying they're coming home, and people have really followed up on news of these hostages. They've come to know so much about their families as they've campaigned, as they've been giving interviews to the media repeatedly over the past 2 years. So, yeah, a very emotional day here in Tel Aviv.
And Yolande, where you're standing, you may not be able to see that digital clock that's up on one side of the square, but it's been really noticeable how it ticked down every second since the hostages were taken into captivity. And at some point today, the clock will stop ticking.
Yes, and a lot of things here will have to be dismantled, but I think this will remain Hostages Square. I should point out as well that Hamas has put out a statement saying that it has now handed over all of the living hostages, but saying too that this handover to the Red Cross will go ahead later for the remains of some of the deceased hostages that it is still holding. That is part of the exchange process as well. And, you know, some of the families still don't know if the remains of their loved ones will be coming back. So this has been a painful day as well, and a lot of people reflecting on that. There are more difficult days ahead, but it is the beginning of the end.
And Yolande, I'll take this moment to ask too, you're in Hostages Square, but of course you follow very closely what's happening in the Palestinian territories too, on both sides, whether it's hostages coming home, prisoners in Israeli jails being reunited with your loved ones. Emotion on all sides this morning.
Yeah, this is a day of anticipation all round, and even through the night there were lots of changes to the list of the Palestinian prisoners and detainees. Almost 2,000 of them who are expected to be released in the course of the coming hours. And we've heard in the past few days about how many of these prisoners and detainees were moved to new locations. Some who are going to be released into the occupied West Bank were taken to Israel's Offa military prison, which is just inside the West Bank outside of Ramallah, and families have been gathered in Ramallah. I've been hearing that some have just been told that their loved ones will not be going back there, that they will actually be sent into exile, because out of this list of 250 who are serving the lengthy jail sentences that Hamas demanded be released as part of this exchange, we think that more than half of those will be sent into exile abroad. And there are, of course, the 1,700 who will be going back to Gaza. And with poor internet and communications in Gaza, it's been hard for families there to find out news about whether their loved ones are likely to come back. A lot of them have had absolutely no contact with these detainees over the course of the war, and they've been held without trial or charge in Israel.
Yolande Knell, our Middle East correspondent, who is been spending the morning in the midst of the families, friends, supporters of the Israeli hostages. Now the scenes which there had been nervous anticipation, and now there is unbridled joy there and in so many places across Israel and beyond. You're watching BBC News. And this is the scene live in the Israeli Knesset. You see a trio of Israeli flags. Not all the seats are taken, which indicates that it's not quite ready, the assembly, to sit and listen to the U.S. President Donald Trump. We saw a short time ago the images of him arriving, being greeted by the speaker, by the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and his wife Sarah. We understand he may be meeting some of the families of the hostages, those who, of course, are not waiting with huge emotion for to be reunited with their loved ones. It was very, very important for President Trump that he see the families of the hostages. He asked as well to see some of the hostages, but I think it was a medical determination that simply would have been too overwhelming for hostages who've literally come out of the tunnels of Gaza. Huge emotion, many of them frail, to be involved in that kind of a high-profile, heavily videoed moment with the U.S. president. We're waiting now for that speech. And in the last moments, an Israeli reporter did get a question in to President Trump, and he said, "Can Israel go back to war?" And President Trump said, he exclaimed, "The war is over." That is what everyone dares to believe. Well, let's go back to Hostages Square in Tel Aviv. My colleague Clive Myrie is also there. And Clive, you've been speaking with some of the family members who are waiting there, waiting for their families either to return alive or indeed for their remains to be brought back to Israel for burial.
Yes, confirmation from Hamas, no less, as you've been reporting, that the 20 hostages who are alive, that they have now been handed over. They're in various stages of their return back to Israel proper, but they have been handed over, at least to the Red Cross. But that leaves the remains of 28 of the hostages who perished during their captivity and after they were seized by Hamas on October the 7th 2 years ago. Their remains, some could come back later today, but it's probably a process that will take 2 or 3 days. So of course that means the agony for some of the families goes on. They will not be able to mourn fully until those remains are with them and there can be a proper burial. But for the families of the 20 who are alive, this is a moment of unbridled joy. I've been here in so-called Hostages Square. I mean, I say so-called Hostages Square. That's not its proper name. That's what it's been dubbed. It's a plaza in front of the art museum here in Tel Aviv. But it's been a place of solace, a place where people can collect and have collected over the last 2 years to share in their sorrow and grief and to celebrate those moments when hostages have been released over the last 2 years, and ultimately to celebrate here today with the release of the remaining hostages who are alive. All the events of the last few hours, they're being beamed on a huge screen behind me. Every now and again there are cheers and whoops and laughter. When it was announced that Donald Trump had landed in Israel, everyone shouted, "Thank you, Trump, thank you, Trump." There is no suggestion, I have to say, from the majority of the people here that this happy day has anything to do with the current leadership of this country under the coalition government of Benjamin Netanyahu. But politics is potentially for another day. Today is about celebrating. And with me is Efrat Machikawa. Her uncle, Gadi Moses, was kidnapped from a kibbutz on October the 7th, a little over 2 years ago. He was later returned.
Yes.
It's great to see you.
Thank you so much, Clive. Thank you. It's wonderful.
Sum up your feelings today. There is a broad smile on your face.
Yes, I haven't used these muscles for quite a while, you know, and it's just nice for a moment, though we remember those who are not yet returned, just to relax for a second and to be at the moment of happiness and joy. And people here gather with great solidarity. We don't know each other, but we hug each other. People who helped us throughout these 2 years, actually 738 days, people who became family, volunteers, civil organizations, wonderful solidarity. And I think that if you really want to learn about Israel and understand the complexity, you should look at us at 2 occasions. One is our memorials, our very quiet and our very gentle burial memorials, at the cemeteries. I think this quiet solidarity talks a lot about who we are when we're sad. And at the same time, look at celebration like that. You can hear classical music at cemeteries, but also in celebration. You hear very fine tunes of Israeli songs at the cemetery and at the celebration. There's something very, very special about Israel, and I really do hope that people worldwide will come and learn more about who we are and what it was all about, what it means to be Israeli, what it means to be a Jew in Israel, what it means to be a Muslim in Israel, what it means to be a human being in Israel. And I really do welcome everybody, because this historic event, following the terrible event of the attack, is something that we ought to learn from. We ought to grow. We all can be better. We all should.
Is this a new beginning in some ways for Israel? Is there a sense that with the hostages returning, the end of phase 1 of the ceasefire deal, that there can be a move towards a more longer-lasting, permanent peace, perhaps, which is certainly what Donald Trump seems to believe?
I think for some people it's a bit too early to talk about moving. But as adults, as professionals, as diplomats and researchers, we know there isn't time for tomorrow. We need to prepare today. So in order for us to have a better tomorrow, we better start today. And although we mourn and although we do not forget, there is so much importance in investing, planning, and talking and creating a dialogue, because it will take time. But we should not give up. Revenge and wars lead us nowhere. If we want a better life, we better start today.
How is Gadi doing? He was the oldest hostage who was taken.
Gadi is amazing. He's so full of energy. It took time. It's like a roller coaster with mainly going up, but sometimes going down. He's very determined to go back to the fields, go back to teaching the next generation. All the knowledge he gained with agriculture, being an agronomist, he is very determined to bring all the hostages back. And he is determined to rebuild Nir Oz. Nir Oz was totally conquered by Hamas for 10 hours. When the Israeli IDF
came,
it's the kibbutz. It's a kibbutz that is about 1,800 meters away from the Palestinian village. It's a sad story because after the militants came, many civilians rushed into the kibbutz and robbed and burnt, and everything is on cameras. But it's his home, and it's the community's home. Burnt houses, neglected fields, almost none was neglected, but the cows in the shed, they lost, but they can be, replaced. And the spirit is the most important.
While he's rebuilding his life, and perhaps Israel can move forward too today. Efrat, thank you so much.
I thank you, and I welcome everyone who wonders what's happening here to come and to actually breathe this air and learn more about Israel.
Efrat Machikawa, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Well, more applause going up for the latest development. Everyone here knows what's going on because of the big screen, and there's a real sense of joy and pride in being Israeli here today with our Batulis.
Clive Myrie joining us from Hostages Square, a packed square in the coastal city of Tel Aviv, and all morning long the cheers have gone up, the tears as well spilling as they watch on the big screens these very emotional images of the hostages finally coming home. And we also have been broadcasting the images of families speaking for the first time on their phones, their first words exchanged with their loved ones, some even before they've been handed over from Hamas trying to get in on the optics of this day, and dialing the numbers of the families of the hostages. One family refused to take the telephone call, but others have taken it, screaming and just joy, unbridled joy, to be able to talk directly to their loved ones, the loved ones they had feared they would never be reunited with again. On the screen, the military helicopters in Reem, in the military base in southern Israel, as they wait. We understand that all 20 of the living hostages have now been handed over, waiting for confirmation that they are all back in Israel. This is a moment being watched second by second across the region and around the world. And we can bring into our special coverage the Vice President of the European Commission and the High Representative for Foreign and Security Policy, Kaja Kallas. She happens to be in the Ukrainian capital, Kyiv, but I'm sure some of her attention is on what's happening here in the Middle East today. Kaja Kallas, just how would you summarize the significance of this moment now unfolding?
No, it is significant. I mean, we are welcoming the first phase of ending this war. Really, the release of hostages. We see the heart-warming scenes. Really, the people getting home and families getting together, and this is really so much look forward to. And of course, we need to move on from there. How to have a sustainable peace, and that is the discussions that we are having as well. I mean, there's a talk about the stabilization force. Also European Union is ready to come in also on our side. So there are still a lot of work to do. In order to have sustainable peace, it needs international backing.
And such a moment for international diplomacy. You and other European leaders, time and again, you called for an end to the war, called for the hostages to come home, for the suffering of Gazans to ease. And it was this huge push led by President Trump at bringing in European and Arab leaders, which made all the difference. It emphasizes again the importance of negotiations in trying to move the region away from war.
Absolutely. I mean, this is a significant first step that everybody is around the table and really talking about Israeli security, but also Palestinians' right to exist and have their own statehood. I think it's important. European Union has always been in favor of the two-state solution, and that's why we have also supported the Palestinians and Palestinian Authority in order to have two states. Now the question is how this will be built up, so that we would prevent future wars in the Middle East.
This has all happened so quickly that your diary found you at the heart of another war that President Trump has vowed to end. If you were in Sharm el-Sheikh today and saw President Trump, what would be your message to him?
Well, I was also invited, but I'm here today, so the plans are such. But our European representatives, the President of European Council is there, Antonio Costa. What would be my message is clearly if this war has ended, and we very much welcome the efforts that President Trump personally made to end this war, then of course we are having another wars still ongoing, like Russia's war against Ukraine here. And we also need to end this war. It's clear that Ukrainians really want peace. We see here it's already cold. We see Russians really targeting the civilians and also energy infrastructure in particular, to cause as much suffering for the cold winter that is coming, that people would be in the cold and the darkness. So we really need to put the pressure on Russia to stop this war. We are doing our share as European Union, putting forward another package of sanctions, really targeting the energy and financing of Russia so that they couldn't fund this war.
And we understand that the European countries are asking and stating that they should be part of what President Trump has called a board of peace that he will head. As you know, it's controversial. Many Palestinians, in fact, many across the Arab world, say they don't need an international board of peace, but for now it is there. Are you being reassured that going forward, the European Union, as you know, which is one of the big funders of humanitarian aid, of funding to the Palestinians, that you will have a place at the table?
Yes, the European Union is not one of the biggest funders of humanitarian aid to Palestine, but also the biggest supporter of the Palestinian Authority, who should really do the reforms and run the Palestinian territories. That's why we have a lot to bring to the table, and of course, you know, we have to be part of the equation because all the international actors need to be involved. I guess for the talks of the stabilization force, there's also UN Security Council decision needed or resolution needed to put such force together. But when it's together, then of course European Union is also willing to do its part with the missions that we already have in Palestine. Our EU-BAM Rafah border crossing mission, but also EUPOL COPS, that is a civilian mission helping with the reforms of Palestinian authorities.
Kai Kallas, I know you have to go back to your schedule, but one last comment from you, because in the midst of all this rare hope and cautious optimism, there is the warnings that, like so many other moments like this, it could all unravel. If you had to choose one issue that is at the top of your mind, a risk to this really important new momentum, what would it be?
Well, we had the discussions also with the regional partners on Thursday about different risks that are there. Of course, the first phase is very good, the hostages get home, but of course to have sustainable peace there needs to be really the stabilization force, but also the build-up of Palestinian statehood, how they will peacefully coexist so that we wouldn't have any new wars. Also the West Bank, what is happening there should be in our or having our attention, that it doesn't go worse there. So there's a lot to really keep the peace there. I think the regional actors all around, and also Europe, as it is our neighborhood, we really want peace in the region, but we want the sustainable peace so that no other new wars are started there.
Kaja Kallas, High Representative and Vice President for Foreign and Security Policy, thank you very much for making time in your very, very busy day in the Ukrainian capital, Kyiv. I'm going to bring you back in, Anshel Pfeffer. You've been very kind to be part of our special coverage this morning. But it would be remiss of me. We've been talking a lot about the the scenes that we're seeing on our screen in Hostages Square, the importance of this moment for the entire nation of Israel, whatever their political differences. But also as a journalist, you were part of the last group of journalists who went in on an Israeli embed to Gaza. As you know, international journalists are not allowed to report independently. It's been Palestinian journalists who've done the heroic task of reporting inside. What were your impressions when you went into Gaza?
Well, I think that it's pretty clear that when the international media does go in its full force, it's clear that what they'll find there is many parts of Gaza are a lunarscape. It's just flattened rubble and dust, and just very little left of entire neighborhoods. The third largest city in the Gaza Strip, Rafah, has been totally obliterated. These areas, that's still being held by Israel as well. So the road to reconstruction of Gaza and to starting to rebuild the Strip to anything resembling what it looked like, and hopefully something much better than it was, something more hopeful than it was, will be a work of years to come. And this war has just taken a terrible price from Gaza. There's no question about that. And we're still seeing now, as reports this morning, while Hamas are handing over the hostages, we're seeing reports of scores being settled, executions, fighting between Hamas and various clans. So there's the danger of Gaza descending once again into chaos, whether it's Hamas fighting clans or a power vacuum. Hopefully that will be something that will start to be addressed this afternoon when Trump goes on to Egypt and has his meetings there. But this situation now in Gaza is dire. Yes, there is no more bombing or firing, so that is a relief. There's more aid going in, but it's a very long road back for the Gazans.
Angel Pfeffer, thank you very much for joining us, correspondent of The Economist, biographer of Prime Minister Netanyahu, joining us here in Jerusalem, overlooking the old city of Jerusalem, as part of our special coverage of this truly historic day in a region which has seen all too many wars. As we've been reporting in the last few hours, President Donald Trump, the U.S. President and Commander-in-Chief, has now arrived in Israel. We're waiting for him to address the Israeli Parliament, the Knesset. On your screen now, you will see on one side the pictures from the Israeli military base in Reem, where the Israeli hostages have been taken after they were handed over by the International Committee of the Red Cross. Then they will be taken into Israel, where at last they, their families, the whole nation of Israel and beyond can breathe easily, can breathe again. The last 20 hostages are now home. All 20 are now with the Israeli Defense Forces. On the other side of the screen, the scenes from Hostages Square, the Israeli flags waving, flags, and also the cheering, the tears spilling. You cannot exaggerate the intensity of the emotions. So many really feared that they would never see this day again. All eyes are on this moment. We're joined now by the political sport correspondent of the Times of Israel, Tal Schneider. You have followed every moment of this last of what have been many wars to cross this region. Just first of all, your reflections on what we have seen in these first hours of this really day of days for the region.
Hi, good to see you, Liz. It's an amazing day in Israel. It's an historic day. Releasing all of the hostages. It's not just about those 20 people who were held alive in the tunnels without seeing the daylight. It's also about the end of the war. As you covered quite good, I have to say, I was listening to you. The Israeli government did not announce an end of the war. However, the US president is here as of 2 hours ago. And the first thing he said when he landed, both in the Knesset and in the airport already, the war is over. This has ended. And he's about to give the speech pretty soon. And for him, there's no more war. And there is a gap here between the Israeli political level and what they say and what they, even what they write in their official governmental papers. with the gap between what the American president wants, and as we've seen in the last month, he's making the calls because after the failed Doha Qatar attack, things moved really, really fast. They announced, negotiation. They announced they brought over the Arab leaders to agree to this 20 points plan. They actually made Netanyahu to come over to the White House and, look at it and sign it. Then Ron Dermer signed another paper in Egypt, in Sharm, just a couple of days ago. And here we go today. We see the hostages. And, the next phase is very complicated. But it seems that the international cooperation by those leaders and by the White House, they're not going to let Israel to avoid from the next steps.
As you know, Tal, it's often been said in this region, and particularly in Israel, that sometimes the people are ahead of their leaders in trying to move away from war and towards, if not peace, at least calm. You've mentioned about how Prime Minister Netanyahu, his far right-wing ministers have really been pushing for the war to continue. But just describe for us the mood in the country where the opinion polls have been steadily changing, more and more Israelis saying it's time for the war to end. It's time for the hostages to be made a bigger priority. You had that extraordinary letter signed by 600 former army chiefs and intelligence chiefs to President Trump saying, do what you can to end the war. That was sent months ago. Can you speak of the mood in Israel at this moment?
Right. The poll suggested more than 70% of the Israeli public for more than a year didn't want the war to continue. They wanted to see an exchange of all hostages for the end of the war. And one thing that was interesting, I think the people that were engaged in those protests against the government, but mainly for the release of the hostages, they kept saying, back in March when Netanyahu did not deliver on the second phase and he just left the negotiation and went back into war. Back at that time, they started to carrying sign. I mean, Trump was just like a 1 month president at the time. They started to carry his signs at every demonstration saying, Mr. President, save us. Mr. President, help us. Mr. President, end the war. And what is interesting, I mean, I think world leaders, head of states around the world, they know how to approach Trump since he became president for the second time. They talk to him in a different way that we have seen in the past, and you all know what I mean. But in Israel, the protesters, they said to themselves, it's not only Netanyahu that can compliment him and have a direct line to him. We can also have a direct line. We just carry signs, and those signs were photographed and videotapes, and they were sent to him. And you can see in the last 2 weeks, the president has been tweeting the messages of the protest movement in Israel. And protest movements in Israel are mostly lefty liberals. And, some people from the right wing also, but, by a pretty big gap. It's basically centrist and lefty Israelis, liberals. They've been carrying signs of, Mr. President, help us. Mr. President, we admire you. Mr. President, only you can do it. And you've seen it. I mean, you're here in Israel. You see it all over the place right now. And the president is tweeting that. He's putting it on his social media. And he works, I mean, the way it works is above the head of the prime minister. So not only a prime minister can talk to him in a certain way, the people can also talk to him in a certain way and bring in this, major shift, or, the pressure he put on Netanyahu was also because he saw what is the public mood on the ground here in Israel.
And Tal, just to stop for a moment and to reflect on the fact that all 20 living hostages have now come home, that they are with the Israeli Defense Forces. Just briefly summarize for us the importance of this moment, so long awaited. And we're seeing also the pictures of Hostages Square, this emotion, just overwhelming emotion, the clapping, the cheering, a moment of such huge national importance. A nation, whatever their political differences, together as one in the relief at the hostages coming home.
Exactly. And you know, there is a Jewish script saying a person who rescues one soul has rescued the entire world. And this is 20 people who were rescued. I think, again, I have to say it again, by the American president, but not only them. When those 20 people were rescued, but also you have to look at the people of the region who, I mean, we had people dying here from rockets attacks and from terror acts, and also on the other side in Gaza, many people, too many, lost their lives. And with the end of the war, I think, you know, again, the president and his team, I have to say, Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner, they managed to save many souls, because this is, you know, this is probably right now, at least for a while, I hope, the terrorists are not going to resume their acts. Let's hope they're not resuming their acts towards their own people, because as we've seen in the last 24 hours, they started to kill people around them. But, you know, I mean, if second phase will happen, they will bring in different governance, then people will be saved.
Tal Schneider, political correspondent for the Times of Israel. Thank you very much. We hope to join you again as part of our special coverage. But let's cross now to Ramallah in the occupied West Bank. Our correspondent Barbara Plett-Usher joins us there. Barbara, just update us what is happening with the release of the prisoners now, the Palestinian prisoners.
Well, we're expecting in 4 minutes, if that's maybe a bit too precise, the prisoners coming from Ofer prison in Israel just going to be crossing now into the occupied West Bank. And some of them are coming straight here. So as you probably know, many of them are going to be deported to Egypt, but about 100 of them are going to be released to the West Bank. And their families have gathered here in central Ramallah at the Cultural Palace to welcome them. There's been a bit of confusion here while they waited because it happened so last minute. They just got notice really last minute about which people were coming and which ones may or may not be actually ending up in West Bank and which ones might be going be deported elsewhere. Also, they have received it's been pretty clear that the Israelis don't want any signs of celebration, no crowds waving Hamas flags and so on. They have told the families, I was speaking to one woman, they've told them very clearly if there's any kind of sense of celebration around the reception of the prisoners, then they could be sent back to prison, the houses could be damaged and so on. So they have that hanging over their head. But having said all that, there is clearly a great sense of anticipation. Again, the woman with whom I was speaking, her brother had been arrested more than 20 years ago in Nablus. She hasn't seen him for more than 20 years. His father died while he was in prison. His mother had very serious medical problems because of the trauma that she was going through. So he is coming back to a very different family. They are expecting to see him for the first time in many, many years. And they just got the call, like in the last 24, 48 hours, she had the call recorded on her phone. So that's the kind of atmosphere now. We are expecting them to be coming very shortly.
We're going to keep an eye with you, Barbara. And I think also you'll remember from the last 2 hostages releases and prisoner exchanges that many who came out were in a terrible condition, very gaunt, exhausted, and sometimes unrecognizable to their families.
Yes, that's right. Many of them were in poor medical condition, and we have heard many stories of prisoners taken in during this war who have talked about being mistreated, they say tortured in the prisons. So it's not clear what sort of conditions these prisoners will be in. So these are people who have been in prison for quite a long time. Many of them are life sentencers. Some of those being released, 5 of them have been in prison since before the Oslo Accords. So we're talking before the early 90s. Many of them, Lise, who are going to be released, not here, but probably to Gaza, are people who were picked up during the last war, the past 2 years, picked up and held without charge. Probably one of the most famous is Dr. Hossam Abu Safia. He became very well known as a doctor in the northern part of Gaza. He was documenting what was happening on social media. There's that very famous image of him sort of walking towards the tanks in his white medical coat. He's been held without charge for 10 months. also said to be in poor physical condition. Hamas was trying at the last minute to get a few more prisoners on the list. As far as we know, they weren't very successful, but they think they may have got Dr. Abu Safia on the list. So again, there will be some question about who's coming out exactly. And as you said, what condition they'll be in. There is quite a big contingent of the Palestinian Red Crescent here, medics ready to assist in any way.
Barbara Platasher joining us there from Ramallah in the occupied West Bank. As she said, we're just waiting now as we continue our special coverage of this momentous day for Israel, for the Palestinians in the Gaza Strip, for the region and far beyond. This is the day that's been long awaited. Protracted negotiations to bring an end to the Gaza war have now resulted in the first phase of a ceasefire deal being implemented hour after hour. I'm Lise Doucette. We're broadcasting from Jerusalem and from capitals across this region as part of our special coverage of a day of days here in this region, which has known all too many wars. In the last few hours, the U.S. President Donald Trump has arrived in Israel. He will address the Knesset shortly, where he will emphasize again that today marks the end of the war and the beginning of peace in the Middle East. And whether or not that holds true, there is no denying that today is a day of extraordinary significance and extraordinary emotion, a day freighted with history, a day that many feared they would never see. All of the last living hostages, 20 in all, have returned to Israel today. And the remains of the hostages who didn't survive their ordeal, who died in captivity or during the horrific events of October the 7th, 2023, their remains will soon be brought back one by one in the hours to come and in the days as well, as Hamas tries to retrieve their remains. On your screen, you're seeing pictures of the military helicopters in the military base of Reem in southern Israel. As they receive the hostages from the International Committee of the Red Cross from Reem after an emotional reunion with a few members of their families. Of course, the concern now is for the emotional and physical state of the hostages. They'll be taken to, there's been 5 hospitals in Israel, 3 around the coastal city of Tel Aviv, 2 in southern Israel, if necessary, to take the hostages depending on their medical condition. As we've been reporting, the first 7 hostages to be handed back, despite their weakened condition, despite the conditions of their ordeal, they were well enough to walk to the waiting vehicles, the white vehicles with the distinctive Red Cross and the symbolism of the International Committee of the Red Cross. That sent such a huge signal to the people watching in Hostages Square, watching every moment that they have so long waited for, they have called for. There you see on the screen now the dust being kicked up by the rotor blades of the Israeli military helicopters waiting to take the last 13 of the hostages into the hands of their waiting loved ones, into the hands of the medical staff, waiting to give them both the physical and the emotional support that they will need. Let's also bring you an image of the Israeli parliament, the Knesset, where President Trump arrived a short time ago. There it is inside the Knesset. Not all the seats. People are still, you can see, taking photographs, selfies of this major moment. It seems as though that President Trump hasn't arrived yet. We did hear reports that he would be meeting families of the hostages. That meeting may be taking place there in the Israeli parliament. It's a short distance away from where we are broadcasting from this morning and throughout the day. From Jerusalem, all members of the Knesset are certain to give him the warmest of welcomes. Even though President Trump is a president who likes to take credit, in this case, on this day, credit is due. It was his decision to exert what historians say was unprecedented pressure, personal, political, on his most strategic of allies, Israel, and its Prime Minister Netanyahu, to end the war in Gaza in the week which marked 2 years of this grievous war. He is being thanked by the families of the hostages. He will be thanked by the people in the Israeli Knesset. A few members of the parliament are staying away. They don't like this deal. They want the war to go on. They don't believe that what for them is the most important war aim, it is indeed the most important war aim for the Prime Minister, that the Hamas should be destroyed. Hamas has not been destroyed, but it has been weakened, and they too have signed on to this deal. It is the first phase of the deal, but all the same, it's a very important start. It is a breakthrough. There still could be some breakdowns as the region, as Israelis and Hamas, Palestinians, move toward the second phase of the deal. But today is a day, as we've been reporting hour after hour, a day of huge emotion, a day of emotional reunions, of Israelis welcoming their loved ones home, of Palestinians also welcoming their loved ones from Israeli prisons. Some of them have spent years inside Israeli prisons under difficult conditions. And there you have it, the convoy of the International Committee of the Red Cross, the ICRC, the keepers of the rules of war, the Geneva Conventions. They too have expressed their anguish over a war which seemed to be no end. Today, President Trump will say again to Israel and the world, the war is over. Stay with us here on BBC News. This is BBC News. I'm Lise Doucette. We're broadcasting from Jerusalem. We are welcoming listeners to the BBC World Service as we continue our special coverage of a day of days in a region which has seen all too many wars, a day where some are daring to hope that if indeed it is not, as President Donald Trump has said, the end of war and the beginning of peace in this region, it is at least a new start, a first phase of the Gaza war, a ceasefire at long last, an end to a grievous war which has been unprecedented in every way. After the deadliest war for the state of Israel, 1,200 people killed, 250 taken hostage, dragged into Gaza on October the 7th, 2023. The darkest of days for the Jewish state, which was said to change this nation forever. It then triggered the longest, the deadliest war in this region. And now, at long last, in the past few hours, all 20 of the hostages, all of those who have survived their ordeal, taken by Hamas on October the 7th, have now been released to the Red Cross and then handed over to the Israeli army, and they are on their way to be reunited with their families. Hundreds of Palestinian prisoners are now being released in exchange, according to the terms of this deal, in exchange for the hostage releases. Some 2,000 in all will be released by the end of this day. Donald Trump is now in the Israeli Knesset. He's expected to address the Israeli parliament shortly. And he is now meeting families of the hostages, the families who have been cheering in the square, thanking the U.S. president, holding him, giving him credit for bringing a day they feared they would never see. Huge emotion spilling over in that square of squares, Hostages Square in Tel Aviv. My colleague Clive Myrie is there. He's been there for the past few hours, where the cheers have gone up, the tears have flowed whenever the images come on the big screen that the hostages at long last are coming home, and they are home. Clive Myrie, just bring us into the mood of the square.
Yeah, incredible atmosphere here, Lise, I have to say. You talked about the cheers and the laughter and that sense of excitement every time a new development is announced. Well, there's a huge, great big screen back over there, and the news in the last few minutes that some of the hostages, the initial batch of hostages that have been released today, that they have finally met their loved ones, relatives and friends. Some of the images beamed up of those reunions. A massive cheer went through the people here and reverberated right around this square, dubbed Hostages Square over the last 2 years. It's just a very humble plaza. It's quite nice, but it's a humble plaza in front of the main art museum here. But it has taken on a sort of totemic feel. It's become so important in the life of Israelis over the last 2 years as a place of solace, as a place where people can come and share their grief, their outpouring of sorrow about what's been going on and about the hostages who were held for 2 long years over the border in Gaza. But today the news is of celebration. It's been unbridled good news by and large, but we do know that the remains of 28 hostages who didn't survive their ordeal, either on October the 7th or while in captivity in Gaza, their remains are going to be repatriated over the next few hours and possibly into tomorrow and the day after. I've got with me now Gilly Roman, a special guest here on the BBC News. His sister Yarden was kidnapped and returned in the first tranche of hostages who were released, and I remember being here covering that story. It was a breakthrough at the time. Absolutely. 2 years ago, huge. Nowhere near as many people here than then, because that was just the beginning of the process. This is the end.
Yes. First of all, good morning from Israel. We didn't say good morning for 2 years. This is actually a good morning. Yesterday it was a very long process, too long in my view. And we can see here the spirit of the Israeli people. What did they want? They want the hostages back. They want the end of the war. They wanted to move forward. We didn't want the war to begin in the first place. We didn't ask for this war. And you see the spirit here, the rejoicing, the people here with all the air coming back to their lungs so they can feel revived again. It's a very, very special place. And as you said, this place for the last 2 years, I've been here every week, sometimes every day, was a place of struggle, of all the heaviness of the load of the world was on your shoulder when you enter the square of agony. And now we are flipping this upside down. And just a few minutes ago, we crossed the main bridge. There were no living hostages in Hamas hands anymore. There are no living hostages in Gaza anymore. They are in safe hands. They don't know what are safe hands, what are good hands for the last 2 years. Now they will know. And as you said, we already see some pictures of the families. I remember that very, very well.
How you felt?
Yes. It's like really, I can identify with the families. I think that only a very small bunch of us understand exactly what they are feeling, this anticipation and this moment, because all this time, for them it's 2 years, for us it was 2 months, between life and death, and in a second, it's life, and it's secure. And you see them coming into Israel, and then you see them face to face, you hear their voice, you touch them, you hug them, you can listen if they are okay, you see that they are standing. It's incredible. It's really a very high level of exhilaration. And I think that the amazing thing here is that we all share it. The whole nation share it. I think it's very important that people understand that about the Israeli people. This is our spirit. This is what we want. We didn't want anything else. And there were many speculations. What do we want in Gaza? We didn't get Gaza. We didn't occupy Gaza. We didn't did any transfer. We wanted our people back. We want Hamas off power. If we got it, we are happy, and you can see what makes us happy. This is who we are, and I think it's very exciting to see that.
All right, Gilly, I can hear your excitement. Yes. Thank you so much. Gilly Roman there. Thank you for joining us. And with that, it's back to you, Lise.
Clive, what an extraordinary head on his T-shirt, bring them home. It was the rallying cry of the hostages and missing families forum. They've played an absolutely pivotal role throughout this crisis of not trying to get the attention of Israeli leaders, but leaders the world over, including most of all President Donald J. Trump. And he finally listened to them and he finally acted. Whatever your politics is, and the politics of this region is so impassioned. But today the cries of anger are being replaced by these exclamations of joy, not just among Israelis, but also in the Gaza Strip, where the Israeli military operations have ended. Even the sound of the drone, which was the horrifying soundtrack of people's lives, night and day, never stopping. And we've been hearing that more food is now entering the Gaza Strip, more essential humanitarian supplies, including items we just take for granted. Cooking oil, which has not gone in for 7 months. Let's just cross to the Gaza Strip now. We're going to Deir al-Balah, which is in the central part of the Gaza Strip, and we're going to join Yusra Abu Sharak, an aid worker with the International Network for Aid, Relief and Assistance. Yusra, thank you so much for joining us. I want to ask, first of all, about your feelings today. It's been a terrible, terrible ordeal for the people of Gaza, I'm sure for you personally and your families. Tell us about the mood today.
Yes, it's mixed feelings, from happiness that this war ends to worry as well for this ceasefire to be collapsed again after taking back the hostages and returning to their families. Also, we are uncertain about the coming future after the huge destruction of the areas. Rafah completely destroyed, North Gaza Strip is completely destroyed as well, in addition to Gaza City, where I was before 4 weeks from now. And I've displaced for the 10th time, and I now sheltered at the 10th place. So it's mixed feeling. Today it's an ending of the war, but at least 67,000 lives have been lost, at least 42,000 cases, and people have life-changing injuries, and still we have at least 10,000 hostages and Palestinian in the prisons of Israel. So for Gaza, for people in Gaza, it's not yet ending. It's the start of a very complex and very complicated chapter. No one on the ground now is certain about their future after this huge punishment and destruction, because nothing could justify what happened on and against Gaza over the past 2 years in row.
The suffering is unimaginable. Even the numbers that you cite, Yusra, are beyond compare. The deadliest war for Gaza, which, as you know, has survived all too many wars. Let's focus on today, the kind of aid work you're doing. Can you already feel that more aid is now entering, that it's now becoming a bit easier to distribute the aid, even though so many of the cities, as you say, now lie in utter ruin?
As of now, like the scaling up of humanitarian aid is not yet started. Only the commercial lines happening. But hopefully during the coming few days, the scaling up on trucks to have at least 600 to 1,000 trucks to enter to meet the dire need of people here on the ground, from sheltering to food to everything, single thing. As you've said, the things that are taken for granted, like cooking gas. We've been fire cooking for at least 7 months now, which is unfair also for the health, for the infrastructure that we are going through. So yes, we are hoping that the humanitarian aid is scaled up, and all the humanitarian organizations should work together in very close coordination to ensure that the impartial and dignified distribution of these aids is started. Unfortunately, one of the very main challenges that we may face is the infrastructure and the premises, as the destruction is huge and there is no enough storage capacity. There may be the information system as well is destroyed and damaged. So we may face a lot of challenges, but especially for Inara, as we are working with the children, one of the main challenges that we were facing for 2 years is how to maintain their mental health and psychosocial conditions. And imagine like providing MHP as a session while they are hearing the bombing and the sounds of the drones, and they facing hunger as well. So now we are hoping that we would scale up, especially in this area of healing and supporting the mental health and psychosocial conditions. So we are hoping that more sustainable and impactful effects we could achieve with those children that were experiencing very complex and deep trauma during the past 2 years. They lost their normalcy, they lost their academic life, they lost their beloved one and friends. So it's not an easy thing or support to achieve for them during the coming future. So we are so hopeful for the coming period to be supportive to us and for everyone at international community level or here locally to support the humanitarian organizations to do the work they supposed to do, but unfortunately they were so challenged during the very horrific situation during the past period.
Yusra, I think I speak for all of our viewers that we hope so too, that the children of Gaza, that Inara has been trying very much to help in the middle of the war, now that the bombing has stopped and the drones are not in the sky, that you begin to try to heal the wounds of children who have survived a war that, although so many have not lived to see this day. It is an important day, a day which has begun in Israel, and later in the day it will shift to the Egyptian Red Sea resort of Sharm el-Sheikh. It is a city that has seen at so many points in decades where the peacemakers have gone to try to rescue processes which have been in distress. And yet again today, the United States is describing it as a ceremony of peace. 20 leaders from the Arab world and beyond are attending. We found out yesterday that the Palestinian President Mahmoud Abbas will also be attending. Let's go there now to join our Middle East correspondent, Hugo Bachega, who has also reached Sharm el-Sheikh. And Hugo, first of all, we understand there's been some breaking news in terms of who will actually attend this ceremony on the Red Sea coast today.
Yeah, Lisa, all morning you've been, talking about how this is a day that is bringing a lot of hope, not only for the people of Gaza, where there's now a ceasefire after 2 years of a brutal conflict, not only for the people in Israel, where the hostages are finally going back home, but for the people of this region. And this is very much the message that President Trump has been sharing, that this is the beginning of peace, not only in Gaza, but also for the entire region. So we are going to see, 20 leaders, more than 20 leaders, as you say, coming here to Sharm el-Sheikh for this summit that is being hosted by the Egyptians and will be co-chaired by President Trump and the head of the Palestinian Authority, Mahmoud Abbas, obviously the PA which controls parts of the occupied West Bank, will be here today. And we've just had confirmation from the Egyptian presidency that the Israeli Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, is also expected to come here today. An extremely important visit by the Prime Minister. It is going to be the first visit by an Israeli Prime Minister since 2021, but it is also going to be extremely symbolic because, remember, the Prime Minister has built his career on the idea of that there will never be a Palestinian state. He has rejected any kind of role for the Palestinian Authority in the future of Gaza, and now we're seeing the possibility of having these two leaders together, maybe in the same room at least, Benjamin Netanyahu representing Israel and Mahmoud Abbas representing the Palestinians. So again, this is very much in line with what President Trump has been saying, that this is not only about Gaza, this is about bringing peace to the Middle East. The president is obviously known for his bombastic claims, exaggerated statements. Were far from any kind of big deal in the Middle East, but a lot of people hope in this region that this could be a historic day in terms of kicking off some kind of process for a bigger deal. And when it comes to Gaza, we know, Lise, that this is just the first phase of that 20-point plan that was announced by the president last month. Many obstacles remain, key sticking points remain, and I think the Egyptians are saying that today this is going to be an opportunity to try to finalize those points, finalize this deal for the war in Gaza to end.
Yes, Hugo, that is an extraordinary development all day yesterday. There was constant reports. Is Mahmoud Abbas of the Palestinian Authority going to attend finally? Last night it was confirmed that he had been invited, because it shocked many that this was going to be a summit to discuss the future of the Gaza Strip, and yet there wasn't high-level Palestinian representation. And now, in the last few hours, last hour, it's been confirmed that Prime Minister Netanyahu of Israel will attend. There must have been significant American pressure. We understand that the Iranian president, Mohammad Pezeshkian, was also invited. He declined. Then the foreign minister, Abbas Araghchi, was invited. He also declined. And their statement didn't refer to the United States, but said that countries which have attacked us, which are imposing sanctions on us, so we cannot meet them. But often, as you know, Hugo, they talked about a new Middle East, but certainly with that kind of attendance, President Trump is certainly to bring up what he sees as the most important achievement of his first term, and that is the Abraham Accords. Not everyone there today, I think, will either have a peace treaty with Israel or will have joined the Abraham Accords, but certainly this puts down a marker to say this is where we want this process to head.
Exactly. And let's not forget that we're here today because of the personal involvement of President Trump in these negotiations for a deal in Gaza. He put pressure not only on Hamas, but also on the Israeli Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu. He, decided to employ the power, the influence that only the Americans have, something that a number of American presidents were reluctant to do in the past, essentially telling the Prime Minister that it was time to reach a deal. And the president, we know, is very much interested in expanding the Abraham Accords, perhaps normalizing relations between Israel and Saudi Arabia. But there's also, the point of what happens next, not only in terms of Gaza, but what happens next in relation to this decades-old Israeli-Palestinian conflict. So it is going to be a significant day today if indeed the Israeli Prime Minister comes to Sharm el-Sheikh with the presence of the Palestinian Authority President Mahmoud Abbas. But again, it shows that, the power of the involvement of the American president. And this is going to be a victory lap for President Trump. He wants to be seen as the man who brought, the war in Gaza to an end, a war that has, divided people not only in this region, but all around the world. And now he's positioning himself as the man who can, kick off some kind of process to try to normalize relations between Israel and the rest of the countries in this region. It is obviously a very difficult process, many different players involved. You've just mentioned Iran, which is obviously a key regional player. And in terms of Gaza, those key sticking points remain. So I think today, as you were saying, there were questions yesterday about the lack of representation of the Palestinians, also the absence of an Israeli representative here. So perhaps this, the news that both Mahmoud Abbas and Benjamin Netanyahu are going to come here to Sharm el-Sheikh, there is the possibility that some progress can be made in terms of trying to tackle those key sticking points when it comes to ending the war in Gaza, the future of Hamas, the scale of the Israeli withdrawal, and who is going to govern Gaza. So these are very difficult negotiations. Again, the deal that we've seen lacks details. There's no time frame, no plan for what happens next in terms of these negotiations. But again, the Egyptians are saying that today will be an opportunity to try to come together and finalize those terms for the war in Gaza to end.
Hugo Bechega in Sharm el-Sheikh. We'll, of course, be going back to you throughout the day, especially when the ceremonies move there. It is a day full of symbolism, full of ceremony. We'll have that image later today. Now, not just of American and Western leaders standing shoulder to shoulder with Arab leaders. Now, the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu will also be in those photographs of today, meant to mark. President Trump has called it the end of the war in Gaza, the beginning of peace in the Middle East. The symbolism will say that. A lot more substance to go, but there is no denying the significance of this day, with many daring to hope that at last there can at least be a few steps towards peace and away from war. And the last few hours have been moments freighted with emotion. A day, most of all, a human moment of reunion. Let's just look at some of the first images that we have of Israeli hostages meeting first of all, the Israeli Defense Forces, their first contact with Israelis. This shows Guy Gilboa Dalal and Alan Ohel, the pianist, meeting with an Israeli army representative. Both had been taken from the Nova Music Festival. That smiles from the hostages home at last and taken there through the hands of the International Committee of the Red Cross. And that strange duality that the Israeli military base, where we have seen the dust kicked up by the Israeli military helicopters as they fly the hostages over to the medical care, the emotional support, the reunion with more members of their families that they have long awaited for. Reem is also the site of the Nova Music Festival. 11 of the 20 living hostages had been seized from that music festival, a moment of celebration which had turned into a slaughter on October the 7th, 2023. At this moment, we are also waiting for the American president to address the Israeli parliament, the Knesset. Let's just take a look at the scene there. People still milling about. We understand that inside the assembly, President Trump is meeting the families of the hostages. We understand that he asked to meet the hostages themselves, but it was the medical opinion and the family's opinion that would just simply be too overwhelming for ex-hostages just emerging literally from the tunnels, the darkness of Gaza, to be exposed, to be pushed into the limelight of a meeting with the U.S. president was simply too much. For now, it is the intimate moments of meeting their families, embracing their loved ones, an intimate moment which is also a national moment. Images and emotions which are going across this region and around the world. A moment which only weeks ago many believed would never happen, as there were statements that this grievous war in Gaza could actually grind on to the end of the year and into the next. It took an unprecedented international momentum pushed by President Donald Trump to get the Israelis and Hamas in indirect talks over the line. You're watching BBC News. Stay with us. You're watching BBC News and our special coverage. I'm Lise Doucette. We're broadcasting live from Jerusalem with our correspondents in cities across this region, as the region and the world mark a momentous day. We welcome our listeners on the BBC World Service, joining us as part of our extended coverage. And if you are just joining us, just to recap the extraordinary events of the last few hours. All of the 20 living hostages seized by Hamas, dragged into Gaza on October the 7th, have now been released to the International Committee of the Red Cross, the ICRC, which has handed them over to the Israeli Defense Forces. Some of the 20 have been reunited with their families. The others are on their way. The slogan which has risen from Hostages Square in Tel Aviv, the gathering place for families and friends and supporters of the Israeli hostages. The cry to bring them home has now been replaced. They are coming home. And the clock, which has been on the edge of the square, ticking down the days, the hours, the minutes, the seconds in captivity. Today, that clock will be stopped. And it is a moment of huge significance, not just for Israelis, but also for the families of the 250 hostages who are now being released from Israeli prisons, the 1,700 who were detained in the Gaza Strip during the Israeli military operation. So emotional reunions there as well. As we wait for the Knesset ceremony to get underway, President Trump may be delayed, not surprisingly, by what is certainly emotional reunions with the hostage families they give him the credit for bringing this moment to them, for bringing their hostages home. That we see now on the other side of the screen, the people waiting in Israel to see the signs of the hostages. Look at that, the cameras held up, waiting for the buses. You can see the Israeli flags there. People waiting. This is a moment of intense personal emotion, but it is emotion of a nation writ large. It is emotion of finally for now, the war in Gaza has ended. Let's see what's happening now, though, in Ramallah, in the occupied West Bank. Our correspondent Barbara Pledusher joins us there. And Barbara, the last time we spoke, you were waiting for the prisoners to be released. Just update us on the latest.
We had heard when I spoke to you last that the buses were on their way. In fact, at that time they weren't. There's been a lot of misreporting, contradictory reporting about what's going on because of all of the excitement here. But we have seen the images now. They are on their way. There was this sort of energy that went through the crowd when the Red Crescent confirmed that they were coming. Some of the children started clapping, and people are getting into position now to welcome the prisoners back. As you were saying, 250 prisoners are being released from Israeli jails. Most of them come from the West Bank. Many of them have been serving life sentences. Some of them have been in prison since before the Oslo Accord. So that would be since the 1980s and early 1990s. Some of them, a large number of them, are actually not going to come here. They're going to be deported. So they'll be sent to Egypt, and then from there they'll go to other countries or into Gaza. But around 100 of them, we understand, are going to be released into the West Bank. And this is where they will be reunited with their families. The families have been gathering here. This is the cultural center in Ramallah. Very excited, somewhat subdued, though, because the Israelis have made it very clear that they don't want any demonstrations, celebrations. In the past, you've had the prisoners greeted with crowds waving Hamas flags. That, the Israelis say, is not supposed to happen. I spoke to one woman who is waiting for her brother. She said that they've been told quite clearly if there were clear public celebrations, then their brother would go back to prison and their house would be damaged. So I think at this time, some of those things have been said before in previous prisoner releases, but I think the Israelis are quite clear this time they really don't want any sense of celebration around the prisoner release. Nonetheless, of course, the families are very excited, especially for those prisoners who have been gone for a long time. The woman I spoke to, her brother had been arrested more than 20 years ago in Nablus. She hasn't seen him since then. She was 13 when he was taken. His father has died since he's been in prison. And there are other stories like that here as well. So a great deal of anticipation. We are expecting the buses carrying those prisoners to come through very shortly.
And Barbara, what a roller coaster of emotions for the families. Even in the early hours of today, there was talk that they took some children off the list and they put women on the list. So people who were expecting to finally be reunited with their families, then being told they wouldn't be. I mean, what? You have to say that it's cruel that that they're forced to go through this intensity of emotion.
It's been very last minute. We've been talking about it all week, that the whole process has been very pushed forward quickly. And again, people got the calls in the last 24, 48 hours about who was coming out. And then people who hadn't expected to see their brothers or sons or husbands for the rest of their lives, suddenly found out in a short period of time they were coming back. And then, as you said, there was last-minute negotiations by Hamas to try to make changes on the prisoner list, and especially to try to add prisoners. Not very successful, but they did make some changes. So yes, there has been confusion about who is coming out. We did hear that Hamas was trying to put on the list Dr. Hussam Abu Safiya. He is from Gaza. He is in a different segment of prisoners than the ones that will be arriving here, but very well known. He's amongst the Gazans who would be released. There's about 1,700 of them who were taken during the war and held without charge. He has been charting or documenting what was going on in his hospital in northern Gaza on social media. It became quite a viral sensation, actually, especially a photograph of him in his white medical coat confronting or walking towards the Israeli tanks. He's been held without charge now for 10 months in poor medical condition, we understand. It's not clear if Hamas was able to get his name on the list. There was hope that they would be able to do that. Some of the prisoners we understand who will be released from the West Bank is Iyad Abu al-Rob. He is a Palestinian Islamic Jihad commander from Jenin who was convicted of overseeing a number of suicide bombings in the early 2000s. You also have Ra'ed Sheikh. He is a Palestinian policeman who was convicted of a lynching in Ramallah in the early 2000s. So you can see how this goes back, Lise. These prisoners have been convicted and held for crimes or for charges that go many decades back. And then you have also alongside that the people who have been picked up during this war and held as well. So it's a great deal of emotion, lots of confusion about exactly how it's all going to turn out in terms of the people coming back. And as you said, some confusion about the names on the lists at the last minute. The other thing, of course, as we were saying earlier, we don't know what medical condition the prisoners will be in. Some of them, when they have been released in the past, have been in very bad states. They have been ill. They have talked about poor treatment. Some of them have talked about torture. We do have a lot of medics on the scene here ready to step in if that is needed. Perhaps that might be more the case with people who have been held most recently, because that has been part of the war situation. And these other prisoners have been inside for a long time. But each one has their own story to tell and their own conditions. So we will see when they get here very shortly, we hope, what their stories are.
Barbara Platasha, thank you very much for joining us from what you described as the subdued environment at the cultural center in Ramallah, in the occupied West Bank. Palestinian families being told that they're not allowed to wave flags, they're not allowed to celebrate. Israel very emphatic that it does not want to hand Hamas a political victory. And that is why you have seen right down to these last hours the list of the prisoners to be released, those who are been serving consecutive life sentences. Some of them have been in prison for decades, and some of them being taken off the list, some being added onto the list, and nobody on the list of the top 7 most important prisoners symbolically, none of them have been freed despite pressure from Hamas, who wanted to be able to say that this is something that they were able to achieve. Let's get some insight into that. We're joined by our Gaza correspondent, Rishti Abu Alouf, who's now in Istanbul. Rishti, we're just hearing from Barbara Platasha, who's in Ramallah, that last minute to and fro about who's on the list, who's not on the list. But at the end of it, there's huge disappointment for the families of those 7 leading Palestinian figures. None of them are going to walk free today?
No, the Hamas have been trying very hard, and last night it was about to have a real dispute when Islamic Jihad said if they do not release at least 2 out of the 7, we are not going to hand over the hostage that we have and the bodies. And it was a big dispute involving the Qataris, the Egyptian, the teams. Everyone was involved until like 2-3 o'clock in the morning, until they convinced them that. And I think they have added some of the people, including Hussam Abu Safiya, the doctor of the Indonesian hospital, just to make them a little bit happy. But I think there is a huge disappointment, because the big names like Marwan Barghouti, Ahmed Saadat, and Hamid and other Hamas military wing people, all of their families were showing some disappointment that they are not going to be released. But at least just as we speak, the first bus carrying Palestinian prisoners have crossed into Gaza from Kerem Shalom crossing is going to be 38 buses carrying Palestinians and crossing into Gaza. The International Red Cross is now driving this bus to the location where there is a field hospital set up next to the European hospital. There will be a very initial medical check. Then they will be moved to Nasser Hospital, which is the biggest and the only fully functioning medical center in Gaza, where doctors there are preparing what they can, because given the shortage of medicine and the shortage of staff and the shortage of equipment, and given the number of people, about 1,900 prisoners are going to be released. So it's a lot of job for them, given how difficult the health system in Gaza. But next door, there is a sense of joy. People are celebrating, singing all day. This day carry a double significant for Gaza. First, hundreds of people are going to be reunited with their families in a very celebrating mood. Second, it's people in Gaza believe that Hamas is now taking the excuse from the Israelis for returning back to the war, because for a very long time Israel said that we are fighting to get the hostages back, and now there is no more live hostages in Gaza, and Hamas is working to hand over the bodies. So the people are believe that this is the beginning to the end, and the beginning to the lasting peace that they have hoped for and waited for a very, very long time.
And Rushdie, now that we have you with us, let me also ask you about the situation, the humanitarian situation, because a key part of today's events, of course, is the fact that we hear that many more trucks are now crossing into Gaza, bringing desperately needed aid. You are in touch with so many families in Gaza, including your own family. What are you hearing today about that side of life in Gaza?
Well, there are two things. I think that the prices that went mad during the war are dropped really in a significant way. So, for example, 1 kilo of flour now can be sold in the market for 5 shekels, which is about 1 pound. People used to buy 1 kilo of flour for about 10 or 15 pounds just before the ceasefire. We understand that the first 5 days following the hostage prisoners exchange, Israel should increase the number of trucks coming into Gaza for about 600 trucks. The people in the other side of the crossing, in the Egyptian side, are showing thousands of trucks are lining up in the way into Gaza. We have seen 430 trucks entered Gaza yesterday, including for a first time in a very long time, cooking gas and some fuel for the hospital were allowed. But many items that Israel did not allow during the war, which they call it the double use products, including like some cement and building material, also some clothes and other items that needed to be added to the Israeli list that allow into Gaza. So a lot of work to do, and the people believe that they need at least 600 trucks for 2 months, every day a 600 truck, to start seeing real change in the humanitarian situation in Gaza and rehabilitation the hospital, because the hospitals many hospitals are destroyed, and especially in Gaza City. The Shifa Hospital, once the biggest hospital in Gaza, is working under just 10% of its capacity. So a lot of work needs to be done to overcome the crisis.
And is there any sign, Rushdie, that building materials, bulldozers, those kind of vehicles and resources are now going into Gaza to begin that rebuilding that some Gazans expected wouldn't happen because of the conflicting ideas about what would be the future of Gaza?
Well, I mean, there is no way to rebuild Gaza very quickly. 90% of Gaza is destroyed. What people need now is heavy equipment to be able to, take the bodies out of the destroyed building. They believe about 9,000 people or missing people are still underneath the building. During the first ceasefire back in January, the Egyptians were allowed to bring into Gaza like about 20 or 30 bulldozers, which is not enough. Now they are using them. The Egyptian committee, charity committee, which done by the Egyptian, are doing their work to clear up the rubble and open the main streets.
Yes. Rishti, Rishti, I'm so sorry to interrupt you, but I know you will understand. We're seeing now the images from Ramallah, the first of the buses pushing through the crowds. They seem to have arrived. Barbara Plett-Usher joins us now. Barbara, just bring us into the scene.
Well, please, the first bus has just arrived. We just had the Red Cross vehicles run past us, and now the families and the friends are gathering in front of the opening of the bus to see people coming off. You can see through the window the Red Cross monitors, and maybe just through the glass there, prisoners coming out, somebody wearing a kafia, a Palestinian kafia. The door is opening now, Lise. Okay. They have started to come out. So 250 Palestinian prisoners released from jail, many of them having served life sentences. Only about 100 of them being released to the West Bank. That's these prisoners here. Their families have gathered at the Ramallah Cultural Center, which is where we are, to greet them, all wearing the Palestinian kafia, as you can maybe see through the glass of the bus. Tremendous amount of excitement and joy as they are being received. As you know, of course, for the Israelis, this is a difficult moment because they see many of these prisoners as terrorists, but for Palestinians, these are sons, husbands, brothers, people who are part of a Palestinian collective culture. Many Palestinians have been in Israeli prisons. Most of them know somebody who has been. And now to have prisoners released is a moment of real joy and excitement. Again, as we were saying earlier, Lise, they got this information quite last minute. They thought that some of these people would be in jail for the rest of their lives, or certainly didn't have any idea that they might be coming out at any time. And suddenly, here they are.
And Barbara, this is a moment, of course, for the families most of all, but for all of the Palestinians who see these Palestinians, as you say, an important part of their society. They see them, some of them have been serving multiple life sentences, but Palestinians see them very much part of their struggle and wanted them to come home. So this is a moment of celebration, even though, as you pointed out, Israel has said they didn't want any major celebrations. But as we've seen in Hostages Square, the emotions run over.
Yeah, really. I mean, you're right about the sort of collective consciousness of Palestinians when it comes to prisoners. They're so much a part of the culture here in a way for the past decades. You've had two intifadas, a period of peace, but always, clashes and conflict with the Israelis. And so you've had generations of Palestinians going through Israeli prisoners. So that's, as I said, most families, most Palestinians will either know somebody or have been in prison themselves. And now when they see the prisoners released, that is not only welcoming back their sons and brothers, but it's part of their cause for the Palestinian people. Again, as we've said, the Israelis see some of these people as terrorists. You had an appeal to the Supreme Court in Israel from family members of those who'd been killed by some of these men in attacks, saying they shouldn't be released, but that was overridden. All those prisoners have been released now. As you are aware also, Lise, the Hamas tried to get 7 top prisoners. They had 7 sort of legacy prisoners at the top of their list. These included senior Hamas military commanders, but also other Palestinian figures who are seen as symbols of resistance, Marwan Barghouti from Fatah and Ahmed Sadat from the PFLP. This was very important to Hamas. They tried until the last minute to get at least 2 out of the 7 out, but as far as we're aware, the Israelis rejected that finally and have made very clear that they want no celebrations, no public greetings, no crowds waving Hamas flags, not even outside of the homes of the prisoners when they eventually get to their homes.
So, Barbara, we heard that there were 38 buses, some of them going in Gaza, some of them into the West Bank. You mentioned 100 prisoners, and out of the 250, many of them will be deported. Let's now return to the Israeli Parliament, the Knesset. The President Trump going to the podium, escorted by the Speaker and then the President, Isaac Herzog, taking their places in front of 3 Israeli flags. The members of the Israeli Parliament rising in standing ovation. The bugle sounds. President Trump. Well, let's listen in.
Miriam Edelson there on the balcony.
President Donald Trump, this is the moment he wanted to see, his victory lap after his unprecedented push to truly bring the war in Gaza to an end. And it has ended for now, as we've been reporting this morning. There is a ceasefire. All of the Israeli living hostages are home. Hundreds of Palestinian prisoners. The Knesset take seats. Let's listen in.
Members of Knesset, ואני מתכבד לפתוח את הישיבה המיוחדת של הכנסת לכבוד נשיא ארצות הברית של אמריקה, מר דונלד ג'יי טראמפ. חברות וחברי הכנסת, בטרם נתחיל אני מזכיר שישיבה זו היא ישיבה מיוחדת ולכן לא יהיו בה הפרעות. מי שיפריע יוצא מאולם המליאה ולא יורשה לשוב אליה עד תום הישיבה. לא תהיינה אזהרות.
I will ask everybody to be seated. Anybody who will disturb the session, I ask you now that we will now be respectful to, of course, President of the State of Israel, Mr. Yitzhak Herzog, and to, of course, President Trump as well. Prime Minister Netanyahu, of course, and his wife, Sarah. The head of opposition, Mr. Lapid, and his wife Lihi, ministers and Knesset members,
who led special recognition to Minister Ron Dermer, who led the negotiation team on behalf of Israel. Thank you, Ron. Secretary of State Marco Rubio, Secretary of War Pete Hegseth, Secretary of War, I like it, I love it. Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Dan Kane. Two key players, President Trump's special envoy, Steve Witkoff, who is here with his partner, Lauren. And Jared Kushner, who is here with his wife Ivanka. And thank you guys for everything that you have done to bring about this day. Ambassador of the United States to Israel, my dear friend and my absolute favorite rock star, Mike Huckabee. Do we have Janet? I don't see Janet.
No, Janet's not in.
Janet's not here. Okay. Okay. שגריר ישראל בארצות הברית, יחיאל לייטר.
Ambassador of Israel to the United States, Mr. Leiter.
תודה. שגרירים וראשי משלחות זרות.
Ambassadors and head of foreign delegations, the mayor of Jerusalem, of course, is with us. Of course, the very highest echelons and elite of our country, people of security forces that are with us, of course, Zabir, General. Police Commissioner Levy, of course, is with us. Head of the prison servants, Jacobi, is with us. Oh no, he's in the field. He's one of those who are in the field, actually. Head of the firefighter forces, Caspi. Head of the Mossad, Mr. David Barnea. Head of the ISA, retired General David Zini. Well done. Head of the Hostages Return Administration, of course, also is with us. Mayors, head of regional municipalities, of course, the chairman of the Knesset that managed within a few days to manage this enormous event. Well done, bravo, Mr. Itzik Edri. And of course, Attorney Dan, and of course, Attorney Sagit Afik, of course, head of police and security, and to all of the management, to the families of the hostages, to the bereaved families.
And the bereaved families also.
These are the first order and the first to call, the first to the call in our countries. Now, Gal, dear audience, to the citizens of Israel, I have the special honor to bring together the best friend that the state of Israel has ever had. Welcome to Israel. Welcome to the Knesset, President Donald J. Trump. Mr. President, I'm going to ask you, thank you now.
You're watching BBC News. We're welcoming our listeners now on the BBC World Service. I'm Lise Doucette in Jerusalem, and you're watching special coverage of the Israeli Parliament, the Knesset, where the US President Donald Trump is about to address the Assembly.
And we are honoring this moment and extending our thanks to you, Mr. Trump, President Trump. We were exiled for many years from our land, but throughout all of the years, we always thought of Zion, of Jerusalem, the capital city of our nation, our beating heart throughout the generations. And this, we always say, B'Shana Chadasha b'Yerushalayim, in a new year in Jerusalem. So this day marks a new day, and now we have this visit now from President Trump honoring us and recognizing Jerusalem's significance as our capital. You made a promise, and you kept that promise. Many have made that promise, but you kept it. That you kept that promise, that you moved the U.S. Embassy to the unified Jerusalem, and we thank you. From its establishment, the state of Israel has always had to fight, but it's always done so. But you worked for many years, first of all, on the Abraham Accords with Prime Minister Netanyahu, and I had the privilege, the honor I have the honor to be in the previous administration, while you were in your first term as president of the US, and I had the honor to be part of a delegation that worked with yours, and I got basically an invitation to work to speak at the parliament meeting in an Arab country, and that was thanks to the efforts that you did to bring together Israel and 4 previously enemy countries in a treaty based on peace for peace. And we thank you very much, President Trump, for all that you have done. A lot prior that you're coming to the presidency, you understood this, the name of the game here in the Middle East
is a major threat to our nation's national security interests. We can't allow Iran to go nuclear.
The threat on the United States means threatening the entire free world, and your consistency, knowing that you're putting America first against any problem, always America first, but America not alone, has given you 2 presidencies in the White House after a few 3 months earlier, after the Prime Minister Netanyahu started the last campaign of the IDF. You boldly set forth to support the state of Israel's defense, and we got those publications directly from the White House. In doing so, you have prevented a nuclear holocaust that would have brought upon us and the entire world calamity. And you have put the slogan in the public, knowing that death to America, death to Israel, and death to Israel is death to America. And there will be no nuclear threat anymore from Iran, and that is thanks to you, President Trump. Now we are celebrating, just so you know, in Israel, the end of the Sukkot holidays. This is an important event. Tomorrow we will celebrate Simchat Torah. And Simchat Torah 2 years ago was the most horrific day in our nation's history. And many people I encountered, the people who also saw and witnessed the slaughter, and I went to visit those sites myself physically. Jared and Ivanka went to visit. You can see the names of those taken hostage from the Nova Party. We were in Kfar Aza. We saw destroyed and scorched homes, sites, and atrocities that are beyond imagination. Infants, women, and the elderly all massacred, meaning the devil not only murdered but took pleasure and took satisfaction from extracting pain from our brothers and sisters. And then the long, arduous, but also just war to bring back our brothers and sisters taken hostages in that terrible October. That was a harsh blow that Israel could not overcome. Moving from hope to despair until this very morning, for 2 years, day in and day out. And you can see now, here, where you see before you, on the tears, here, there are pictures of hostages that have been hung here from day one, and now we can maybe remove several of those photos and do something very momentous. I'm going now to take off my pin, my memorial pin for the hostages, because until a minute ago I had to keep this pin on as long as there were still living hostages away from us. But thanks to you, they are home.
Mr. President, you stand before the people of Israel not as another American president, but as a giant of Jewish history, one for whom we must look back 2.5 millennia into the mists of time to find a parallel, Cyrus the Great. You, President Donald J. Trump, are a colossus who will be enshrined in the pantheon of history. Thousands of years from now, Mr. President, the Jewish people will remember you. We are a nation that remembers. Far from being a local struggle, what we are witnessing is a global struggle, a global battle between the forces of extremism, radicalism, and fundamentalism, and those of freedom, liberty, and democracy. What the world needs now is not appeasers who feed the crocodile in the hope that they will be eaten last, like the kind we have seen recently at the UN General Assembly. And by the way, President Trump, your team has checked the teleprompter. It is working beautifully. What the world needs now are more leaders who are brave, resolute, strong, and bold. The world needs more Trumps. Mr. President, with your permission, I would like to take this moment to address Prime Minister Netanyahu. ראש הממשלה, תודה, ראש הממשלה, עמדת בכל שנות כהונתך, אבל בפרט בשנתיים האחרונות,
but particularly in the last 2 years, facing terrible pressures. And Mr. Witkoff, who fought with you on the return of the hostages, said about you that the really hard work was by Prime Minister Netanyahu. He was the one who had to make difficult decisions, when to be harsh and when to be moderate versus the Hamas. And you have to know that he said that there should be moments of more flexibility and more rigidity. But I think that we would not have gotten through this without Prime Minister Netanyahu, and had he not worked and functioned the way he did. And also, my president said, Mr. Witkoff, meaning he was referring, of course, to Trump, said that Trump was also a man who was bold enough to make decisions. And we are here because the Hamas didn't have a choice. That's it. They had to make this agreement. They were forced. The pressure on them was terrible. And that's why we have such a strong military. The IDF has moved forward on the ground, and that's what Mitkov and others have affirmed, have stated to the Prime Minister Netanyahu. Yesterday, on his way to Israel, President Trump sent you the right time. And I'm proud to say here, before the world, that thanks to you, we have reached the many agreements that we have come to. Thank you. On this day, we say from the very depths of our soul, thank you to the brave soldiers of the IDF, and thank those courageous soldiers that charge forward like lions and endanger their very lives, sometimes giving their very lives in order to sacrifice to make sure that the families will be united. Their blood was not spilled in vain because their valor, their memory has brought this moment, and their names will be etched for memory in the hearts of this nation.
President Trump, you are the president of peace. There was not a single person on this planet who did more than you to advance peace. No one even came close. Your election to the presidency marked a turning point, not only for the United States, but for the entire world. Through your strength of character and unwavering resolve, you brought an end to bloody conflicts in no fewer than 8 regions across the globe. In less than 9 months, you became one of the most consequential presidents in history. You saved countless lives that would have been lost without your leadership. And as our sages teach, whoever saves one life, it is as though he has saved an entire world. You have proven that true peace is achieved through strength, and that only those who are prepared to use force in the present can prevent the need to use it in the future. Mr. President, you, more than any other individual, are deserving of the highest recognition for your efforts in promoting peace. Therefore, I hereby announce that together with our good friend, Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, we will rally speakers and presidents of parliaments from around the world to submit your candidacy for the Nobel Prize, Peace Prize next year. There is no one more deserving than you, President Trump. No one. אדוני הנשיא, אנחנו ניצבים בפני ההיסטוריה ברגע נשגב שיחקק לדורות.
Mr. President, we are at a historic moment. This is a thrilling moment.
יום שכולנו
On this day, that we will vote. We begin with a verse from the book of Jeremiah. You are covered in tears, but there will be solace for your pain. There will be betterment for your burden, and sons will return to their homeland. To say, of course, a rapid and full recovery to our hostages coming home, and how wonderful it is to have you home. To President Trump, hopefully that those who do, that the God above who makes peace upon us will give you peace, peace for your family and all your loved ones, and will give peace unto us and all of you.
Trump, may God bless the United States of America, and may God bless the state of Israel. Toda rabba v'chag sameach. I
have the honor now to invite to Knesset member and Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to address the audience. Of course, the distinguished President Herzog and his wife Michal, to the many distinguished guests here, and of course, at the head of those, our great friend, President of the United States, President Donald J. Trump. You are welcome here to Jerusalem, our eternal capital. Welcome to the State of Israel on this moving and thrilling day that, of course, will be inscribed in our chronicled history and, of course, to the history of the nations. You are welcome for your benefit to all humanity. But for us, we recall and we keep close our friends, and we know your part, your important part in bringing back our hostages. On this day, where we got the news just a little while ago that all of our living hostages are back home. What a thrilling, exciting item of news. How long we have waited this moment. We have to bring them all back, of course. All. I want to thank you personally for your efforts, and you should know that we thank you from the bottom of our hearts.
Now, I know that the teleprompters are working well, though I'm not using them. But I'm not sure about the translation. So I'll say words in English. President Trump, the Knesset welcomes you and your distinguished delegation to Jerusalem, our eternal capital. This is your first visit to Israel since you recognize Jerusalem as our capital and moved the embassy here. Thank you, President Trump, for that. There are many other reasons to thank you since your last visit here. Thank you for recognizing Israeli sovereignty over the Golan Heights. Thank you for standing up to the lies against Israel in the United Nations. Thank you for recognizing in your 2020 peace plan our rights in Judea and Samaria, the ancestral homeland of the Jewish people. Thank you for brokering the historic Abraham Accords. Abraham, Eskemei Avraham. Thank you for withdrawing from the disastrous Iran nuclear deal. Thank you for supporting Operation Rising Lion and for your bold decision to launch Operation Midnight Hammer. Boy, is that, you got to hear this. This is the most fitting name ever named for a military operation, because a little after midnight, you really hammered them. My friends, this is only a partial list. but it's enough to affirm what I've said time and again. Donald Trump is the greatest friend that the state of Israel has ever had in the White House. No American president has ever done more for Israel. And as I said in Washington, it ain't even close. It's really not a match. Mr. President, today we welcome you here to thank you for your pivotal leadership in putting forward a proposal that got the backing of almost the entire world. A proposal that brings all our hostages home. A proposal that ends the war by achieving all our objectives. A proposal that opens the door to an historic expansion of peace in our region and beyond our region. Mr. President, you are committed to this peace. I am committed to this peace. And together, Mr. President, we will achieve this peace. We've done it before. We've done it before in the Abraham Accords, and we'll do it again. Mr. President, today the Jewish calendar marks the end of 2 years of war. That war began on October 7th, on the Jewish festival of Simchat Torah. You always tell me, and you tell the world, remember October 7th. Mr. President, we remember. We remember the thousands of Hamas terrorists who stormed into our towns and kibbutzim. We remember the 1,200 people Hamas savagely slaughtered in cold blood, including dozens and dozens of Americans. We remember entire families burnt alive as they embraced each other. We remember the beautiful young Israelis brutally gunned down at the Nova Music Festival. We remember the hundreds of our citizens who were dragged into the dungeons of Gaza, including 12 Americans, men and women, young and old, babies and elderly Holocaust survivors. My friends, Mr. President, Donald, these monsters take babies as hostages. In response to this barbaric attack on October 7th, Israel did what it had to do. With indomitable courage, we set out to defend our people, to defeat our enemies, and to release our hostages. Our heroic soldiers fought like lions. They fought on the front lines of civilization and barbarism. Israel achieved amazing victories over Hamas and the entire Iran terror axis. Sinwar, Dev, Hania, Nasrallah, Assad, they're all gone. Iran's nuclear weapons and ballistic missile program, with your enormous help, Mr. President, rolled back. Half the Houthi leadership wiped out. But the price of this victory, the price of these victories, has been heavy. Nearly 2,000 of Israel's finest were lost, nearly half in battle. They left behind parents, spouses, siblings, and children. Their love and laughter, their promise and potential were lost forever. To the families of our fallen fighters, many of them are here, I say, I know the depth of your pain. I know the inconsolable grief that will accompany you for the rest of your lives. The State of Israel bows its head in eternal gratitude to our fallen heroes. Because of these heroes, our nation will survive. Because of these heroes, our nations will thrive. And because of these heroes, our nation will have peace. Mr. President, thousands of our brave soldiers were also wounded, suffering terrible blows to body and soul. Brave soldiers like Ari Spitz. Ari is an American. Ari is an American Israeli who was injured Ari is an American Israeli who was injured in Gaza while searching for Hamas terrorists and weapons. 2 of Ari's comrades were killed in this action, and 10 were injured. Ari was presumed dead, but made a miraculous recovery despite losing 3 limbs. Ari, stand up for a minute alone. Stand up. There you go. There. Ari, you are the spirit of Joshua. You are the spirit of David. You are the spirit of the Maccabees. You are the spirit of Israel. I salute you. We all salute you. Sabine Tassa of Kibbutz Netiv HaAsara is watching us today from the Israeli consulate in Los Angeles. Sabine lost her husband and her oldest son on October 7th. She is the mother of 3 other boys. 2 of them, Koren and Shai, witnessed their father jump on a Hamas grenade to save his 2 sons. We all saw the film of those 2 boys crying out in pain, "Father is dead. Why? Why did God save me?" Mr. President, my friend Donald, I've seen some very tough things in my life. But I couldn't bring myself to watch those boys suffering again. So I didn't see this film except once. Yet Sabine, their mother, has had the strength and fortitude to show this film across the world. And my wife Sarah and I asked her, "Sabine, how do you do it? Why do you do it?" And she answered, "I do it to show the entire world the monsters Israel is fighting and the justice of our cause." This is what she's doing once again in Los Angeles. Sabine, you can hear me now, so I want to tell you on behalf of all of us, you embody the spirit of our biblical heroines, Deborah, Ruth, and Esther. You too are the spirit of Israel, and we all salute you. Mr. President, you asked me on our many conversations during the 12-day war with Iran, you asked me, how are the people holding up? And I said to you, our people are strong. Israelis are a nation of lions with unlimited resolve to defend our country and secure our future. The people give strength to our soldiers, and the people give strength to me and to my colleagues. The Jewish people have risen from the ashes time and again, but when we formed the State of Israel and the Army of Israel, we pledged never again would be defenseless against our enemies. And that resolute strength not only assures our survival, it assures our future, it assures peace. We have paid a high price for this war, but our enemies now understand just how powerful and just how determined Israel is. They understand that attacking Israel on October 7th was a catastrophic mistake. They understand that Israel is strong and that Israel is here to stay. And this, Mr. President, is the indispensable foundation of peace. Peace through strength. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a momentous day, a day of great joy as the remaining hostages come home. My wife Sarah and I have met with the hostage families many times. There were no words to describe their agony, only tears of bottomless sorrow and unimaginable pain. At the beginning of the war, I promised to bring all the hostages home. Today, with the indispensable help, the determined and focused help, the unremitting help of President Trump and his team, and with the incredible sacrifice and courage of the soldiers of Israel, we are fulfilling that promise. It has been a long journey to get here. In the first week of the war, our brave soldiers put military pressure on Hamas, and the international community put diplomatic pressure on them. This enabled us to secure the release of over 100 hostages. In heroic rescue attempts behind enemy lines, Israel's special forces rescued 8 live hostages and brought back the remains of dozens more. But as time went on, we all know what happened. The diplomatic pressure was turned on its head. More and more governments bought into Hamas's false propaganda. More and more governments succumbed to anti-Semitic mobs in their own countries. They just turned on Israel. They called for us to surrender to Hamas demands, just leave Gaza immediately, they said, end the war without committing to disarm Hamas, without committing to demilitarize Gaza. Had Israel succumbed to those demands, not only would Sinwar, Nasrallah, Assad, and Iran's missile and nuclear program remain intact. Not only that, because in no time, the Hamas killers would be back on the border fence, ready to repeat the horrors of October 7th again and again, as they vowed to do. But just at that point of maximum pressure on Israel, a man named Donald J. Trump was elected President of the United States. And ladies and gentlemen, overnight, everything changed. Everything. Mr. President, thanks to your unequivocal backing of Israel, we secured a second hostage deal within weeks of your election. And in the months that followed, we worked closely together to forge a path to bring the remaining hostages home and end the war. End the war in a way that ensures the disarming of Hamas, the demilitarization of Gaza, and that Gaza would never again pose a threat to Israel. 2 months ago, you fully backed my decision to send the IDF into the last Hamas stronghold in Gaza City. You shared my view that this military pressure would help free the hostages. And despite all the criticism, all the naysayers, we were right. Hamas caved in. And 2 weeks ago, you succeeded in doing something miraculous. You succeeded in doing something that no one believed was possible. You brought most of the Arab world, you brought most of the world behind your proposal to free the hostages and end the war. I want to thank Steve Witkoff, Jared Kushner, and Ron Dermer for their great contribution to this effort. And I want to thank our negotiating team. I believe that the close cooperation between the two of us, between our two nations, combining Israel's military pressure and President Trump's unmatched global leadership. I have to tell you, I've seen a lot of American presidents. I've seen them all in the time that I've been here, and I've been here quite a lot of time. I've never seen anyone move the world so quickly, so decisively, so resolutely as our friend President Donald J. Trump. With our military pressure and President Trump's global leadership, we achieved this historic moment. It's a moment of indescribable joy as our nation embraces our sons who are coming home. Mr. President, this week, Jews around the world are going to read the book of Ecclesiastes, Kohelet, in the Bible. The Bible has many miraculous moments. One of them was your decision to bomb Fordo. I think it was a pivot of history because it wasn't meant only to bomb Fordo. That action and your previous action of taking out Qasem Soleimani, the architect of death, I think that changed the balance of power in the world. You brought America back again to the driver's seat. Now, I said that we're going to read this week the book of Ecclesiastes. It's not a book of action. It's a book of meditations, of thought, a perspective on life and on death. And in this book we read the immortal words of King Solomon. To everything there is a season, and a time for every matter under heaven. Et milchama ve'et shalom. A time for peace and a time for war. The last 2 years have been a time of war. The coming years will hopefully be a time for peace. Peace inside Israel and peace outside Israel. I look forward to continuing marching with you on the path we paved together with the Abraham Accords. Under your leadership, we can forge new peace treaties with Arab countries in the region and Muslim countries beyond the region. Abraham's children will work together to build a better future, a future that will unite civilization against barbarism, light against darkness, and hope against despair. And my friends, I believe that with President Trump's leadership, this will happen a lot faster than people think. As Prime Minister of Israel, I extend my hand to hold those who seek peace with us. No one wants peace more than the people of Israel. Israel will always remain vigilant in defending itself, and Israel will always remain full of hope. Hope is our national anthem. Hope is our creed. Hope is our strength. It is time, my friends, to realize that hope and expand the circle of peace. Mr. President, thank you for all you have done for us. I have submitted your nomination to be the first non-Israeli recipient of the Israel Prize, Israel's highest award. As to that other prize, just a question of time, you'll get it. But I want you to get the Israel Prize, our highest award, to our greatest friend. When others were weak, you were strong. When others were fearful, you were bold. When others abandoned us, you stood by our side. On behalf of the government and people of Israel, I thank you for your extraordinary friendship. Thank you for helping bring our hostages home. Thank you for supporting Israel's march to victory. Thank you for paving a path to peace. מכובדי נשיא ארצות הברית, ידידי דונלד, ברוך הבא לישראל, ברוך הבא לירושלים, ברוך הבא ביום המרגש הזה, שהחיינו וקיימנו והגיענו לזמן הזה. May God bless you and your family, Mr. President. May God bless America. May God bless Israel. And may God bless the covenant between our two promised lands. Thank you, Mr. President.
The President.
Come on up, opposition. Come on, opposition.
Yeah. Okay.
אני מתכבד להזמין כעת את ראש האופוזיציה, חבר הכנסת יאיר לפיד.
I have the honor to invite opposition leader, Knesset member Yair Lapid.
Mr. Speaker, members of Knesset,
Ministers, President Herzog, Prime Minister Netanyahu, distinguished guests, Your Excellency, President Trump. For 2 years, we waited for this moment. 2 years of sleepless nights, 2 years without air in our lungs. Our eyes are filled with tears today, our hearts are filled with gratitude, our children are coming home. In the Babylonian Talmud, a sacred book of the Jewish people, it is written, whoever destroys one life, it is as though he destroyed an entire world, and whoever saves one life, it is though as he has saved an entire world. Mr. President, you have saved the lives of our hostages. But you saved so much more. You have saved the souls of the bereaved whose loved ones now will be brought home for burial. You have saved thousands of soldiers who will now not fall in battle. And you have saved millions from the horrors of war. You have saved more than one life, and each life is an entire world. This is a historic moment, and a reminder that history is shaped by people. It is shaped by those who know the past, but have the vision to change the future. When you were elected, you declared that you would be the president of peace. You have kept your word. The fact that you were not awarded the Nobel Peace Prize is a grave mistake by the committee. But they will have no choice, Mr. President. They will have to award it to you next year. Peace will not come by waiting. It will come by building, by reaching out, and by daring once again to believe. You, Mr. President, have done the unimaginable. We will be eternally grateful. But we also need to take responsibility. The destiny of Israel will always be written by the people of Israel. We must now prove ourselves worthy of what has been achieved. From its founding, Israel has said to the world that our strength, our power, rest upon our values. Israel is the strongest country in the Middle East because we are the only democracy in the Middle East. Because we believe in the principles laid in our Declaration of Independence, which says Israel will ensure complete equality of social and political rights to all its inhabitants, irrespective of religion, race or sex. It will guarantee freedom of religion, conscience, language, education and culture. It will safeguard the holy places for all religions. Those are our values. That is who we are as people, as a country. Our neighbors must understand one more thing about us. We are not going anywhere. The Middle East is our home. We are here to stay. Our story did not end in the Bible. It began there. It continues in our laboratories and universities, in our innovation hubs. Hamas, Hezbollah, Iran, and the Houthis, they all read the wrong intelligence reports. The real intelligence report on Israel's intentions is found in the book of Genesis. And I will give you and your descendants after you the land of Canaan for an everlasting possession. We call upon the nations of the Islamic world, on all our neighbors, Saudi Arabia, Syria, others. We are here to stay. We can do great things together. Come and talk to us. Mr. President, You are the one who can make it happen, as you did with the historic Abraham Accords. Then too, no one believed it was possible. Then too, you imposed your vision on everyone. While others spoke of difficulties, you created opportunity. You can be the one to bring the next wave of peace. The people of Israel support this. They want this. We are ready. And you can later today in Egypt with your unbelievably talented team, my friends Steve Witkoff, Jared Kushner, Marco Rubio, Pete Hegseth, forge a regional alliance that will change not only the Middle East but the entire world. After 2 years of war, the peoples of this region should look around and ask themselves, whose situation is better? Those who chose the path of peace or those who chose the path of war? Those who invested in their people, in the education of their children, in science and education and technology, or those who invested in hate and in violence? From here I say to all those who demonstrated against Israel these past 2 years, on the streets of London and Rome, in Paris and in Columbia University. I do not represent the government. As you know, I am the leader of the opposition. And I tell you, then, you were deceived. You were deceived. Propaganda experts, funded by terror money, manipulated you. Now that the war has stopped, you have time and a chance to go and learn the facts. The truth is, there was no genocide, no intentional starvation. The truth is, there was an army and a country fighting in the most complicated conditions imaginable against terrorists who send their own children to die for a follow-up, who use their own children as human shields. The truth is that a democratic state was attacked by a fanatical terrorist organization. 1,200 people were killed in one day, women were raped, babies were burned alive. And all the while, they played with your minds, selling you the absurd idea that supporting Islamic terror is somehow a liberal value. There is good and evil in this world. When you stand with Hamas, you stand with evil. When you stand with Hezbollah, you stand with evil. When you stand with the Iranian regime, you stand with evil. When you stand with Israel, you stand on the side of justice. Last week I attended the 7th October memorial ceremony. An inspirational woman called Galit Dan spoke on stage. Galit had a daughter, Noya, a 13-year-old girl who was autistic like my daughter. And Noya was full of light. She loved Harry Potter. On that dark day, Noya was sleeping at her grandmother's, Carmela's house in Kibbutz Nir Oz. Carmela was 80 years old. Their bodies, grandmother and granddaughter, were found embraced. They were murdered together. On stage at the ceremony, Galit said a sentence that moved us all. We don't want revenge, she said. We want redemption. Today, the redemption begins. Israel has endured 2 terrible years on the battlefield and in the international arena. But in those 2 years, we also rediscovered our own greatness. We remember how good we can be. Our pilots who took control of the skies over Iran. Our industries leading the world in technology. Our civil society which reached out to help every victim of the war. We will move forward toward a different future. Our heroic soldiers who saved us all will fold away their uniforms and rise as teachers and engineers, scientists and innovators. The debt to those who sacrificed everything these past years, to those who, as President Lincoln said, gave the last full measure of devotion. We can only be worthy of them, worthy of their sacrifice. Mr. President, allow me to speak also to the businessman in you, the deal maker who understands value. If there were one stock in the world I would invest in today, it is the State of Israel. If there were one nation that deserves unrestricted access to GPU chips, to AI and SMR technologies, to American markets, it is the State of Israel. Israel will only be worthy of them, worthy of their sacrifice. Mr. President, allow me to speak also to the businessman in you, the deal maker who understands value. If there were one stock in the world I would invest in today, it is the State of Israel. If there were one nation that deserves unrestricted access to GPU chips, to AI and SMR technologies, to American markets, it is the State of Israel. Israel's future is intertwined with our eternal alliance, our strategic and moral covenant with our greatest friends, the United States of America. This war is over. We will always need to stay vigilant, to guard against those who seek our destruction. But the State of Israel is about to reinvent itself. The challenges ahead demand not only strength, but a new vision. It's time to take a new path, to be a nation that is advanced and thriving and peace-seeking. We have waited for this moment, for the end of the war, for the return of the hostages, for the chance to rechannel our grief and loss into the energy needed to rebuild our nation. Thanks to you, Mr. President. Thanks to our soldiers, our lions. Thanks to the millions of great Israeli patriots who filled the streets and the square and never, not for one moment, gave up on the hostages. Thanks to all of them, the strength within us can now rise, succeed, and build for our future and for our children. Thank you very much. God bless the United States of America. Am Israel Chai.
אני מודה לראש האופוזיציה. ועכשיו, members of the Knesset, it is now my distinct honor to invite the President of the United States of America, His Excellency Donald J. Trump, to address the Knesset.
Thank you very much, everybody. It's a great honor. Nice place. Very nice place. Mr. President, Mr. Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, esteemed members of the Knesset and cherished citizens of Israel, we gather on a day of profound joy, of soaring hope, of renewed faith, and above all, a day to give our deepest thanks to the Almighty God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. After 2 harrowing years in darkness and captivity, 20 courageous hostages are returning to the glorious embrace of their families, and it is glorious. 28 more precious loved ones are coming home at last to rest in this sacred soil for all of time. And after so many years of unceasing war and endless danger, today the skies are calm, the guns are silent, the sirens are still, and the sun rises on a holy land that is finally at peace, a land and a region that will live, God willing, in peace for all eternity. This is not only the end of a war, this is the end of an age of terror and death, and the beginning of the age of faith and hope and of God. It's the start of a grand concord and lasting harmony for Israel and all the nations of what will soon be a truly magnificent region. I believe that so strongly. This is the historic dawn of a new Middle East. I want to express my gratitude to a man of exceptional courage and patriotism, whose partnership did so much to make this momentous day possible. You know who I'm talking about. There's only one, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Bibi, please stand up. And he is not easy, I want to tell you. He's not the easiest guy to deal with. But that's what makes him great. That's what makes him great. Thank you very much, baby. Great job. And let me also convey my tremendous appreciation for all of the nations of the Arab and Muslim world that came together to press Hamas to set the hostages free and to send them home. We had a lot of help. We had a lot of help from a lot of people that you wouldn't suspect, and I want to thank them very much for that. It's an incredible triumph for Israel and the world to have all of these nations working together as partners in peace. And it's pretty unusual for you to see that, but it happened in this case. This was a very unusual point in time, a brilliant point in time. Generations from now, this will be remembered as the moment that everything began to change, and change very much for the better. Like the USA right now, it will be the golden age of Israel and the golden age of the Middle East. It's going to work together. I'd like to thank several great American patriots for their invaluable help in getting something done that almost everyone thought was absolutely impossible.
You're watching BBC News as the U.S. President Donald Trump begins his address to the Israeli Parliament, the Knesset. It's a momentous day in the Middle East. All the Israeli hostages are home.
People that love the region. They love the Middle East. I want to thank my friend Steve Witkoff. You know, Steve was chosen by me. He never did this before, but I knew him as a few things. He was a great businessman, but I know a lot of great businessmen, to be honest with you. He had tremendous negotiating skills, but I know a lot of people that negotiate pretty well, although it is an art. But there are people that can negotiate pretty well. But most importantly with Steve, he's just a great guy. Everybody loved him. Everybody. I mean, I know some negotiators that are so good, but you wouldn't have had peace in the Middle East. It would be in World War III right now with some of these guys. Everybody loves Steve, and they respect him, and they somehow can relate to him. I've known him for many years, and I've seen it over and over again.
להוציא את חבר הכנסת עודה, להוציא אותו מהאולם, להוציא אותו מיד, החוצה, החוצה, החוצה. להוציא גם את חבר הכנסת כסיף, להוציא את חבר הכנסת כסיף מהאולם, להוציא אותו מיד. Sorry for that, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Please.
That was very efficient. So back to Steve. He's But I tell one story because he was so involved, and then we called in Jared. We need that brain on occasion. We got to get Jared in here. We got to get a certain group of people. But Steve started this all by himself. I call him Henry Kissinger, who doesn't leak. Okay? Henry is a big leaker. He leaked. Steve doesn't leak. Steve just wants to get the job done. He wants to do what's right. But I'll give you just a quick story because, as you know, he's working on the war with Russia and Ukraine, a war that would have never happened if I were president. A shame. 7,000 young soldiers a week are being killed. More than that this last week. It's a shame that it never happened. But it did happen, and we won the race, and I took over this horrible war that's been raging, and I thought it would be easily settled. I thought it was a hell of a lot easier than doing what we just did very successfully with Israel and a lot of other people. But this came first, and we'll get that one. But I set up a meeting for him to meet with President Putin, thinking it would be a 15 or a 20-minute meeting. Steve had no idea about Russia, had no idea about Putin too much, didn't know too much about politics, wasn't that interested. He was really good at real estate, but he had that quality that I was looking for, and I didn't see it around in too many ways. And I set up the meeting with Putin, and I called. I said, is Steve finished yet? That was about a half an hour into the meeting. No, sir, he's not. He's still inside. This is in Moscow. I said, well, how's he doing? I don't know, sir. He's still inside. I called up an hour later. Let me speak to Steve. Sir, he's still with Putin. He's with President Putin. I said, wow, it's a long meeting, 1 hour. I called up an hour later, he was still with Putin. 3 hours later, he was still with Putin. 4 hours later, he started to get the word that he was going to be coming out soon. And in 5 hours, he came out. I said, what the hell were you talking about for 5 hours? And he says, just a lot of interesting things. We're talking about a lot of interesting things, including what he went in there for, but you can't talk about it for 5. You can talk about it for a certain period of time, and you know what you're getting. But that's a talent. That's a talent where you can do that. Most people I'd send in, number one, they wouldn't be accepted. Number two, if they were, the meeting would last 5 minutes. And that's what happens with Steve. Everybody loves him. They love him on this side. They love him on the other side. And he really is. He's a great negotiator because he's a great guy. So thank you very much, Steve. Very much. And let me also give a very special thanks to someone who truly loves Israel. In fact, loves it so much that my daughter converted. My daughter converted. I didn't know this was going to happen. And Ivanka's here. And Bibi, you do know this was not in the cards for me. You understand that. And she is so happy, and they are so happy. At least I think they're happy. If they're not, we have a big story, right? No, they have a great marriage, and they get along great. They're best friends. They have a very special relationship. But Jared has been so helpful. He really did something very special. He established the Abraham Accords with a group of very wonderful people. I like calling it the Avraham Accords because people that, right? Avraham. It's so cool. It's so much sort of nicer, you know, the Abraham versus the Avraham. I just don't want to sound too sanctimonious when I do it, so, you know, I sort of split it up. This way we keep everybody happy. But we have some very great talent, and they have no excuses for anything that's taken place because we had some unbelievably good people working on this. And then you're going to add a man named Marco Rubio, who is also here. And I have a prediction that Marco will go down, I mean this, as the greatest Secretary of State in the history of the United States. I believe that. I believe it. And he and I, you know, we really fought it out. You remember, he was tough. He was nasty. Who the hell thought this was going to happen, Marco, right? And now I'm saying he's going to go down as the greatest. He will. He was always smart and sharp, and people respect him. And then we have somebody who's young, but an unbelievable leader. I saw it a long time ago, and he's turned out to be even better than we thought. Right, Susie? I think even better. And that's Pete Hegseth, who is our Secretary of War, formerly Secretary of Defense. And as you know, we decisively won World War I. We decisively won World War II decisively. And everything in between and everything before it, we won everything. And then they had the brilliant idea of changing the name from war, you know, it was war, to defense. And with that went a certain thinking. And we fought in a very politically correct way after that. We always had the strongest military, and now we have a stronger military than we've ever had before. Because of my first term, I've totally rebuilt the military, every aspect of it. But we have, if you think, we settled 8 wars in 8 months. I'm now including this one, by the way, if that's okay. They may say, well, that was quick, because yesterday I was saying 7, but now I can say 8. The hostages are back. The hostages are back. It is a good feeling. Isn't that nice to say? You know, I just said the hostage, first time I said the hostages are back. It feels so good to say it. But when you settle 8 wars in 8 months, that means you don't like war. Everyone thought I was going to be brutal. In fact, I remember Hillary Clinton during a debate, she said, look at him, he's going to go to war with everybody. And actually, she said, he's got a personality that's all about war. No, and my personality actually is all about stopping wars, and it seems to work. It seems to work. But it also means this name change in our attitude that we're not going to go into a war, but if we do, we're going to win that war like nobody has ever won a war before. We will not be politically correct, but we're not going to be there. And I think, you know, as you mentioned, Bibi, before, peace through strength, and that's what it's all about. The United States has the greatest and most powerful military in the right now history of the world. I can tell you we have weapons that nobody's ever dreamt of. I only hope we never have to use them. I rebuilt the military. I was proud to do it, but some of the things I hated to do. I hated certain of the weapons because the level of power is so enormous. It's so dangerous, so bad. But we have to do what we have to do. We make the best weapons in the world, and we've got a lot of them. And we've given a lot to Israel, frankly. And I mean, Bibi would call me so many times, can you get me this weapon, that weapon, that weapon? Some of them I never heard of, Bibi, and I made them. But we'd get them here, wouldn't we? And they are the best. They are the best. But you used them well. It also takes people that know how to use them. And you obviously used them very well. But so many that Israel became strong and powerful, which ultimately led to peace. That's what led to peace. So as we celebrate today, let us remember how this nightmare of depravity and death all began. 2 years ago, on the eve of the Simchat Torah holiday, thousands of innocent Israeli civilians were attacked by terrorists, and one of the most evil and heinous desecrations of innocent life the world has ever seen, the worst slaughter of Jews since the Holocaust. The cruelty of October 7th struck to the core of humanity itself. Nobody could believe what they were witnessing. The United States of America grieved alongside you, and we mourned for our own citizens who were so viciously taken that day. And to all the families whose lives were forever changed by the atrocities of that day, and all of the people of Israel, please know that America joins you in those two everlasting vows: never forget and never again. From October 7th until this week, Israel has been a nation at war, enduring burdens that only a proud and faithful people could withstand. It was a very tough period of time. For so many families across this land, it has been years since you've known a single day of true peace. But now at last, not only for Israelis, but also for Palestinians and for many others, the long and painful nightmare is finally over. And as the dust settles, the smoke fades, the debris is removed, and the ashes cleaned from the air, the day that breaks on a region transformed and a beautiful and much brighter future appears suddenly within your reach. This is now a very exciting time for Israel and for the entire Middle East, because all across the Middle East, the forces of chaos, terror, and ruin that have plagued the region for decades now stand weakened, isolated, and totally defeated. A new coalition of proud and responsible nations is emerging, and because of us, the enemies of all civilization are in retreat. Thanks to the bravery and incredible skill of the Israeli Defense Forces and Operation Rising Lion, guy's central casting. Let's put him in a movie. Look at him. Great job. And my people loved working with you. Loved it. They worked so well together. But many of Iran's top terrorists, including nuclear scientists and commanders, have been extinguished from this earth. And with Operation Midnight Hammer, boy, that's a great name for that, what we did. Last June, the United States military flew 7 of those beautiful B-2 bombers. They look so beautiful all of a sudden. They were always, I thought they were pretty planes. I had no idea they could do what they did. In fact, we just ordered 28 more of them. A little updated version. We ordered a whole pile of them. And almost 100 other planes went with them, including fighter jets. And we had 52 tankers, big, beautiful, brand new tankers that were loading them up 4 or 5 times. They've traveled 37 hours back and forth. Think of that. But we had tankers all over the sky for all the other planes. We had the F-22s, the F-35s, F-16s. We had a hell of a lot of planes. So we had 52 gas stations in the sky. That's what they call them. I'll tell you, I wouldn't want to be flying one of them. We have our great General Raisin Cain right here. General, stand up. This guy. What a general. Thank you. I asked General Cain, I said, you know, we're having problems with ISIS, and I was in Washington, and I asked, how long would it take to defeat ISIS? And my Washington generals told me, 3, 4, maybe 5 years, sir. I said, I don't get it. We got the best equipment in the world. Why? So I flew to Iraq, and I met with a man named Cain. He said, what's your first name? He said, they call me Raisin, sir. I said, wait a minute, your name is Raisin Cain? I've been looking for you for a long time. You gotta be kidding. So they told me 3, 4, 5 years to defeat ISIS. And I sit down with him and I say, why is it? I flew there in the dark of night. I landed, I'll never forget it. It was quite a trip. I'm glad I made it because I met him. I said, could I ask you, General? I come down. He said, with another general and a sergeant. Everybody was like central casting. They could go into a movie right now. Between him and you guys over here, we could get rich making movies, okay? And they got along so great. That's the beautiful thing, that your military and our military, Bibi, got along so great. But I was told by the television generals in Washington, we have the best equipment in the world. Why is it taking so long? And they said, 4 years. I said, so let me ask you, Raisin, how long would it take you to defeat ISIS? Sir, we can do it in 3 weeks, but you'll probably have some time left over. I said, you gotta be kidding. What the hell are you talking about? They said 4 years. I said, well, sir, look, it's not my place to say, but you're asking me the question. What you have to do is
You hit them from the west, you hit them from the north, you hit them from the south, you hit them above, you hit them below. I said, so why didn't they do it? And he didn't want to speak badly of his superiors, which is hard to believe they were his superiors. It should have been the other way around a long time ago, because he's the one that did Operation Hammer. It was flawless. It was flawless. It was absolutely flawless. And I said, so you really think you can do it in 4 weeks? Yes, sir, 100%. You have to do it differently than they were doing it. They were using one base, and it was hundreds of miles away. And he says, we have all these portable bases all over the Middle East. And they didn't want to use them because they didn't want to offend the country where the portable, they wouldn't have even known what the hell the planes were going up, right? They wouldn't have known, but he said, no, they didn't want to defend anybody, offend anybody, and but we can do it in 4 weeks. I said, you sure about that? I'm going to call you back. I'll call you back on Monday. I'm going back to Washington. But you think 4 weeks? Yes, sir, I think we can do it in 4 weeks. We'll have time left over. So I call him on Monday. I say, you think you can do it? 4 weeks. I said, go ahead and do it. He did it. I'll tell you, he did it in 4 weeks, less than 4 weeks. So, General, stand up, please. Again, this is a real general. This is not a television general. He doesn't want to go on television. He doesn't want to go on television. I said the other guys love being on television. So we dropped 14 bombs on Iran's key nuclear facilities, totally, as I said originally, obliterating them. And that's been confirmed, and everybody understands it. Together we stopped the #1 state sponsor of terror from obtaining the world's most dangerous weapons. And if you think about it, if we didn't do that, and assuming we made the same deal that we have today, there'd be a dark cloud over this deal. And #1, it wouldn't happen because the other Arab and Muslim nations really wouldn't feel comfortable making the deal that we have now, right? If Iran had that nuclear weapon that they were about 2 months away from having. They would have had it in 2 months or maybe less than that. They were right at, this was our last shot. They looked at it for 22 years. This was our last shot. The pilots told me that. They said, 22 years, sir. They looked at it. Our predecessors looked, they studied it. 3 times a year would do drills on that exact attack. And boy, did they get it right. But let's assume they didn't, and let's assume there was large-scale nuclear weapons in the hands of Iran. We couldn't be here today. Even if we signed the deal, which we couldn't do because a lot of people would not want to have anything to do with it, we took a big cloud off of the Middle East and off of Israel. And it was my honor to help. But it isn't it true, though, that can you imagine the same, let's assume, Bibi, the same documents, we had everything the same, but you had somebody out there that was, in the opinion of everybody, all-powerful in the Middle East. They took a big hit, didn't they? Didn't they take a big hit? Boy, oh boy. They got hit from one side, from the other. And you know, it would be great if we could make a peace deal with them. And I think that's big. Would you be happy with that? Wouldn't it be nice, I think? Because I think they want to. I think they're tired. Somebody said, sir, they're starting their nuclear program again. I said, let me tell you something. They're not starting anything. They want to survive. The last thing they want to do is start digging holes again in mountains that just got blown up and start. They're not doing it. They want to survive, okay? But I think we have a chance. Steve, you, and I think Jared, come on, I'll call you back for another one. We always bring Jared when we want to get that deal closed. We bring Jared, but Steve, you and Jared and the General and Pete and Marco, you'll get that deal done easy. I think that'll be easy. But first we have to get Russia done. We got to get that one done. If you don't mind, Steve, let's focus on Russia first, all right? We'll get it done. In Lebanon, the dagger of Hezbollah long aimed at Israel's throat has been totally shattered. My administration is actively supporting the new president of Lebanon in his mission to permanently disarm Hezbollah's terror brigades. He's doing very well. And build a thriving state at peace with its neighbors. And you're very much in favor of that, I know. And it's good things are happening there, really good things. And with this week's ceasefire, we've achieved the most challenging breakthrough of them all. The most challenging breakthrough maybe ever. I mean, I've never seen anything like. I've been involved in a lot of success. I have never seen anything like what's going on today all over the world. People are dancing in the streets, not just in Israel. They're dancing in the streets of countries that would have never danced in the street about what's happening today. They're dancing in those streets. So this long and difficult war has now ended. You know, some people say 3,000 years, some people say 500 years, whatever it is. It's the granddaddy of them all. And in an unprecedented achievement, virtually the entire region has endorsed the plan that Gaza will be immediately demilitarized, that Hamas will be disarmed, and Israel's security will no longer be threatened in any way, shape, or form. So Israel, with our help, has won all that they can by force of arms. You've won. I mean, you've won. Now it's time to translate these victories against terrorists on the battlefield into the ultimate prize of peace and prosperity for the entire Middle East. It's about time you were able to enjoy the fruits of your labor. Mr. Opposition Leader. He's a very nice opposition leader. I think. No, he's a nice man. Bibi, he's a nice man. He knows what he's doing, right? No, he's a very nice guy. Well, see, now you can be a little bit nicer, Bibi, because you're not at war anymore, Bibi. But only by embracing the opportunities of this moment can we achieve our goal of ensuring that the horrors of recent years will never happen again. You don't want to have to go through this again. 8 years ago, I came to this region on a very special first trip abroad as the President of the United States. I came here very early at your request. I addressed the leaders of the Arab and Muslim world gathered in Saudi Arabia and said that it was time to build a future free of the grip of extremism and terror. And interestingly, right now, as soon as I'm finished, I'm quite late. You've kept me quite late between opposition leaders and Bibi's brilliant but very long speech. I thought I was going to run up here, make a speech, and then head to Egypt. It didn't work out, though. And you made a pretty long one, too, sir. But I liked what you all said. It could be worse. Supposing on top of it, I didn't like what you said. That would be no good, Ron, would it? Ron, you did a great job, by the way, Ron. So I'm going to be meeting, actually, in a little while, I'm going to be meeting with the most powerful, the richest nations, really, in the world, although now, with the tariffs, the United States is by far the richest nation in the world, as you probably have been reading. But the richest nations, most powerful nations, tremendous, headed by some tremendous people in many cases. Some cases I wouldn't say necessarily I would endorse. But I will tell you, some incredible people that really helped us make this all possible. So I'll be going there. I'll be quite late. They might not be there by the time I get there. But we're going to give it a shot. But the journey we started back then led to the crushing defeat of the ISIS caliphate. to the monumental Abraham Accords, and ultimately to the historic ceasefire this week, in which many of those same nations really played a very pivotal role, I have to tell you. Steve will tell you that. Jared will tell you that. Together, we've shown that peace is not just a hope that we can dream about. It's a reality we can build upon day by day, person by person, and nation by nation. And because of that, the Middle East is finally ready to embrace its extraordinary potential. You have extraordinary potential in this region. It should now be clear to everyone throughout the region that decades of fomenting terrorism and extremism, jihadism and anti-Semitism have not worked. They haven't worked. They've been a disaster. They've just killed. They've killed. They've backfired completely and totally. They've just totally backfired. Everything that you thought, take it worst case, it's turned out to be worse than that. They have not worked. From Gaza to Iran, those bitter hatreds have delivered nothing but misery, suffering, failure, and death. They've served not to weaken Israel, but to annihilate the very forces that did the most to foment this hatred. And it's really, I mean, everybody that's tried it has become irrelevant. Meanwhile, we've seen those nations that set aside their differences, reached across ancient divides, and pursued engagement are now among the most successful in the region. They're getting along with Israel, and they're doing great. And I can tell you the 4 nations that joined the Abraham Accords early on, and you'd all be doing me a favor, and I'm going to be saying this in a little while to some other friends, would love you all to, is this right, Jared? Join up in the Abraham Accords. We have to join up and get together. You can have that whole thing filled out. We had a very weak administration, worst president in the history of our country by far. And Barack Obama was not far behind, by the way. And they did nothing with this incredible document, the Abraham Accords, but now you can fill them up. Now you have peace, you have people that really like Israel. I'll tell you what, and they like Israel a lot more today than they did even 5 weeks ago. You've made a lot of, you've come back. You've come back strong, because it was getting to be a little nasty out there in the world, and ultimately the world wins. You can't beat the world. Or I would say to Bibi, it's now time. And he understood it better than anybody, because ultimately, you know, the world's a very big place. And I've said a lot. I said, this piece of land is very small. It's unbelievable what you've done with that tiny. You look at a map even of just not the world, the Middle East, and you have this little dot. And think of what you've done. It's incredible. It's incredible. But the world is loving Israel again. And I said to Bibi, you know, the world is big and it's strong. And Ron, ultimately, the world wins. And we don't have to worry about that now. But there was getting to be a period of time over the last few months, you know, the world wanted peace and Israel wanted peace. Everybody did. Everybody did. And what a victory it's been, right? What a victory it's been. If you would have gone on for 3, 4 more years, keep fighting, it was getting bad. It was getting heated. The timing of this is brilliant. And I said, Bibi, you're going to be remembered for this far more than if you kept this thing going, kill. It would be it would not be the same. And I just want to congratulate you for having the courage to say, that's it, we've won, and now let's enjoy our lives and let's rebuild Israel and make it stronger and bigger and better than it's ever been before. We're going to do that. Took a lot of guts. And the choice for Palestinians could not be more clear. This is their chance to turn forever from the path of terror and violence. It's been extreme. To exile the wicked forces of hate that are in their midst, and I think that's going to happen. I've met some people over the last couple of months that want to see it happen very much, and after tremendous pain and death and hardship, now is the time to concentrate on building their people up instead of trying to tear Israel down. We don't want that to happen again. And the total focus of Gazans must be on restoring the fundamentals of stability, safety, dignity, and economic development so they can finally have the better life that their children really do deserve after all these decades of horror. I intend to be a partner in this effort in the sense that we're going to help and we're going to do something that became unbelievably popular. Everybody wants to be on it. It's called the Board of Peace, okay? How about that? Is that a beautiful name, like a board of peace? The only bad thing from my standpoint, every single nation involved has asked me to be the chair, and I'll tell you, I'm very busy. I didn't count on that, but you know what? If we do it, we'll do it right, and we have unbelievable power and wealth, because you're going to need wealth. You're going to need wealth to rebuild things, and they have wealth like few people have wealth. I want to thank the Arab and Muslim nations for their commitment that they've made to support a safe rebuilding of Gaza and beyond. I have many Arab countries, very wealthy countries, that came up and said, we'll put up tremendous amounts of money to get to rebuild Gaza, and I think that's going to happen. The power, they want dignity, they want to come forward, and they want to say, and I want to say who they are, because what they're doing is going to be, I think, something that you're going to be very impressed with, Bibi, and you need that. You need the kind of economic power that they have, and they want to see it work, and they want to see it be safe, and they want to see it be good for Israel, too. And as much money as it will be, and it's a lot, as you can see, it's a lot. For these countries, it's relatively little relative to their worth. It's really a lot of money like most people could never even conceive, but for these countries, it's not that much, especially because it ensures success and stability in the Middle East, which is what they want to see. So many of them will be with us in Egypt in a little while, I think. I'm not sure. They may be gone. They may have taken their Boeing 747s and left. I said, what kind of a plane do you fly? 747. I said, that's a large plane. No, they may have. Steve, do you think they've left on their their brand new Boeing 747s? Or, I don't know. We're going to find out soon. It's going to be a big story. There'll be 2 people left. And they'll be the 2 poorest ones. But it will be the wealthiest and most powerful group of nations. So the group that we have assembled, that's waiting for us, is the wealthiest and most powerful group ever assembled at one time. There has never been a group like this. And they're only looking for good. They want good. They're going to do good. And as those commitments are made, I'm going to let the world know who's doing it, because they really deserve to get the credit. And some of them probably won't want the credit, but they deserve it. It's more obvious than ever that the productive and responsible nations of this region should not be enemies or adversaries. You should be partners and eventually even friends, and that's what's going to happen. I know it. Together you can stand against the forces of chaos. Yeah, you go ahead. That's an important point. Because you can stand against the forces of chaos that threatened all of your interests, and it's always a big threat, and unleash incredible prosperity and opportunity for all the people of these lands, and that's what's going to happen. You're going to unleash numbers and success, the likes of which Israel has never been able to think of, because you're so firm, and you should be, and you've done the right thing in defending yourself. you're not going to have to worry so much about it. You've won, and now you can build, and you can do things that you never even thought possible. When you put that genius into doing something else, it's going to be something it's going to be a miracle. The miracle in the desert, it's going to be amazing. And it already is in a true sense. But it'll be wonderful when you can spend time thinking about other than war and defense and offense also. To that end, it's my firm hope and dream, frankly, that together the Abraham Accords will turn out to be everything that we thought they would. Those 4 countries were very, very brave in doing it. They did it at a very early point, and every single one of them benefits unbelievably financially. And if you noticed, even in this bad period that we just went through, they all remained a member of the Abraham Accords. They've done unbelievably well. And you know who you are, and I want to thank you. And they've stayed because of loyalty, but they've also stayed because it was really good business. They've made a lot of money being members, and you're going to all, I hope that every one of the countries that we're seeking, Jared, I hope they join quickly. No games, no nothing. Just join, get it. It's going to be a great peacemaker. It's really going to bring it together beyond anybody's wildest dream. So instead of building fortresses to keep enemies at bay, the nations of this region should be building infrastructure to weave your commerce closer together, because you've got to compete with the big world out there in commerce now. It's a different kind of competition. Instead of making weapons and missiles, the wealth of this region should flow to schools and medicine, industry, and frankly, the new hot thing, artificial intelligence. It's a lot of intelligence you're going to have to be throwing off to pay back these sums of money that they're doing. But that's really the hot one. And I might say that the United States, a year ago, was a dead country. I say it to people. I heard it first from the King of Saudi Arabia. I then heard it from UAE. I heard it from Qatar. I heard it from many other countries. A year ago, the United States of America was a dead country. Now it's the hottest country anywhere in the world. It is the hottest. There's no question about it. In fact, if you go back a year ago, before the election, although once we had November 5th, we became hot because people got it. I would say November 5th was a time that we became really hot. But once you go back a couple of years, if I were in charge and the country was doing what they would, nobody was going to ask me to speak. Nobody asked Joe Biden to come up and speak, I guarantee you that. And if they did, he would have turned them down, I promise you. He didn't speak. He didn't speak, and he didn't speak well. But all of the countries in the Middle East, it could have, what we're doing now, it could have happened a long time ago, but it was strangled and set back almost irretrievably by the administrations of Barack Obama and then Joe Biden. It was, there was a hatred toward Israel. There was an absolute hatred. The setbacks really started when President Obama signed the Iran nuclear deal. This was a disaster for Israel, and it was a disaster for everyone. And I remember that Bibi Netanyahu came to the United States and worked so hard to try and get Obama not to do that deal. He worked so hard. But it was like talking to a wall. I remember him telling me it was like talking to a wall. They wanted to go with Iran. They chose Iran, frankly, over a lot of other good nations, but specifically Israel. And that was the beginning of a very bad period of time. You had Obama go out, and the Iran nuclear deal turned out to be a disaster. And by the way, I terminated the Iran nuclear deal, and I was very proud to do it. Yet even to Iran, whose regime has inflicted so much death on the Middle East, the hand of friendship and cooperation is open. I'm telling you, they want to make a deal. That's all I do in my life. I make deals. I'm good at it. I've always been good at it. And I know when they want. Even if they said, we don't want to make a deal, I can tell you they want to make a deal. All right, they do. They want to make a deal, and we're going to see if we can do something, because this is crazy what's happening, and we're not going to have this anymore. Neither the United States nor Israel bear the people of Iran any hostility. We merely want to live in peace. We don't want any looming threats over our heads, and we don't want to even think in terms of nuclear destruction. It's not going to happen, never will happen. There's nothing that would do more good for this part of the world than for Iran's leaders to renounce terror, stop threatening their neighbors, quit funding their militant proxies, and finally recognize Israel's right to existence. They have to do that. They have to do that. And to Iran, and as you know, this is not said out of weakness. There's no weakness. But I'm going to say this, that we are ready when you are, and it will be the best decision that Iran has ever made. And it's going to happen. It's going to happen. And they're good people. I know a lot of Iranians in the United States. They're good people, smart, hardworking people. They don't want to see what's happened to their country. The story of fierce Israeli resolve and triumph since October 7th should be proof to the entire world that those who seek to destroy this nation are doomed to bitter failure. The state of Israel is strong, and it will live and thrive forever. And that is why Israel will always remain a vital ally of the United States of America. Israelis share our values, field one of the world's most powerful militaries. You really do. You have an amazing, what a job you've done. And have one of the most innovative economies on earth. Those are just a few of the reasons why I'm proud to be the best friend that Israel has ever had. And they all say it in the White House. They all say it. I guess it's true because everybody says it, baby. You said it today. Thank you. But as president, I terminated the disastrous Iran nuclear deal, and ultimately I terminated Iran's nuclear program with things called B-2 bombers. It was swift, and it was accurate, and it was a military beauty. I authorized the spending of billions of dollars, which went to Israel's defense, as you know. And after years of broken promises from many other American presidents, you know that, they kept promising. I never understood it until I got there. There was a lot of pressure put on these presidents. It was put on me too, but I didn't yield to the pressure. But every president for decades said, we're going to do it. The difference is I kept my promise and officially recognized the capital of Israel and moved the American embassy to Jerusalem. Isn't that right, Miriam? Look at Miriam. She's back there. Stand up, Miriam. Stand up. Miriam and Sheldon would come into the office. They'd call me. He'd call me. I think they had more trips to the White House than anybody else I can think of. Look at her sitting there so innocently. She's got $60 billion in the bank, $60 billion. And I think she's saying no more. And she loves Israel, but she loves it, and they would come in, and her husband was a very aggressive man, but I loved him. He was a very aggressive, very supportive of me. And he'd call up, can I come over and see you? I say, Sheldon, I'm the president of the United States. It doesn't work that way. He'd come in, we would do. But they were very responsible for so much, including getting me thinking about Golan Heights, which is probably one of the greatest things to ever happen to Israel. Miriam, stand up, please. She really is. I mean, she loves this country. She loves this country. Her and her husband are so incredible. We miss him so dearly. But I actually asked her, I'm going to get her in trouble with this, but I actually asked her once, I said, so Miriam, I know you love Israel. What do you love more, the United States or Israel? She refused to answer. That might mean Israel, I must say. We love you. Thank you, darling, for being here. That's a great honor. Great honor. She's a wonderful woman. She is a great woman. I've always stood for the people of this community, and I always will. I'll always be with you. I'm always going to be with you. I guess maybe something could happen to change my mind. Somebody that's really stupid gets into office and wants to do really bad things, but that's about it. And we don't think we're going to have that happen. I hope we're not going to have that happen. And this man is a good man right here. These two men are good men right here. Hey, I have an idea. Mr. President, why don't you give him a pardon? Give him a pardon. Come on. By the way, that was not in the speeches, you probably know. But I happen to like this gentleman right over here, and it just seems to make so much sense. You know, whether we like it or not, this has been one of the greatest wartime presidents. This has been one of the greatest wartime presidents. And cigars and champagne, who the hell cares about that? All right, enough controversy for the day, right? Actually, I don't think it's very controversial. So, you know, I mean, I see so popular. You are a very popular man. You know why? Because you know how to win. Over the past 2 years, I've met many of the families of the Israelis taken hostage and those that were taken hostage. Unbelievable. I've looked into their eyes. I've seen the worst nightmares of their suffering, but I've also seen something else, the beautiful love of the people, the love of people, frankly, that hold things together, the love that gives you the courage to carry on through thousands of years of persecution and repression and to emerge with the heart of David. It's the heart of David. It's that love that's defeated the enemies of civilization, built this incredible country and this unbelievable economy, and forged one of the great democracies of the world. That is why it's a true honor to stand here today and address this assembly in your ancient and eternal now capital, Jerusalem. I'm proud to have helped in that regard. This city and this nation stand as living proof that a much brighter future for this entire region is truly within our grasp. For thousands of years, Jerusalem has been a home to Christians, Jews, Muslims, and people of all ethnicities and creeds. This is the holy center of the world's three great Abrahamic faiths. I like that too. Adorned, it's the first time I've seen that word in a while. Adorned with their sacred sites and alive with their pilgrims and visitors from every corner of the globe. But here between the Western Wall, the Temple Mount, and the hill called Calvary, People of every faith and background live, work, pray, serve, and raise their families side by side, and they do it with love. This example is just one of the modern miracles that Israel has given to the world. And just in closing, the leaders in this chamber know better than anyone else the challenges of this harmony, and it's been easily won. No, it hasn't. It has not been. It's been so tough, but it has been, some say, a miracle. What you've done is a miracle. Look at your size. Look at your chances when it all started. And you know, if you think about it, you are safer today, stronger today, and more respected today than at any time in the history of Israel. Think of it. People used to say it wouldn't exist. They don't say that anymore, do they? Yet if safety, security, and coexistence can thrive here in the winding alleys and ancient paths of Jerusalem, then surely peace and respect can flourish among the nations of the broader Middle East. The God who once dwelled among his people in this city still calls us, in the words of Scripture, the turn from evil and do good, to seek peace and pursue it. So he still whispers truth into the hills and knolls and valleys of his magnificent creation, and he still writes hope into the hearts of his children all over the world. And that is why even after 3,000 years of pain and conflict, the people of Israel have never given up from the threats of Zionism, from all sorts of threats. You want the promise of Zion. You want the promise of success and hope and love and God. And the people of America have never lost faith in the promise of a great and blessed future for all of us. From the very first day that modern Israel was founded, we have stood together through thick and thin of setbacks, and through victory and defeat, through glory and heartache. We have built industries together. We have made discoveries together. We have confronted evil together, and we have waged war together. And perhaps most beautifully of all, we have made peace together. And this week, against all odds, we have done the impossible and brought our hostages home. So now we're going to forge a future that is worthy of our heritage. We're going to build a legacy that all the people of this region can be proud of. New bonds of friendship, cooperation, and commerce will join Tel Aviv to Dubai, Haifa to Beirut, Jerusalem to Damascus, and from Israel to Egypt, from Saudi Arabia to Qatar, from India to Pakistan, from Indonesia to Iraq, from Syria to Bahrain, Turkey to Jordan, the United Arab Emirates to Oman, and Armenia to Azerbaijan, another war that I just settled. We are going to have hope, harmony, opportunity, and happiness here in the spiritual and geographic center of the entire world. That's what you are. Israel, America, and all of the nations of the Middle East will soon be safer, stronger, greater, and more prosperous than ever before. And I want to thank you all once again for this exceptional honor. This has been truly an honor. It's seldom that a president is invited to do this. And I love Israel. I'm with you all the way. You will be bigger, better, stronger, and more loving than ever before. Thank you very much. God bless you. God bless the United States of America. And God bless the Middle East. Thank you, everybody. Good luck. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Another standing ovation for President Donald J. Trump, President of the United States of America, in a speech which went on much longer than expected, in a session of the Israeli parliament, the Knesset, which has gone on much longer than expected. This was one big collective hug between Israel and the United States, between the leaders and the people, the members of parliament, and President Donald Trump. This was a day, of course, where President Trump had flown in hours ago, a victory lap to mark what is being widely described as a momentous day. President Trump described it as the most challenging breakthrough ever, the achievement of a ceasefire in the Gaza war, the return of all living hostages, which was achieved just as he landed here in Israel in exchange for hundreds of prisoners. One after another, the Speaker of the Israeli Parliament, Amir Ohana, President Herzog, Prime Minister Netanyahu, Yair Lapid, the opposition leader, one after another. They marked this moment, but most of all, they paid tribute to President Trump, the greatest friend that Israel has ever had. President Herzog again reiterated that they would nominate the American president for next year's Nobel Peace Prize. And then Prime Minister Netanyahu went one further, saying that he would now nominate President Trump to win the Israel Prize, Israel's highest honor, awarded every year in the spring during Israel's Day of Independence, never before given to a non-Israeli. Lots of grand talk today. Prime Minister Netanyahu said that everything changed when President Trump came back to the White House. He talked about the miracle of Arab leaders coming together to stop the war. President Trump hailed the end of the fighting, but he made some very pointed comments, sometimes referring to Prime Minister Netanyahu directly, saying that Israel had won the war through its military strength, but now was the time to end the war forever, to move on to a peace in the region, to move on to a different kind of future. He kept making a joke that in Sharm el-Sheikh, the Egyptian Red Sea resort, leaders were waiting, and indeed we do know that more than 20 Western and Arab leaders have been kept waiting by this long-delayed visit by President Trump in Israel. He is now making his way. We can hear the helicopters in the sky. President Trump described the gathering in Sharm el-Sheikh, particularly referring to the Arab Gulf leaders with which he has such strong relations, as being the wealthiest, most powerful group of individuals, saying that not only did they come together to make this New Deal possible, that they would also help to rebuild Gaza and beyond. There were very few comments about the Palestinians, but he did refer to the leadership of the Palestinians and said now is the time to build up your people rather than trying to bring Israel down. There was, of course, tributes paid to the people of Israel, to the soldiers of Israel, to the families of the Israeli hostages. But most of all, this was a day to say thank you to President Trump. And President Trump himself, of course, thanked himself, thanked all the members of his team, his own members of his family, the members of his cabinet, and friends who had gathered here in the Israeli Knesset. Now he will be making his way to the airfield to take a short flight, 45-minute flight, to the Egyptian Red Sea resort of Sharm el-Sheikh, to the second part of his visit to the region today, described as a flying visit, but it's much longer than expected. He's running about 3 hours behind schedule. On the opposite side of your screen, what has been happening while Israel was fixed upon the speeches of Israeli leaders and also President Trump. These are the chaotic scenes from Khan Yunis in southern Gaza Strip. The buses bringing back some of the hundreds, there are about 1,700 in all, most of them from the Gaza Strip, detained during the past 2 years of war, the war which was ended this week. Largely, it has to be said, because President Donald Trump pushed in a way that he had never pushed before. A lot of celebration. I think we can hear yes, there it is, the firing of guns in the air in celebration. Hamas soldiers. Hamas has, of course, been weakened by this war. It's not the fighting force it was when it carried out the horrific attacks of October the 7th. But it certainly hasn't been destroyed. It hasn't gone away. And today it is trying to maintain control on the streets. You see the prisoners now leaning out of those buses. They'll be reunited with their families. Some of them, of course, will be going to the Nasser Hospital, one of the biggest hospitals in the Gaza Strip, one of the only hospitals still functioning after 2 years of sustained attacks on the infrastructure of Gaza. 90% of the territory now lies in utter ruin. Those are the scenes from Khan Yunis as we continue our special coverage of a momentous day of huge emotion in the Middle East, most of all in Israel and, of course, in the Gaza Strip. To confirm again that the last 20 living hostages, Israelis held captive by Hamas since October the 7th, 2023, have at last been freed from their ordeal, from captivity. In return, nearly 2,000 Palestinian prisoners and detainees have been released by Israel. And as you can see in those pictures on your screen, that ceremony is still going on in Khan Yunis. There have been hugely emotional scenes today of the reunions of Israeli families with their loved ones. Days that the families have been trying to imagine for so long, fearing on their darkest days, on the days when the war seemed to drag on, the days when they took to the streets, often blaming Prime Minister Netanyahu for prolonging the war, for not prioritizing the plight of the hostages. And now the nation has come together. The opinion polls show that more than 70% of Israelis want this war to end. They've welcomed this ceasefire. Let's just look at some of the very, very emotional reunions today. One of the families united today around the captive, the oldest captive, Omri Miran. The 48-year-old man was abducted from his home in Nahal Oz in southern Israel. His wife, Lishai, said she last saw him being driven away in his own car, driven into the Gaza Strip, into that darkest of holes. This here now was the moment that Lishai spoke to him just after he was released by Hamas earlier today. And I think that was actually when he was still in Hamas captivity, because Hamas dialed up the numbers of some of the families of the hostages even before they were handed over to the International Committee of the Red Cross. There you see the reunion with the soldiers of the Israeli Defense Forces, the first moments of breathing freedom. Let's now look that this was his wife's reaction to seeing that footage. Unbridled joy, overwhelming happiness and relief. All of the families, scenes like this, tears flowing, hearts full. And now those pictures were taken a short time ago, and now they have been reunited. And these images were taken, that's back to Khan Yunis. I think we're going to see, let's go back now. We're going to see that there's also been jubilant scenes of reunions in Ramallah, in the occupied West Bank, where buses pulled up there. Some of the prisoners who were released, some of them who'd been serving years, if not decades, in Israeli prisons. 250 were released today, but many will be deported. But some, about 100, we heard earlier from our correspondent, Barbara Platt-Usher, who was on the scene when those buses pulled out. And although the Israelis told families to have a subdued ceremony, not to wave Palestinian or Hamas flags, there has been an outpouring of emotion. These are the scenes, of course, in Khan Yunis. All eyes in the region and around the world on what's happening today. From Ramallah, we're joined now by Sabri Saidam. He's the Deputy Secretary General of Fatah's Central Committee. Sabri Saidam, this was a day that so many feared they would never see, for the families of the Israeli hostages, but also for the families of the Palestinian prisoners. They've been languishing in Israeli jails, some of them for decades. What are your reflections on today?
Well, definitely history is in the making today. I have no doubt, but I was quite disappointed to listen to President Trump bragging about the might of his weapons, the weapons he has given to Israel, weapons that have killed my cousins and aunts in Gaza, the pain and anguish of the Palestinian people not being highlighted the way the anguish of the Israelis being highlighted is quite disappointing. Nevertheless, away from the bragging, away from the compliments, and away from the hugs, as you said, the big hug, there is the new line that President Trump is proposing about peace, prosperity, dignity, and allowing Palestine to live. Netanyahu has adopted the policy of having the cake and eat it all. Now Trump is saying, let's share in the cake and let's see how things will evolve, promising the world a different Middle East. We would like to see him put deeds to his words. We would like to see a change in the Middle East. And Israel has been trying war for the last decades. It's time that Israel tries peace for the first time and give back the land to the Palestinians where they can establish a state of their own.
You listened to President Trump's speech. You also saw the unprecedented pressure he placed, not just on Hamas through the mediators, but also on Israel and in particular on Prime Minister Netanyahu. As you know, the United States has always been the mediator of choice in the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. Do you believe now that the United States can play a kind of role that can bring about a just peace, even if it does take much longer than President Trump seems to think?
Well, as a Palestinian, I certainly hope so, despite the fact that all the people he had praised are in love with Israel. I would like Trump rather, to look at the Palestinians with Palestinian eyes and not through his friends of Israel. We would like him to be neutral, we would like him to be fair, as he says, and we would like him to play the role of an honest mediator. If anything, everybody wants honesty now in the Middle East if you are to bring about a new reality which he desires. What really concerns me now is the fact that people are celebrating the release of detainees and prisoners. May I remind you that there is 10,000 Palestinians that are remaining in Israeli prisons that are ought to see liberty. So if this scene is concluded, it has to be concluded fair and square, and for Palestine to prosper and to see indeed a different reality.
And Cyber Saddam, as you know, it was just very late yesterday that it was confirmed that the Palestinian President Mahmoud Abbas would also participate in this summit, which of course has been delayed but will take place in a short time in the Egyptian Red Sea resort of Sharm el-Sheikh. How important was it that there be high-level Palestinian participation?
I think, friends were making jokes about the delay in inviting the president to attend representing Palestinians, saying, this is going to be more of a wedding, that the bride and groom will not be there. So now that the Palestinians are there, they can defend their right of being, and they can speak to themselves about their future and their aspirations, and can reflect on a critical phase of life that they've passed through over the last 2 years. So now we have the meeting. Let's hope this indeed brings about a new reality. And let's indeed see the world recognize the Palestinians, not only as human beings, but also as people of right, people who deserve a state, people who deserve the dignity they have long acquired, and people who deserve their independence that they fought for the last 7 decades or more.
Indeed, Sabri Saidam, because you were watching the speech, you would have seen that moment which went around the world, that in this huge adulation for President Trump for this moment, that there were two dissenting voices, two members of the Hadash Alliance, the Jewish Arab Alliance. They held up posters saying "Recognize Palestine," and after he left, they were escorted out. And Ayman Uday, who I'm sure that you know, the Arab member of the Israeli parliament, said we were just trying to raise what everyone around the world should recognize, which is the recognition of a Palestinian state. And as you know, that the Palestinian Authority, Palestinians have been encouraged by how many more states, including Western countries, who joined the majority of countries worldwide, who have recognized a Palestinian state. That wasn't mentioned in President Trump's speech, in any of the speeches, in fact. But that, for the Palestinians, is certainly one of the big issues on the agenda, isn't it?
Absolutely, because Trump has been a strong supporter of Israel. He has said day in and day out that recognition will not help. And I, for one, don't know as to how there would be a new Middle East without Palestine coming into being. But I'm hopeful that President Trump will get the heat of this, will capture the moment, and would believe after attending the meeting in Sharm el-Sheikh today that indeed the way forward is for the recognition of the state of Palestine coming into being, coming into existence, and also being supported. And there's been a lot of locomotives who have doubted this move, but then moved in favor of it, and quite clearly declared what I would consider as a turning point in history, to see the UK and to see others, France, Canada, Australia, and other heavyweights will follow suit soon, come forward and say yes to Palestine, voting for Palestine, voting for the state of the people who have long suffered for their independence is the right move. And I certainly hope that Israelis alike will consider this as a matter of fact and as a matter of urgency, and also believe that the way security is to be brought about is by serving or allowing justice to be served to the Palestinians. Having the cake, eating it all, turning Palestine into a Swiss cheese-like land where Israel wins the cheese, we get the whole, is not the way forward, definitely.
No matter how far and how fast this process goes, Sabri Saidam, there's a great sense that this is a new moment, a new chapter. As we speak, we're watching on the screens the scenes of celebration from Han Yunis, a shattered Han Yunis, but still celebration today to welcome the detainees home. And on the other side of the screen, it's from the roof of the Sheba Medical Center from Ramat Gan, just outside Tel Aviv, one of 5 places where the Israeli hostages are being taken by Israeli military helicopter to get some of the medical care, both physical and emotional care, that they so desperately need after months in captivity. And there will be even bigger reunions with some of their families. This is potentially a new moment, Sabri Saidam, and as you know, there is a call now, not just from outsiders, but from the Palestinian people themselves, that it is time for a new leadership, time for the Palestinian Authority to be reformed, if not to be replaced. Do you also accept that this is time for fundamental change in your own house?
Well, nobody would say no to reform. Nobody should say no to democracy. And, we have promised elections within the coming year. That should definitely happen. And Palestinians ought to choose the leadership they desire. Most importantly is not to see this being parachuted in. The council Trump intends to form has not materialized so far, but he's talked about it today. He called it the board. And if that board appears to be a resurrection of all-time colonial rule of Palestine, is not going to be welcomed by Palestinians. So I think people should believe in our competence, and we will work hard towards fulfilling the wish of our people in terms of holding elections, so that the only way to power comes through the ballot box and nothing else. No military might, no weapons, and no nuclear weapons that Israel is amassing will definitely bend the hearts and minds and backs of Palestinians. We're adamant, and we would like to see a new reality indeed.
Cautious hope, Sabri Saidam? Cautious?
always been cautiously optimistic, but now this time I'm adamant to see a different reality on the ground. I'm adamant to work harder together with my peers and others and people who are watching. We should all collectively believe that Palestine is here to stay. The Palestinians are here to stay, and that Palestine is for the Palestinians. Nobody ought to think, even for once, to drive us out, and nobody should ever believe that they could exterminate the rights of Palestinians nor eliminate their identity. We are adamant, and we will go forward for sure.
Sabri Saddam, thank you very much for joining us with your insights and reflections from Ramallah in the occupied West Bank. As we watch on the screen those scenes of celebration as some of the prisoners come home, 1,700 of the people detained during the last 2 years of war, 250 also released from years, in some cases decades, of imprisonment. There they see coming out with the white shirts, some of the prisoners, detainees, being held in very, very difficult circumstances, now being reunited with their families. Thousands more remain in prisons in Israel, but there will be celebration by some Palestinian families, a large number of Palestinian families, but there's disappointment too that the 7 prisoners, leading Palestinian figures, none of them have been released, and to the very last hour, Hamas as well as Islamic Jihad insisted they wanted at least some on that list. People like Marwan Barghouti, seen by many, not just here but around the world, as a potentially, they even call him a possible Nelson Mandela. He spends so much time in Israeli prisons. He speaks Hebrew. He understands Israeli society. Many world leaders have called for his release, but he was not freed. Ahmed Sadat as well, leader of the Palestinian Front for the Liberation of Palestine, serving, like Marwan Barghouti, multiple life sentences. He's aged, he's ill, but they're still in prison. Let's go back now to Hostages Square, the gathering place today, as it's been for many, many months now, for the families, for friends, the supporters of the Israeli hostages. But now they're home. There's no banners anymore, no need for any banners saying bring them home or they're coming home. They are home. Yolande Nell, we bring in Yolande Nell. Yolande, you've been there all day as the sun now begins to set. It seems to be a bit more somber now. Bring us into the mood.
Well, indeed, I mean, the mood has changed through the day. It was really excited just a short time ago, and people were cheering because we had the helicopters going over, taking several of the former hostages, as we'll now call them, to the hospitals nearby, where they'll undergo more rigorous medical checks and be reunited with more members of their families. We've also had pictures of the emotional reunions that have come through up on the big screen, which is behind me in Hostages Square. People looking up at those, many of these 20 names of people who have been returned to their families today, they are now household names for people in Israel. I mean, even for me, I've met, in many cases, members of their families over the past 2 years. And, when Eviatar David, who was recently shown looking emaciated in an underground tunnel in a Hamas propaganda video, when he was shown walking, looking okay on his own 2 feet, this was a huge wave of relief for people here. And a lot of people have said that to me, that they do feel that a weight has been lifted through the course of the day. That said, people also pointing out that there are only 4 hostage bodies expected now to be returned by Hamas as part of this ongoing exchange process. And people are very disappointed about that, because it should be 28 bodies that are coming back.
And yet Hamas will continue to try to retrieve the remains. And of course, there is this committee now with 200 U.S. forces, officials and forces from other nations. They're going to be monitoring this. They may also become involved. So the search will not end, will it?
That's right. And they're saying that there is going to be an international mechanism set up through the mediators it was known in advance. Hamas had warned that it didn't know the exact location of some of these bodies, and the nature of the war has been so devastating with so much destruction that some are now thought to be under the rubble. So that will need heavy lifting equipment once those bodies are located, and all efforts are supposed to be made to return them to their families as well.
Yolande, we'll leave you now as music sounds in the square, much happier music than has been sounded now for many, many months, when the square was marked by angry slogans, calls for Israeli leaders to do much more, most of all Prime Minister Netanyahu to do much more to bring the hostages home. And now, at long last, the day has come. Thank you for joining us yet again, Yolande Nell. It is a momentous day. It is a moment where Israelis, Palestinians across the Arab world and far beyond dare to hope that today can be the start, even if it is not, as President Trump has said, likes to say, that is peace in the Middle East. It may just be a beginning, but how important is it? Let's bring in someone, a veteran peacemaker or in efforts at peacemaking, former Deputy Foreign Minister and Justice Minister Yossi Beilin, who played a prominent role in Israeli-Palestinian peace process in the 1990s, leading to the Oslo Accords. Yossi Beilin, you have been here so many times before, including the talks before and meetings in Sharm el-Sheikh, other places on the Red Sea, the moments where people dared to hope only to be disappointed. How do you see this moment? Do you have more confidence that this one can succeed?
Yeah, more than ever before in the last 2 years. I mean, it is a very special day. It is very exciting, very emotional. It seems like the whole of Israel went to the square and in order to welcome the hostages. And I think that if you add to it the meeting which will take place immediately in Cairo, people are ready to open a new page. They are very excited about the new ideas which are referred to. And I believe that it is possible to exploit these emotions in order to move now to peace. It was very important. I think what President Trump said in his quite strange speech, that the war is over. Because Netanyahu referred to it in a little bit different way in the last days, saying that challenges are in front of us, we will have to meet them, and so on. And Trump said very clearly, it is over, now we are moving to another chapter. This chapter is a chapter of peace. And it seems that he is committed to it, and in his own quite bizarre way, he succeeded. I mean, in our case at least, to free the hostages and to end the war. And I hope that he will be ambitious enough in order to continue. And you know, he was the only one among those who spoke today in the Knesset who mentioned the Palestinians. He mentioned them twice, and he sees them. And I hope that it means something about the future. Netanyahu spoke about peace, generally speaking, and about the other countries, and only about the Abraham Accords, but without peace between us and the Palestinians, actually, there won't be peace.
As you know, during the years where you were very involved in peacemaking, it was often said that at times that the public, both the Israeli and the Palestinian public, were more committed than their leaders to moving forward. And yet we have seen a hardening of views over the pain, the profound pain among Israelis and Palestinians, and the anger on both sides that many say will take generations to heal. And yet if there is leadership, as you were hinting, perhaps it can move forward. Or how do you see the interaction now going forward between the public and the leadership, both in opposition and in government in Israel, in the months to come?
I'll tell you my view about it. I think that if there is an Israeli leader, it might be theoretically even Netanyahu himself, although I doubt it, who is ready to go for peace, to pay the price for peace, and to take the risks for his own life. If there is such a leader who is ready to make peace with the Palestinians, he will have a huge support, a huge support. And the same goes on the Palestinian side. People are actually following their leaders in democracies and in non-democracies. And if there is a new excitement towards peace, towards a big change in their lives, they will support it. I'm not worried about the readiness of the Israeli people, the voters, to make that they will not peace, that they will reject an idea of peace if their leader is suggesting something which is there and to which they can refer. So it is not generations. It is the personal question of who is in charge of the two countries. And I hope that the right people will be there. This is not always the case. By the way, you refer to Marwan Barghouti. Theoretically, Marwan Barghouti may be the next Palestinian president. Marwan Barghouti changed his mind. I know that because I knew him very well. The change took place in May 2000, and I won't get into details. Why did it happen? He was in competition with Hamas and wanted to prove then that they don't have the support in the street. And that is why he went to use violence. He supported violence, unlike himself. And I think that he supported then the two-state solution, that I know for sure. I think that he supports today the two-state solution idea, and I see the support no other Palestinian leader who is a potential leader or a current leader has something which is close to his popularity. And I think that Israel will make a huge mistake if they are going to make out of him a kind of San Suu Kyi. God forbid.
Yossi Beilin, we always appreciate your reflections on both the promises and the perils of peacemaking. You've seen it for so long close up, both the achievements but also the failures. Thank you very much for joining us with your reflections. Yossi Beilin there emphasizing on mentioning Marwan Barghouti, and it has to be said that the recent images that appeared on social media after Israel's far right-wing National Security Minister Ben-Gvir went to see him in the prison and taunted him. People were stunned, most of all his family, who hasn't seen him for years, just how much he had aged. He's been in solitary confinement. He's not been treated well. And many do fear that he'll spend his life in prison. It might take a different time and a different kind of leadership. We're going to continue reflecting on what President Trump's 20-point plan talked about, a political horizon. Didn't mention the two states, a political horizon. We're going to be joined now by someone who knows a lot about that political horizon, Gershon Baskin. He's a former Israeli hostage negotiator. He's been involved directly with the Israelis, with Hamas, with all of the sides in this war as the protracted negotiations dragged on, and joins us now. Gershon Baskin, I know you've been frustrated after all the missed opportunities over the past 2 years, but do you see today as potentially a new beginning?
I had the fortunate experience of being deeply involved with Steve Witkoff over the last 2 months in trying to shape the agreement that came out that brought home the hostages today and led to the end of the war. And what we've witnessed with Donald Trump is something unprecedented. And I have not been a supporter of President Trump, but his diplomacy or his deal-making and the deal-making of his people have brought us this agreement today. And it's a new world. It's a new kind of diplomacy. We're going to see it continuing later today as Trump is heading to Sharm el-Sheikh for the meeting with the leaders of the region and other leaders of the world who are going to make a commitment to rebuilding Gaza for the people of Gaza. Trump in his speech today didn't say anything directly about a Palestinian state, but Trump will continue to hear from the Arab neighbors and the leaders that he respects and called the richest nations of the world that there will be no real peace in the region and no security in the region and no economic prosperity in the region, the kind that he talked about, without the creation of a Palestinian state next to Israel. This is a pre-requirement for any of the things to happen that Trump talked about. And even though he didn't mention Palestinian statehood and the right of the Palestinian people to self-determination, that is what he's going to hear from now on from everyone in the world who is concerned about the Middle East being a region of peace.
Let me use the word that was used repeatedly by Israeli leaders, but also by President Trump, and that is miracles in the Holy Land. They kept referring to the miracle of this peace process. And I don't need to tell you, Gershon Baskin, there are those who believe it would be a miracle if a Palestinian state comes into being, even though so many other states, including Western powers, have recognized a Palestinian state. The land that would form a Palestinian state is now unrecognizable. Gaza in utter ruin, the occupied West Bank, to all intents and purposes, is, although it's not annexed formally, is annexed with an unprecedented expansion of Jewish settlements. What could it take to actually make it a reality?
Well, I think, first of all, it could take a person like Donald Trump, who has the ability, the only person in the world who has the ability to tell the government of Israel and the Prime Minister of Israel, whether it's Netanyahu or someone else, that this is what needs to happen. Once Trump accepts the idea that the ultimate resolution of this conflict is the two-state solution, then he can make that happen. The existence of the state of Palestine based on the lines of the 1967 borders is still a possibility, with all the Israeli facts on the ground and with all the hatred that's developed over the years of this conflict. There is still room for a Palestinian state on the basis of annexation of about 4 to 5% of the West Bank by Israel, which would accommodate more than 80% of the Israeli settlers, and a swap of territories of equal size inside of Israel, a physical linkage between the West Bank and Gaza. What needs to happen is more fundamental than drawing the map. That's the easy part. The more difficult part is getting Israelis and Palestinians to understand that it's not a miracle that there will be a Palestinian state. It is the inevitable. It has to happen. The only lesson of this war, this horrible war that we've experienced over the past 2 years with such grave losses and pain and suffering, is that this must be the last Israeli-Palestinian war. And the only way that the state of Israel will enjoy security is if the Palestinians enjoy freedom. And the only way that the Palestinians are going to enjoy freedom is if Israel enjoys security. What that's going to take is for normal Israelis and normal Palestinians to begin to understand that both people belong to this land, that both people have a historic and a religious connection to the land, and that the denial of the existence, the national and physical existence of the other side, only serves us to continue fighting these endless wars that don't help either of us. We need people both here in Israel and in Palestine and in the world to understand that only when two states exist here, Palestinians will have freedom and security, and Israelis will have freedom and security.
Gershon Baskin, there will be many listening to you who will want to believe that you are right, that now is the time to end these terrible cycles of violence, with every new war worse than the last, and they haven't gotten worse than what we have seen in Gaza. The deadliest war, the deadliest day for Israel on October the 7th, 2023, turned into the longest, deadliest war in Gaza. Thank you very much for joining us, Gershon Baskin, with your reflections. And we know you'll continue not just to keep an eye, but also to keep involved in the kind of vision for the future that you just sketched. Thank you. And we're seeing on the screen, this is the split screen moment. As President Trump said today, it's very rare where you have everyone is cheering, everyone is happy. And whatever the disappointments of today, whatever the concerns about tomorrow, this is a moment of intense emotion. On one side of the screen, in Han Yunis, a shattered landscape after months and months of a grievous Gaza war. Large crowds coming out to welcome the prisoners home, those who were released today. On the other side, Hostages Square, which filled in the early hours of the morning, still packed. A moment of unimaginable emotion. The day they long called for, begged for, demanded, took to the streets for, called world leaders about, and finally, the last of the Israeli hostages, 20 living hostages, the remains of 4 of the dead are now home. Let's bring in our correspondent, Barbara Pledusher, who's been spending the day in Ramallah in the occupied West Bank, watching the celebrations there, however muted under Israeli orders, for the celebration of the prisoners released from Israeli jails. Barbara Pledusher, bring us up to date on what's happening now.
Well, just a few hours ago, as we witnessed, the Palestinian prisoners who'd been released here arrived in buses to families that had been waiting. Very emotional scenes of reunion as they came off the bus. These are prisoners who had been convicted by Israel of involvement in deadly attacks or were held on suspicion of security offenses, most of them having life sentences, several life sentences against them, certainly not having expected to be walking free today because the news came quite suddenly. Their families also surprised by the telephone calls. So it was quite an emotional, chaotic, as always, experience as they came off the bus. Some of them in quite bad condition, I have to say. Most of them very thin, gaunt, emaciated, pale, their heads shaved. Some of them couldn't walk by themselves. And one medic told me that a number of them had injuries, like broken ribs, for example, from beatings they'd received just before they left. So their own tales, these, of harsh treatment. You know, of course, that the Israelis see them as terrorists, but here in the occupied Palestinian territories, they are seen, well, they are husbands and fathers and uncles and sons and symbols of Palestinian resistance, really. So it was a very joyful day. As you said, muted. They got very strong messages from the Israelis. There was to be no sign of public celebration, and if there was, the prisoners would be going back to jail. So that was a sort of undertone of anxiety, I think. Not like Gaza, of course, where the Israelis have left the territory that is being used now to celebrate the return of those prisoners, and they certainly are celebrating.
And Barbara, now that you've moved away from the crowds, I'll bring you in to share your reflections on the next stage of President Trump's visit. We're seeing on the screen the scene from Ben Gurion Airport, the huge convoy of armored vehicles, including the vehicle which always transports American presidents wherever they go around the world. They call it the Beast. It goes with the president wherever the president goes. The intense security that surrounds every American president. Hours late, President Trump is now leaving Israel. He's going to go and join the Arab leaders. There were earlier reports that President Sisi of Egypt had invited Prime Minister Netanyahu of Israel. It created some excitement that it would not just be standing shoulder to shoulder, Arab, Western leaders and Turkish, but that Israel would be there too. But he's declined. It's at sunset, which is not far from now. There'll be the start of the Simchat Torah, the rejoicing of the Torah, another Israeli religious festival. And Barbara, in Ramallah, that of course is the seat of the Palestinian Authority. Huge relief you must have felt there that finally there was change, that President Abbas was invited to go to Sharm el-Sheikh, as many would say he should. This is about the future of the Gaza Strip, and a Palestinian at a high level should be there to take part in those discussions and ceremonies.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, in terms of Mr. Netanyahu, that would have been really something to see him in Egypt alongside some members, some regional leaders with whom he doesn't have diplomatic relations. You know, the goal of President Trump ultimately is to expand his Arab-Abraham Accords, which is the Arab states normalizing ties with Israel, some of which have, and some of which haven't, such as Saudi Arabia. So for Mr. Netanyahu to have gone to the summit would have been quite a step. I'm sure he had his own calculations, including the religious festival here, but perhaps others, for why he didn't go. In terms of President Abbas, yeah, he got a last-minute invitation from President Sisi, didn't he? You know that this Israeli government, Mr. Netanyahu in particular, has been vociferous about saying that the Palestinian Authority should not have any role in Gaza, in the future governance of Gaza, and so the 20-point plan talks about a transitional government of Palestine supervised by an international body. But in terms of the ultimate role governance, there is a possible role for the Palestinian Authority mentioned if there are reforms to the body. So the fact that they've invited Mr. Abbas does show that they clearly want to pursue that.
You're watching BBC News as we continue our extended coverage of a momentous day in the Middle East, being described as a significant moment of history, freighted with emotion. Today, Israel has confirmed that the last 20 living hostages held captive by Hamas since the horrific events of October the 7th, 2023, have now been freed from captivity. They are now home, along with the remains of 4 who did not survive the ordeal. In exchange, nearly 2,000 Palestinian prisoners and detainees have been released by Israel. They too are being united with their families. A day full of history, but also full of emotion. This is most of all a very human moment. Whatever the politics of this conflict, and there are deep-rooted differences that may still stymie the efforts to move from this first phase to the second phase and deal with much more difficult issues. But today was a day of emotional reunions. Let's just look at some of the scenes that we witnessed today. One of the Israeli families reunited today was that of 48-year-old Omri Miran, the oldest of the hostages to be released. He was abducted from his home in Kibbutz Nahal Oz. His wife, Lishai, said she had last seen him being driven away in his own car, dragged into the Gaza Strip. And there on the screen, you can see that was the moment that she spoke to him today, just after he was released from Hamas. The joy and the screaming, the emotions, tears spilling. And these pictures show the moment that he was then met by the Israeli Defense Forces after he re-entered Israel, safe inside Israel, after the International Committee of the Red Cross, their white vans with the distinctive symbols, bringing them, handing them over to Israeli Defense Forces, the 2 soldiers. And this is when his wife saw this footage. This is how she reacted. The kind of scenes of that all of the families have exhibited, and the 2 now are together again. Those images were taken just moments after this is it, the moment they had so feared would never happen. Week after week, month after month, the families of the hostages played such a pivotal role in keeping their stories alive, taking to the streets, filling the streets of Tel Aviv, in Jerusalem as well, taking their protests right up to the gates of Prime Minister Netanyahu's residence here in Jerusalem. Anger mixed with grief and agony, and now the agony is over. Let's look at another. This was the phone call between Israeli hostage Elkanah Bobut and his mother. It's okay. Calm down. down, he tells his mother, as he stands alongside a Hamas soldier. Hamas actually called some of the families of the hostages even before they reached the International Committee of the Red Cross. His wife and 4-year-old son were waiting with his parents at the army base in Reem. Friends and family who'd gathered to look at this celebration. Unbridled joy, intense emotion, enormous relief. Family reunions like this. And in Israel, that so many people said that they felt that every hostage, and they knew them by name, they knew their stories, all 250 now coming back in this third hostage releases, that they believed they were like their own family members, an extraordinary coming together, shown in the opinion polls, month after month, the percentage of Israelis saying it's time to end this war, time to prioritize bringing the hostages home, and emphasizing, unlike Prime Minister Netanyahu kept saying, we're military pressure. That played a role, but it was negotiations like those in Sharm el-Sheikh and Egyptian Red Sea Resort which made all the difference. It's not just a day of emotion here in Israel, also in the occupied West Bank, where there were also scenes of jubilation as hundreds of Palestinian prisoners and detainees were freed. Some of them went home to their homes in the occupied West Bank. Many more returned to Gaza, but many, like in the other prisoners for hostages exchange, they were deported. Israel said they could not return home. It has been a momentous day, an emotional day, but also a day laced with politics, as we saw in that hours-long session of the Israeli parliament, a love-in between Israeli leaders and President Trump. Watching it, of the many people watching it, was Tal Schneider, political correspondent of the Times of Israel. Tal Schneider, was an amazing moment, and how many times President Trump looked directly at Prime Minister Netanyahu, the Prime Minister that he had to push to bring this war, to end this war, bring the deal over the line, commending him today and emphasizing again and again the war was over. What do you think was going through the Prime Minister's mind? A big smile on his face, of course.
Yes, he was very happy. I think it's a big day of relief because it was all happening in parallel, bringing those 20 people alive back. And you saw the president alluding in some of his part of this. The speech was very, very long, and he was alluding to, I told Bibi that you must stop. You don't have to go fight anymore. Meaning, of course, some arguments that I suppose that were behind the scene. Also, there was a part when he said that he liked Netanyahu, but he's been very tough. It's difficult to deal with him. And he said, it's difficult to deal with him, but that's good for Israel, meaning he's your prime minister and he's doing the job, but it's difficult for us to engage with him. And I think everybody laughed, including Netanyahu himself, because the speech was joyful. And there are really important parts of the speech. If you put aside the entire, joking around and laughs and on, and there is an important part when he speaks about the region and the need to bring the need to bring into the region peace and security and proceed. I mean, it seems from the speech that President Trump is not intending to let go of the plans he has ahead for the future of the region. And that's very crucial because the Israelis, from their own prime minister, did not hear the word peace too much in recent years or even a decade. It was always about, the issue with the Palestinian is unsolvable. We can never reach any arrangement with them. No Palestinian state, nothing. And Trump came over and they like him. The people on the right wing and the people on the left wing, they really like him. And then he says, you have to get into prosperity, into security. You cannot solve things with arms. You need to, he said it also to the Gazan people. He told them they need to let go of this ideology where you want to just, eliminate Israel. It's not going to happen. So he said it to both sides, and I thought, it was, continuing from here to Sharm, it's the same line.
And Tal, as we're speaking, we're watching pictures. President Donald Trump has now at long last, hours late, but he's now the last handshake. Sarah Netanyahu, Prime Minister Netanyahu, who must be so pleased during that speech. He even looked at President Herzog and asked him to pardon Prime Minister Netanyahu, as you know, is struggling to clear his name. 3 corruption scandals. There's Ivanka Trump, his daughter, standing alongside Jared Kushner. President Trump spent a lot of his speech thanking his team, his daughter, his son-in-law, Steve Witkoff. He went on and on about that. And now these last words with Prime Minister Netanyahu. I wonder what his last words to him. So many words were said today, so many veiled warnings, all in a kind of light-hearted way, saying goodbye to others who are on the tarmac. Let's just see the last of the handshakes as President Trump goes to Sharm el-Sheikh. He made some jokes during his speech that maybe the leaders, more than 20 Western and Arab leaders who are waiting for him in Sharm el-Sheikh, that maybe they wouldn't be waiting anymore. But of course, the world in which we live in now, everyone knows that a lot of it revolves around President Trump, pleasing President Trump and getting him to do good things for the region. And this is an important moment in the region. I wonder whether we have the lip readers. Let's just watch in these last moments. Tal Schneider, was extraordinary when we heard the President Sisi that had invited Prime Minister Netanyahu to go to Sharm el-Sheikh. It was said that he couldn't go because of the religious festival, which will soon start, Simchat Torah, the rejoicing of the Torah. Do you think he was also mindful of the far right-wing ministers, the religious members of the very religious members who would have disapproved?
Yeah, right. The details are still yet sketchy. We don't know all the details. I was surprised to hear that the Prime Minister even intends to go, because as we all know, the two-state solution is going to be on the table in Sharm el-Sheikh, and Netanyahu is completely unwilling to shake hands with Abbas from the Palestinian Authority or to mention anything about the two-state solution. I mean, they never mention it in a governmental announcement finishing the war. So, I mean, what it is all about? I mean, if Trump goes there and he can say whatever he wants, but, you know, Erdogan is unwilling to meet Netanyahu. It was weird to begin with. It seems to me that they did like a little of a spin, you know, they said he is invited, and then Netanyahu said, thank you, but I can't because of the holiday, which was weird, a little bit, you know, weird for us, but, you know, I would be surprised if he would go there, or, you know, I am even surprised that he was invited. I think the President of the United States really wanted him to be invited, and this is the reason President Sisi sent the invitation with an understanding maybe that he will not be able to come.
He's now saying goodbye to President Herzog, president to president. We see the red carpet going up to Air Force One. It's about 45 minutes to Sharm el-Sheikh, but actually an hour from now at 5 o'clock local was the time when that visit to the Egyptian Red Sea resort was to end, and now it is the moment when it will begin. So members of the delegation, we'll see whether Jared Kushner and Ivanka get on that plane with them, return to Sharm el-Sheikh. President Trump paid a lot of compliments to his son-in-law, implying that he made all the difference. And of course, President Trump has upended decades of American foreign policy in this region, moving the American embassy to Jerusalem, recognizing Israel's control over the Golan Heights, saying that Israeli settlement building is not illegal, and then pushing, of course, for this deal to be done. There was lots of talk in the Israeli Knesset. Perhaps when you're in the Holy Land, there was talk of miracles, biblical miracles, talking of the impossible becoming possible. President Trump, he's not tethered to the old notions of American policy in this region, even to the politics of the United States. It's being said that never has an American president exerted such pressure on Israel and on the Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu. We're just waiting for him to go up those stairs, and he'll give a goodbye, that handshake. There's the wide scene of the red carpet is out, the Israeli flags waving. The end of the first stage of President Trump. He came to Israel in his first term as the President of the United States. It was a very different region then, a time when, there he is, we'll just watch as he takes the steps. He knows the cameras are on him, doesn't want to stumble. He's actually referred to that, how important it is not to stumble on the steps. And he'll go and he'll turn around. Perhaps he'll punch his fist in the air. There he goes. Fight, fight, fight. There he goes. Saying his last words, waving. Fight, fight, fight. That is, of course, the mantra of his election campaign that he shouted during that assassination attempt. But today, his message to Israel, in particular to Prime Minister Netanyahu of Israel, the time to fight, fight, fight is over. Now, he said, take your win. He said this was a war that Israel had won, that may not have gone down well. In fact, it wouldn't have gone down well at all in some of the Arab capitals and among the Palestinians who see the utter ruin and suffering in the Gaza Strip. But Prime Minister Netanyahu was told, take this win and now try to build on it. And now taking the first steps, the flight to Sharm el-Sheikh, Ivanka Trump, his daughter with Jared Kushner. And let's just watch the seal of the President of the United States. Tal Schneider, I can imagine the Israeli headlines tomorrow, what the Israeli media will say, a huge success for the Israeli-American relationship, this visit.
It's true, but it's more than that. I think what happened this time around is you have seen the U.S. president relate to the Israeli demonstrators in a way that we haven't seen before. They were fully aware back in January when he entered the White House on his second term that you have to talk to him directly. It's not only world leaders who can compliment him and say good things about him in order to, to get their way in. The public can do it also, and they just copied whatever the leaders were doing. You have seen signs in demonstrations, people calling for the release of the hostages and end to the war. They were carrying signs saying, Trump, save us. Trump, help us. Trump, come here and do the job. Trump, tell Bibi what to do. I mean, all of those really interesting, many signs during a long period of time. And apparently that reached him. I mean, above and beyond the head of Netanyahu, because Netanyahu did not want to end the war. He wanted to prolong it. But how do we know that? Because Trump was tweeting and putting on his Truth Social many videos and, even interviews with people from the public who, made it to his heart. I mean, he met with families of the hostages more times than the Israeli government met with them. Actually, it's the same for Biden, by the way. The team of Biden and the team of Trump met with them. And you know why this visit here in Israel was so out of schedule for Trump? Because instead of meeting families of the hostages, of released hostages, not those from today, those from a couple of months ago, instead of meeting with them for 10 minutes, he sat with them for an hour. And he was listening to every and each story of these people. And obviously there's like 250 families. So, I mean, and this touched him to the core. And I think in a way, from his connection to just regular people who were abducted and to their families who were demonstrating and to the white public in Israel, this is the reason you see so much love for him today here. And this is also one of the reasons that we see an end to this, because the public talked to him directly, and he took that.
Yes, the lobbying, the protests, the messages, as you say, from that forum of the Hostages and Missing Families Forum, they never gave up. The mothers, the fathers, the brothers, the wives, all of those connected to the hostages, and many who had no blood connection but felt that these hostages were like members of their own family. They pushed and pushed and pushed. And as you say, they finally got President Trump's attention. Many have now figured out that that is the key to trying to get the President of the United States to use the power that he has. Tal, we're also watching, as we wait for President Trump, Air Force One to leave. Now we're watching images coming from Khan Yunis in the southern Gaza Strip. The celebrations there for the prisoners, greeting the prisoners that who have been released today as part of this exchange of hostages. Tal Schneider, we're going to bid you goodbye for now. Thank you very much for joining us with your reflections on this momentous day in the region for Israel, for the Palestinians, and for really the region beyond. A lot of the world is watching, hoping against hope this can truly be a turning point, whatever the reverses and the risks going forward, and there are many, but at least this be a beginning. And today, that's for tomorrow. Today is a day of this emotion that we are seeing on the screen, the pushing and the shoving. I think we can see some of the hostages with their white T-shirts, the prisoners who were released by. Let's bring in Rushdie Abu Alouf, our Gaza correspondent, who's now in Istanbul. There's the pictures at the top of I think that's from the top of the Nasser hospital. Rushdie, have all of the prisoners, some 2,000 prisoners, have they all been released?
Yes, by now all of them released. There is people arrived to the West Bank, and there are others, about 154 people are now at Rafah crossing. They are going to be deported to 5 different countries, Egypt, Qatar, and Turkey here, and other 2 countries has not been announced yet. The rest will be to Gaza City. About 38 buses carrying the Palestinian freed prisoners arrived at the ceremony at Nasser Hospital. Cheers, people are singing, waving Palestinian flag, a lot of joy in that place. People have been waiting for any sense of joy for 2 years. But I think what is matter for them now, 2 words came in the Mr. Netanyahu speech, that they are waiting for 2 years for this, that the war is in. This is what the people are telling me all the time, that they are waiting for this word. They heard it today from Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, and they heard it again and again from Donald Trump. But they do not trust, I think, the whole process, because there is a lot of challenges coming ahead next to with the second stage. But for now, I think they are taking the moment just to celebrate and the reunion of about 1,700 people who were arrested in the last 2 years following Hamas attack in 7th of October with their family. There is still 1,400 Palestinians, according to Ad-Damir Human Rights Organization spokesman, who told me that there is a remaining 1,400 Palestinians from Gaza remain in the Israeli jail. Their family are hoping that they will be freed soon if the second stage of the ceasefire goes into effect.
Yes, we're looking at the crush of people crowding around those, you mentioned the 38 buses. It will be days of celebration, and this, of course, will align with the entry of many more trucks carrying in essential supplies. Earlier today, you spoke of how the prices, which had gone sky high because of the shortages and the black market and the looting of the aid, now they've come down. Will the mood in Gaza, despite the ruins and the rubble, begin to ease?
Yes, but they were surprised yesterday by the internal fighting from Hamas and this Dugmush family, and they fear that this fighting might spread again, because there are a lot of gangs. This war created a lot of gangs. Some of them, they have looted a lot of weapons from within Hamas headquarters during the war. Yesterday, we have seen the prices really getting down in different places in Gaza. The black market is almost not exist anymore. I mean, people could buy 1 kilo of flour for £1, which was a miracle for them. Just a couple of weeks ago, about £15 for 1 kilo of flour. We have seen today the flow of about 600 trucks and bringing for the first time fuel for the hospital, and the bulldozers that needed to clean up the road and open the road and try to create some sort of normality in Gaza. And most important is the cooking gas. People who have been, collecting wood from the streets to make fire and cook. Now cooking gas has been allowed. Yes, it is very limited, about 30 trucks, where Gaza need about 2,000 trucks to overcome this. But something is happening. I mean, there is people became more and more confident that this time it may happen. The war may end, and relying in what they heard today directly from Mr. Netanyahu, that the war is over, is something positive for the people, and there is more than enough reason for them to enjoy the moment of this exchange. The people are really tired of 2 years of war, devastating. Yes, there is 90% of Gaza is destroyed, but for now, I think they are enjoying the moment.
Enjoying the moment, hoping against hope that the war has ended. And Rushdie, as we're speaking, signs that President Trump's visit to Israel is coming to an end. His Air Force One is now taxiing down the runway at Ben Gurion International Airport. The traffic has come to a standstill here in Israel. The main highway has been blocked to allow the president to go back and forth to the airport after a visit he arrived late on his overnight flight from the United States. He stayed hours longer. As we heard a short time ago from Tal Schneider, Israeli journalist, that instead of spending just a short time with the families of the hostages, he met them in the Israeli parliament. He spent more than an hour with them, much longer than some Israeli leaders have, and he wanted to hear their stories. He often speaks of how moved he is by their stories. And of course, the speeches by Israeli politicians, by President Trump himself, went on much longer than expected as well. And all the while, the emotional scenes, both in the Gaza Strip, in the occupied West Bank, in Israel, scenes being watched right around the world. A moment freighted with enormous emotion, enormous relief. The beginning, potentially, of a new chapter in the tortuous process of trying to bring at least a calm to this region. As Rushdie Abu Alouf said, Palestinians will hold on to those words that not just President Trump, but Prime Minister Netanyahu of Israel said, that the war is over. Now Air Force One taking off, heading to Sharm el-Sheikh. It will arrive in the Egyptian Red Sea resort almost at exactly the moment where the visit to Egypt was meant to end. But more than 20 leaders will be waiting there for President Trump and his high-level delegation, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, senior aides, including Envoy Steve Witkoff, Jared Kushner and his wife Ivanka. And now goodbye to President Trump on his way to the second stage. Rushdie, we're watching on the scenes on our screen from Han Yunis. We can hear the sounds of gunfire fired in the air of celebration, the hugging at long last, people detained during the war, and sometimes detained. There was a number of very young Palestinians detained by the Israeli forces during this war, now coming home to be reunited with their families.
Yes, among those 1,700 people, there is 18 kids below 18. They were arrested during the war. I know like a young man who's like 29 years old. He was just got married and his wife was about to give birth when tanks were surrounding their neighborhood and they had to flee to Khan Yunis. And at one of the Israeli checkpoints, he was arrested and his wife continued to Khan Yunis. She gave birth for a daughter. She's now 2 years. I spoke to his mother yesterday, and she said that I'm all the time just holding my phone, scrolling into the community WhatsApp group just to hear any news about a ceasefire, and that my son will finally see his daughter. She was like telling me that she's all the time having a big picture for him and show her daughter, his face just to know him. She's maybe still young, 2 years or so, but she never heard his voice or saw him. So today she got this good news in the morning that they will be reunited again. She was from very, very early in the morning waiting at among hundreds of people in Khan Yunis. So each person has a human story behind this, and the human cost of this conflict is really big in the people of Gaza. Most of the people who were arrested, look at their picture when they were released. They lost half of their weight. Some of them are suffering from diseases. That's why Hamas-run health ministry said that we are setting up the festival next to the only functioning almost health facility in the south, Nasser Hospital, so they can deal with any problem that they are facing. And already they deployed like tens of doctors across they call them from everywhere to deal with them. It's a big number with a very little, facility and very little equipment to deal with it. So, I mean, it's always the joy mixed with anger and with sadness, because another 1,400 people will not be freed this time, and the people still suffer from the consequences of the war. There's a shortage of food, water, medicine, everything. So Gaza is devastated, but people try to take this moment to just celebrate, and this joy is an encouraging move for them. What they heard today from President Trump, maybe they didn't like all of what he said, but they liked the bit when he said that the war is over and the people will rebuild Gaza. And for now, it is achievement for them that they are not going to leave Gaza, no displacement anymore. And hopefully this mood will exist for a long time, because the people are really tired and hope that the next stage will put an end for the war.
Rushdie Abu Alouf, as always, thank you very much for bringing us not just an update on what's happening in the Palestinian territories, but also insight into the emotions of people on the ground, particularly in the Gaza Strip, the people who have endured 2 years of unprecedented pain, the longest, deadliest war in the Middle East. And as he emphasized, President Trump continues to say the war is over. And now the American president and commander-in-chief is now on his way to the Egyptian Red Sea resort of Sharm el-Sheikh. He will attend what the Americans are calling a ceremony of peace, the signing of what is phase 1 of a 20-port peace plan between Israel and Hamas, and will eventually bring in much of the Arab world and beyond. But in the last few hours, all eyes were on the Israeli Knesset, where the American president received a rapturous welcome, where he declared a new chapter in the Middle East.
And after so many years of unceasing war and endless danger, today the skies are calm, the guns are silent, the sirens are still, and the sun rises on a holy land that is finally at peace, a land and a region that will live, God willing, in peace for all eternity.
No American president has ever done more for Israel. And as I said in Washington, it ain't even close. It's really not a match. Mr. President, today we welcome you here to thank you for your pivotal leadership in putting forward a proposal that got the backing of almost the entire world. A proposal that brings all our hostages home.
Huge praise from all of the Israeli leaders who spoke today in the Israeli parliament, the Knesset. Multiple standing ovations, clapping, which went on and on. But there was only one moment, one contrary moment, one moment of opposition, when the proceedings in the Israeli Knesset were disrupted, when 2 members of the Hadash Alliance and Arab-Israeli Alliance stood in their chairs and brandished banners saying, "Recognize Palestine." They were quickly escorted out. Even President Trump commented on how quickly that was dealt with. It was just a moment. And then later, one of the politicians, the Arab member of the Hadash party, Ayman Odeh, said that all he was trying to do was to send this message around the world about the importance of recognizing a Palestinian state. And there you go. After that, there was another standing ovation for the American president. Well, any time an American president comes to Israel, it is an important day. But this one seems to stand out and will indeed go down in history. We're joined now by someone who follows all this very closely. Leslie Vinjamuri is the president and CEO of the Chicago Council of Global Affairs. She was also the former U.S. head of Chatham House in London. Leslie, I know you've been following all of the twists and turns. In terms of a visit by an American president to Israel, what stood out for you about today?
Well, I think, as we've been hearing, it was just an extraordinary visit because of the return of the hostages. I think for President Trump, he's certainly wanted to have this moment to be able to be there, to speak throughout, to really engage. And it's just incredibly clear the bond between Israel's prime minister and the U.S. president couldn't be stronger. And that's despite, as we know, President Trump putting a lot of pressure on Israel to really deliver this phase of the deal. And I think it's, for the president, remarkable. It's what he's wanted to see. And we all know that today is certainly a day for the families of those hostages, for Israelis, for people around the world to be glad to see this. But we all know that what lies ahead is really the difficult part for Gaza, for the Palestinians. And now I think as we turn and look forward to what will happen in Egypt, everybody is waiting to see whether President Trump will stay the course. I think in his mind he'd like to, and certainly it's going to be critical. He certainly doesn't want to be the U.S. president that gets part of the deal, but then sees a return to war. But whether he will have that staying power, we know he's not staying in Egypt very long. He's returning home for domestic reasons. And so that, I think, is what people need to be watching now and are watching right now.
As you know, because you're in the United States, there is criticism that President Trump likes to bend the rules, break the rules, even trying to bend the U.S. Constitution. But when it comes to foreign policy, including policy in the Middle East, he has really been untethered from American foreign policy, as you know, which has been the norm for decades. He did it in his first term in office, and yet again, he is taking steps. It's been said that no other American president has taken before in exerting that kind of pressure on Israel, and in particular on Israel's longest-serving prime minister, Benjamin Netanyahu.
Absolutely. And I think across the board, he deserves credit for that. As we understand, it comes on the back of his very significant dissatisfaction of the strikes on Qatar that really seems to have turned Donald Trump. I think I would argue that in the background, his lack of success to bring a deal between Russia and Ukraine, and his deep desire to really deliver on peace. Remember, this is the president that in his inaugural speech said, "Judge me by the peace deals that I deliver, by the wars that I don't enter into." He's really wanted to be seen. We know he wants that peace prize. But I think he also has an emotion and has had a feeling for the hostages. He has a degree of empathy that seems for many people to be out of character. But when he sees human suffering, the images, talks to families, he does feel it. And I think he wanted to see this peace. And then on the back of not being able to get Netanyahu to the table, not being able to get what he wanted, and then the strikes on Qatar, he really applied pressure that President Biden simply had not been willing to do, and that President Trump hadn't done until he then did and made a turn. And the question again is now what? What comes next? Will he continue to deliver Israel, to deliver actors in the region, and to keep the U.S. in? We've just heard the foreign minister of Egypt tell Becky Anderson that U.S. troops should be deployed in Gaza. That seems extremely unlikely. But there is a broader question, as we know, of what will the stabilization force, who will participate in that, who will contribute, and will President Trump continue to apply that pressure on both sides to ensure that there isn't a return to violence, that Palestinians don't suffer in the days and weeks ahead as they have so extraordinarily for the last 2 years.
And as we speak to you, Leslie, we're seeing an image of a lounge where those leaders, 20 world leaders, Arab, well, that the images is gone, but Arab and Western leaders meeting there. We saw Recep Tayyip Erdogan of Turkey, Giorgia Meloni of Italy, King Abdullah of Jordan, just a few of the many leaders who are biding their time, hopefully having important discussions, but as they wait for President Trump, who kept joking in the Israeli Knesset whether or not they would wait for him, but they would wait for them. Leslie, you're talking about how President Trump has to keep focused on this conflict, if indeed it is to move from the first phase to the even more difficult second phase. But I don't need to tell you how many issues on his agenda at home, in the region in which you live, and of course he also mentioned about trying to end the Ukraine war. But bring us into a bit of the insight about what is the mood in the United States. You'll remember that weeks ago, President Trump commented on that no other country had a lobby in the United States but Israel. But he was really struck by how Israel was losing support, even in the United States. Today, he exclaimed that was over, that Israel was now back, that it was popular again. How fundamental was this shift in relations toward Israel during this grievous Gaza war?
We've certainly seen, especially amongst younger generations of America, this war, as we've seen, triggered protests across U.S. college campuses, young people, Arab Americans. It certainly had an influence on some of the support that Kamala Harris might have wished to have in the last presidential election, people feeling that she was part of an administration that had been far too supportive of Israel in its war in Gaza. Young Americans dissatisfied, but really a shifting, and the public opinion polls have shown this, of support for Israel declining fairly significantly. Still strong support, one doesn't want to overstate that, but relative to what it had been. And those trends, had preceded the war. They were accelerated by what was seen to be Israel's ongoing attacks on just far too many Palestinians, the number of deaths just being beyond the pale for many people, and it really outweighed for many Americans the just and rightful grievances and devastation that so many Israelis felt. Now, what happens? Certainly, the fact that the hostage has been returned, that there is a ceasefire, will affect opinion, but it really so much will come down now to what happens in the days and the weeks and the months ahead. Does that ceasefire hold? Does that peace hold? Is there an effort to rebuild Gaza, to treat the Palestinians with some dignity? And what ultimately is the solution for peace between Israel and Palestine? And I think that will undoubtedly affect how Americans here in the United States feel. President Trump will be aware of that. Whether or not it will persuade him to stay the course remains to be seen. As you know, he is flying home. He's only staying in Egypt, as I understand it, for a day. He's flying home to award a Presidential Medal of Freedom to Charlie Kirk, who was, of course, assassinated. He's very much focused on events here in Chicago, on his domestic agenda. And so he's torn in multiple directions. He's looking ahead. As he got onto the plane, he apparently remarked about his relationship with President Xi of China, the tariffs. So he's looking in all sorts of places. This is a president whose attention span, as we know, is short. But he has wanted to see this peace delivered. He wanted those hostages back. And to what extent he feels that need and that sort of commitment to Gaza, that is, I really think, uncertain. And everybody will be waiting to see. And he's got a shallow deck. He doesn't have a very deep deck of foreign policy officials. Those domestic agencies have been a bit hollowed out. So it will take a lot of work by the people at the top, the people surrounding the president, to really stay the course and work with regional partners to deliver some sort of stability for the region.
And what about in Congress, Democrats and Republicans? There was unprecedented criticism by some members of Congress, but they would, I would imagine, embrace the idea that we now hear so much more about, that the Abraham Accords, that bringing Israel, integrating Israel into the broader region, achieving that broader Middle East peace. Never mind that President Trump said, in a way, it's actually achieved, as you know, a long way to go. But would they also put that on their agenda, that it matters to the United States and, of course, it matters to the region?
Oh, absolutely. But again, just to remind our viewers of the domestic context here, the U.S. government is shut down. So there will be a focus on what's happening today in Egypt, the release of the hostages earlier today. But really, the overwhelming domestic focus here in the United States cannot be overstated. But certainly, for the last 2 years, the politics, the war between Israel and Hamas has really driven divisions within Congress, within the parties, across the American electorate, and again, across those college campuses. But people will wish to see, those who have been especially critical of President Trump, they will demand and wish to see that there is follow through, that Gaza is rebuilt, that Palestinians can return and create new homes, that there is not a return to the violence, and that the U.S. stays committed. If President Trump can deliver on that very difficult, very ambitious, very important, essential agenda, then I think he will certainly receive a lot of credit. But in the U.S., it's certainly lined up against the multiple issues against which so many people have deep grievances. So very few people are single issue voters. There are certainly some, but on this profound question of peace and the prospects for peace and a lasting peace and reconstruction in Gaza, certainly he will win deep support if he can deliver.
Huge agenda. Today is a day to celebrate, great symbolism, great emotion, but a lot lies ahead. Leslie Van-Jamur, thank you for joining us, President and CEO of the Chicago Council of Global Affairs. And just to remind you, if you're just joining us, you're watching special coverage on BBC News. I'm Lise Doucette. We're broadcasting from Jerusalem and joined by our teams in cities in the occupied West Bank, in Gaza, and across the region, following the momentous events of the last few hours. You can see on your screen the emotional scenes there in Han Yunis in southern Israel. This has been going on for hours. 38 buses pulled into Han Yunis, a shattered landscape, but scenes of joy today as families are reunited with their loved ones. 1,700 Palestinians who were detained by Israeli forces during the last 2 years of a grievous war in the Gaza Strip, now finally home. And there have also been emotional scenes throughout the day across Israel as Israeli families are reunited with their loved ones. I think we can bring you some images of some of those emotional reunions there on the other side of the screen. The embracing in Israel, just the emotions, the intensity of emotion, the unimaginable relief. Families of the hostages, mothers, wives, fathers, children, So many friends, family, they fought tirelessly to keep the stories of the hostages alive, to take to the streets week after week, month after month, demanding Israeli politicians, most of all Prime Minister Netanyahu, to do much more to bring their loved ones home. Those kind of hugs. There's been a collective hug, all of Israel embracing the 20 hostages who came home today, almost all of them able to walk, even though they were weakened, emaciated by their ordeal in captivity. Many, many months spent in darkness in the tunnels. Many of them in earlier hostages release, speaking of the abuse. Look at this, the smiles, talking to family members on the phones. There you have it. And at one of the women, she was seen as one of the heroes of this, one of the mothers who led many of the protests, not giving up, not giving in, the power of a mother's love. How can any of us begin to imagine just how emotional those scenes are, the emotional embraces, smiles so wide. These images, of course, which are going across Israel, they've been up on huge screen in Hostages Square in Tel Aviv. And there you are, families who gathered round watching the images on state TV, watching when family members, first of all, spoke to their loved ones on the telephone. Hamas itself had called up family members to start the reunion, even as the hostages were still in their hands before they were handed over to the Israeli Defense Forces, and before that to the International Committee of the Red Cross. Wow, there it is, one of the Sheba Medical Complex, one of the emaciated hostages getting in to the van. They're going to be given the best of medical care, physical assessments, emotional support. We've seen in the other two hostage release the careful kind of consideration that goes in. First of all, trying to give the hostages who've been in captivity with no control at all over anything to do with their lives, to give them the choice how many family members they want to see, whether they want to continue the reunion, whether they need some quiet time. You can imagine both the emotion, of course, overwhelming emotion, but also the fact that many of them have been kept in solitary confinement, only spending time, sometimes with other hostages, but mostly with their Israeli captors. The emotions will continue throughout the day. The sun is setting now in Israel. It's the beginning of the Jewish festival of Simchat Torah, the rejoicing of the Torah, a moment of reading of the Israeli holy book, the Torah. It's going to also bringing to an end the festival of Sukkot. You may have seen there's the tents that were erected across Israel and in many Jewish communities worldwide, the celebration of Sukkot. All of this coming together, these momentous events. And the summit, which is set to get underway shortly in Sharm el-Sheikh, once Air Force One, President Donald Trump and his entourage arrives, follows many, many weeks, in fact months of talks between President Trump and his team, leaders across the Middle East and beyond. Our security correspondent, Frank Gardner, has been watching it all, and he now looks at the challenges which still lie ahead.
It's clearly a day of joy for Israelis and a day of hope for Palestinians. But let's just put this in perspective. This is only phase one of President Trump's 20-point peace plan for the Middle East. And ahead lie huge challenges. Today, in the Egyptian Red Sea resort of Sharm el-Sheikh, world leaders are holding a summit to both celebrate the ceasefire and plan how to build it into a lasting peace.
In your view, is the war between Israel and Hamas over?
War is over. The war is over, okay? You understand that?
That was President Trump today, optimistic as ever. But it's only a ceasefire, not a full peace deal. Here are the potential pitfalls. Armed Hamas militiamen are out on the streets of Gaza. Many Palestinians say they're urgently needed to prevent anarchy and looting. There have already been clashes between Hamas and rival gangs. Under the Trump deal, Israel expects Hamas to disarm, disband, and cease to have any role in governing Gaza. But that risks a security vacuum. Into that vacuum is supposed to step a multinational force from Muslim-majority countries like Egypt, Qatar and Turkey. A US team will help remotely with logistics. What that force will do if Hamas, say, fires rockets at Israel has yet to be agreed. For Gaza's exhausted and battered population, many returning north to the ruins of their former lives, the biggest fear is that the war will resume.
People are afraid the war might come back. No one trusts the negotiations. Everyone fears the war will return. People steal the aid and store it in their homes, in these destroyed houses you see in front of you.
Gaza desperately needs more aid, and trucks are now coming in numbers. But that's vulnerable to both civil conflict between factions and any resumption of Israeli airstrikes. Then there's the West Bank, where confrontations erupt as Israeli settlements, illegal under international law, spread over much of a proposed future Palestinian state. The current Israeli government is firmly opposed to the creation of a sovereign, independent Palestine. But as world leaders gather in that Egyptian resort, most are under no illusions. Without a homeland for Palestinians, there can never be a lasting peace in the Middle East. Frank Gardner, BBC News.
So much still to do, as Frank Gardner emphasised, but something really important has been done. And we hear it time and again from President Trump. The war is over. That was the message he said on Air Force One to the reporters. That is the message he said in the Israeli parliament, the Knesset. And it is the message that he brings to the Egyptian Red Sea resort of Sharm el-Sheikh, where he will shortly land to join with more than 20 Arab and Western leaders. Turkish leader as well is there. And they will begin to discuss the day after the war and dare to hope that President Trump can be believed that this is a new moment in the Middle East. Not yet peace, but at least a calm to start the rebuilding, which must be done. And on the screen there you see the highway in Sharm el-Sheikh. The flags are ready, the seats are ready, everything is ready to receive the American president. And all the while we've been on air, the emotional scenes. There you have it in Han Yunis, in the southern Gaza Strip, here in Israel, the emotional reunions, the relief that this ordeal is over. All 20 of the last Israeli hostages still living are home in Israel. And in the Gaza Strip, they dare to hope that President Trump is right, that the war is over. Thanks for being with us with our special coverage on BBC News.
Hello, live from London. This is BBC News with me, Ben Brown. The last 20 living hostages held by Hamas have been released and returned to Israel. After more than 2 years in captivity, they are finally reuniting with their families. Well, in exchange for the hostages, Israel has now released almost 2,000 Palestinian prisoners and detainees. President Trump is on his way to Egypt for a peace summit after addressing Israel's parliament in Jerusalem.
This is not only the end of a war, this is the end of an age of terror and death and the beginning of the age of faith and hope and of God.
Hello, you're watching BBC News as we continue our coverage of what is a momentous day of history and high emotion in the Middle East. Israel has confirmed the last 20 living hostages held by Hamas since October the 7th, 2023, have been freed from captivity. And in return, nearly 2,000 Palestinian prisoners and detainees have been released by Israel. Well, President Trump is currently heading to the Egyptian resort of Sharm el-Sheikh. That's where he and other world leaders will be attending the signing of the first phase of the US-brokered peace agreement for Gaza between Israel and Hamas. Now, the summit's host, Egypt's President Abdel Fattah el-Sisi, has also invited Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to that summit, but Mr. Netanyahu has said he won't be attending. Well, we've had these pictures in of the moment that one of the released hostages, Etan Moore, met his family at the initial reception point. Just one of many reunions today. The 25-year-old had been working as a security guard at the Nova Music Festival. His father said he saved dozens of people before being kidnapped by Hamas gunmen on October the 7th. This is some of what he had to say.
I always boasted there about my parents and the good upbringing they gave me. Eliakim, of blessed memory, always told me that his father used to say to him, "Don't be right, be wise." Many times there, you had to be wise.
And this was the moment that Matan Zangalka was reunited with his mother. The 25-year-old had been taken with his partner Ilana Gritsevsky from near Oz. Ilana was released during the November 2023 ceasefire. Well, there's been overwhelming joy too for the family of 22-year-old Matan Angrest as well. His parents watched their son being handed over to Israeli army officers this morning from inside an army base. And there were family and friends waiting for him at an Israeli hospital, jumping and cheering when they saw that he was being released at last from Hamas captivity. On October the 7th, the Israeli Defense Forces soldier had been in a tank that was attacked near the Gaza Strip perimeter. Well, meanwhile, in the West Bank, there have also been jubilant scenes today as hundreds of Palestinian prisoners and detainees freed by Israel began to return to families and friends, some having been in prison for several years. Now, we can just show you some live pictures as this momentous day in the Middle East continues, and we are waiting for President Trump to arrive in Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt. This is Khan Yunis in Gaza, where some of the returned prisoners and detainees have been arriving back. 2,000 Palestinian prisoners and detainees altogether have been released by Israel in exchange for the return of the hostages, the living hostages, and the dead hostages as well. And Hamas, by the way, have said that of the 28 dead hostages whose bodies they were supposed to be returning, initially only 4 actually are going to be returned, and that has caused some anger amongst the hostage families and relatives as well. And in fact, Israel's Defence Minister Israel Katz has said the announcement that Hamas will hand over 4 bodies of Israeli hostages is a failure to meet their commitments. Well, US President Donald Trump is now on his way from Israel to the Egyptian resort of Sharm el-Sheikh to attend that signing of phase 1 of the peace deal between Israel and Hamas. But before that, he received a rapturous welcome from the Knesset, the Israeli parliament, where he declared a new chapter of peace in the Middle East.
And after so many years of unceasing war and endless danger, today the skies are calm, the guns are silent, the sirens are still, and the sun rises on a holy land that is finally at peace, a land and a region that will live, God willing, in peace for all eternity.
So that was President Trump. Well, our Middle East correspondent Hugo Beshega is in Sharm el-Sheikh and joins us with the very latest from there now. And, well, we've had momentous scenes already, Hugo. The release of the hostages, the release of the Palestinian prisoners and detainees. But in a sense, what's going to happen in Sharm el-Sheikh is equally momentous because it is supposed to chart the future of peace in Gaza.
Yeah, Ben, after those dramatic scenes in Israel with the return of the 20 living hostages, those dramatic scenes in the occupied West Bank as well, with the release of hundreds of Palestinian prisoners from Israeli jails, and after that speech that President Trump gave to the Israeli parliament, the Knesset, the focus now, at least the political focus, turns to Sharm el-Sheikh because of this summit with more than 20 world leaders for the official signing of the Gaza deal. This is where the deal was reached last week. This is a summit that is being co-hosted by the Egyptian president, Abdel Fattah al-Sisi, and President Trump. And I mean, this is very significant, but also very symbolic. This will be another victory lap for President Trump, who has been heavily involved, personally involved in these negotiations for a deal. And he said in Israel that this was a historic dawn in a new Middle East. And I think this is going to be the tone of his speech here in Sharm el-Sheikh as well, talking about a new Middle East, talking about the start of a process to bring peace to this region. Obviously, you know, this is just the first phase of his 20-point plan for Gaza. Many obstacles remain. There's no clear timeline, no clear plan for the future of these negotiations. We know that those key sticking points remain. The future of Hamas, the scale of the Israeli withdrawal from Gaza, and also the future of Gaza, who is going to govern the territory, and how reconstruction is going to happen. So these are major obstacles in these negotiations. Perhaps the easiest part of the president's plan has been achieved, and now the difficult part lies ahead. And again, no clear indication of how these negotiations are going to unfold. But the presence of these world leaders, the British Prime Minister Sir Keir Starmer, the leaders of France, Germany, Italy, also regional players, leaders from Qatar, the UAE, Jordan, this is an indication of the international support for the president's plan. And it is very significant also that we're going to see a number of leaders from Arab and Muslim nations also indicating strong support for the president's plan. But again, no indication in terms of what is going to happen next. And we know that progress will only be possible if President Trump remains engaged in these negotiations. So we expect again some optimistic words from the president here as he arrives in Sharm el-Sheikh for what is going to be a significant summit.
And Hugo, I mean, on the plane coming over from the United States, President Trump said to reporters, the war in Gaza is over. But as you've just been outlining, it isn't really that simple. There are so many potential pitfalls and hurdles and obstacles ahead. I mean, not least, is Hamas going to disarm? It says it isn't.
Exactly. The president has been, very clear that the war is over. He said that on his way to the Middle East. The deal says that the war is over. It is very clear. But again, major obstacles remain for a final deal in Gaza. We've seen Hamas saying that the war is over. Hamas has been welcoming the words from the president, but we haven't heard those same words from the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Again, it is going to be very difficult for Israel to resume the war, given the amount of pressure coming from all sides, really, including from the Prime Minister. Also domestic pressure. We've seen, polls being consistent in indicating that the vast majority of the Israeli public, around 80% of Israelis, want to see the end of the war. But again, those key and very important questions remain in terms of the future of Hamas and in terms of what is going to happen in Gaza next. So it is going to be very interesting to see what is going to unfold here, because the Egyptians have been saying that one of the goals here is to finalize the deal in Gaza. But neither Israel nor Hamas will be present in these negotiations. It is interesting, though, that the Palestinian Authority President Mahmoud Abbas is going to be here in the summit, but we're not going to have any kind of representatives from Hamas or from Israel. So it is very difficult to see how any kind of significant progress will be made during the discussions that are likely to happen here today.
Indeed. And Hugo, also, as you were mentioning, really, a lot of this depends on how much effort President Trump wants to continue to put into this push for peace. I mean, obviously, he's been credited with helping to achieve the release of the hostages, which has been so important. But equally, it's going to be a long road ahead, as you have been outlining. Will he stay the course is what a lot of analysts and critics are asking. Will he still be interested in the months and years ahead?
Exactly, and we know that President Trump is someone who doesn't really engage in very long, difficult negotiations. Take a look at the situation in Ukraine, for example. Doesn't get involved in negotiations about details of deals. So it will be very interesting to see how these future negotiations are going to unfold. And also, the president has been talking about peace in the region, and obviously he's been talking about the possibility of expanding the Abraham Accords, a key achievement in his first term in office. And obviously the main goal here would be, you can hear there's some activity in the sky here, presumably some jets securing Sharm el-Sheikh. But the key goal here is obviously to normalize relations between Israel and Saudi Arabia. And obviously this is unlikely to happen if there is no clear plan in terms of Palestinian statehood. This has been a key demand here from Saudi Arabia in any kind of future normalization with Israel. So very difficult negotiations ahead. And again, it will be interesting to see if we're going to continue to see the personal engagement of President Trump.
OK, Hugo, thank you. I think that is actually Air Force One that you could hear in the skies above you there. Air Force One and some jets as well. But Donald Trump looks like he is very close to arriving there in Egypt for the start of that summit in Sharm el-Sheikh. We'll show you his arrival there as soon as we get those pictures in. But in the meantime, let's talk to Mina Al-Arabi, who's editor-in-chief of the National News and is in Abu Dhabi for us. Mina, just how important do you think this summit in Sharm el-Sheikh is? Is it a cosmetic thing, all these leaders gathering today, with the signature of the peace deal, the peace process, or is it a really meaningful summit of world leaders?
It is meaningful because these are going to be the guarantors of this very fragile ceasefire deal. As you've been explaining, this is 3 phases to get to the point where the Gazans could at least begin to have reconstruction as some sort of governance. And it's going to require international will and a continued commitment. So having heads of state and heads of government, not ministers, not diplomats and officials, with respect to all of them, but having heads of state and government is a way of saying that we are committed at the highest level to make sure this continues to succeed. This is just day 1, and there's going to be many difficult days ahead as the negotiations go into phase 2, which is about demilitarization of Gaza and the security developments there, including having an international stabilization force And then phase 3, which is about reconstruction and governance. So to get through that, you're going to need several parties from the international community committed there. Having them there in person with President Trump will be important. Let's also remember that this plan came out partly from President Trump having that meeting in September at the UN General Assembly with senior leaders, including President Erdogan of Turkey, the Emir of Qatar, who are also there at the moment, King Abdullah of Jordan. They're all there at this summit. So it's a continuation of some of that groundwork that was done in September. So it is significant. It's not only cosmetic.
And we're seeing President Trump's Air Force One just coming in to land quite soon in Egypt for that summit. He has, of course, been putting a lot of pressure on Benjamin Netanyahu on the Israeli side. Who's putting the pressure on Hamas to make sure this deal sticks, do you think? Which of the Arab leaders and Muslim leaders at that summit are really putting pressure on Hamas?
Primarily, it is Qatar, Egypt, and Turkey who are in touch with Hamas. It is Turkey and Qatar that host Hamas leaders. Of course, Doha was struck by Israel trying to take out Hamas leaders, and it's quite the turn of events that we went from those strikes, unprecedented strikes of Israel onto Doha, to coming to a point where there is now a deal. And so they have been really the leaders in putting pressure on Hamas, but also delivering the message that there is no other alternative. Some people say that the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu was banking on Hamas rejecting the deal, while Hamas leaders were banking on Benjamin Netanyahu refusing the deal. But both sides had their different interlocutors that were saying to them, there is no other option, and it's brought them to the table.
President Trump, as I mentioned, said when he was flying over from the US, the war in Gaza is over. He was typically optimistic with that. But how optimistic or pessimistic are you? What are your gut feelings about where this is going to go in the weeks ahead?
Well, the war is over today because primarily Israel has stopped with the shelling, and there is the return of the hostages, and there's the return of Palestinian detainees. But the occupation is not over. The occupation of Palestine, decades old, continues. And also, let's remember, in phase 1, Israel continues to hold 58% of Gaza's territory. So we're nowhere near where we need to be. But for today, the Palestinians and the Israelis can take a sigh of relief. And also, importantly, for those people welcoming home their hostages, be they Palestinian or Israeli, it is a moment where the war is over momentarily. In terms of optimism, there are so many spoilers. Things could go wrong at every turn. And because so many of the details of the next 2 phases are yet to be known, a cautious optimism, but there's also concern of all the things that could go wrong.
Indeed. All right. Well, Mina, thank you very much indeed for the moment. I'm sure we'll talk again to you very soon, but let's also talk to Dr. H.A. Hellier, a senior fellow in geopolitics at the International Security and Middle East Studies at the Royal United Services Institute, who's in Washington for us right now. Thank you very much indeed for being with us. Well, we've got this summit in Sharm el-Sheikh just about to get underway. Donald Trump's Air Force One just about to land to kick it off. Is it important, do you think, this meeting? We've got so many world leaders there. It looks like it's important, but in reality, what do you think is its significance?
Thank you for having me on the program. So it is important, but of course, more important than the actual summit is the follow-up thereafter. The summit indicates an intention to express commitment, to express support, to ensure that this actually goes through today, and to hopefully kick off a process. Now, the problem is that there are different processes that are at work here. The Trump plan is one process that, of course, Washington and the Israelis are trying to pursue. The rest of the international community has another process entirely in mind, including the UK. The UK recognized the Palestinian state, insists that there should be a Palestinian state through this process. Israel absolutely balks at that notion, and the United States has not been applying pressure on the Israelis to accept that. So in terms of the international consensus, which the UK finally joined earlier this year, the rest of the world is in one place, and 2 countries are in another. But those 2 countries are the ones that will ensure that this goes forward or not.
And Israel are not there at this summit in Egypt, and because Benjamin Netanyahu, he was invited, but he says he can't go, and Hamas are not going either. So we don't have either of the, and there is Donald Trump's Air Force One just coming into land there for the summit in Sharm el-Sheikh. It's been a very busy schedule for the US president, of course. A few hours in Israel where he went to the Israeli parliament, the Knesset, and talked about how wonderful it was to have the hostages released. And now he is in Egypt for the Sharm el-Sheikh summit. But H.A. Helier, just to sum up where we are with the two parties who are not at this summit, Hamas, are they going to just simply walk away from Gaza, give up their guns and surrender? And Israel, are they going to pull back to the borders of Gaza? How do you see the two sides in the near future? How do you see all of that panning out?
So Hamas is a group. It's not the state of Palestine. It's not the recognized representative of the Palestinian people. So the fact that it isn't actually at the summit, I don't think is entirely relevant. The state of Palestine is. In terms of Hamas walking away from Gaza, they've nowhere to walk away to. They are in Gaza. They've been in Gaza for decades. They're Palestinians. The Israelis leaving the occupation of Gaza, as well as the West Bank and East Jerusalem, is a demand of the International Court of Justice, and again, an international consensus. I think the key question here is just what you've asked. Are the Israelis going to walk away from actually having troops on the ground? Not the occupation even, just the troops on the ground. The occupation has been ongoing, uninterrupted since 1967. But troops on the ground in about half of Gaza are set to stay unless there's disarmament of Hamas and an international stabilization force. And that's all very, very dubious at the present moment in time. I don't think that you're going to see Hamas give up its weapons unless it sees there being a political process to actually bringing a Palestinian state into existence. And I don't think that you're going to see an international stabilization force that's interested in being the policeman for Israeli forces on the other side in the other half of Gaza. So these details are not just details; they are major differences between where the international community is at and where the Israelis are at with their American allies at present.
Well, we will see what happens in the days and weeks ahead. H.A. Helier, thank you very much indeed for your analysis. And let's just show you the scene live now in Gaza, because we've had Palestinian prisoners and detainees being released by Israel and arriving back in Gaza. There have been jubilant scenes with hundreds and hundreds of Palestinian prisoners and detainees freed by Israel, returning back to Gaza, back to their friends, back to their families. Some have been in prison for several years. So jubilation on both sides of the border, of course. The hostages returning to Israel, to their arms of their friends and families, but also these Palestinian prisoners and detainees returning to their friends and families in Gaza. Let's go to Ramallah and speak to Barbara Plett-Usher, who can bring us up to date with what's happening. Barbara, what is the latest?
Well, here in Ramallah, the big story has also been the release of the Palestinian prisoners, not to jubilant scenes like you've just seen from Gaza. The Israelis had made very clear that they didn't want any public celebrations at all. They'd even spoken to the families and said, if there are public celebrations, you know, we'll send the prisoners back to jail. So it was pretty muted, but the families all gathered at around this area in a reception center to wait for the prisoners, and then they came in a number of buses. Very emotional moments, Ben, when the prisoners came off, the former prisoners, now free men, came off the bus, whoops and cheers from the families, lots and lots of tears as well. These are part of the 250 prisoners that Israel released. They are men who were convicted of taking part in attacks, violent attacks against Israelis, and also kept on suspicion of having been involved in security incidents, many of them having received life sentences, sometimes multiple life sentences. So this moment was not really expected, that they would be able to walk free. Israelis see them as terrorists, but here in Ramallah and other parts of the occupied Palestinian territories, they are, of course, family members. Many Palestinians have spent time in jails, and so it's part of almost like the familiar culture, in a way, of the last years. And so there was a lot of emotion and solidarity around it. Also, their own tales of harsh treatment. Most of them were quite thin, emaciated even, pale. Some of them couldn't walk by themselves. One medic told me that a number had injuries because they were beaten. A few were beaten before they were released. And so that also put the families are concerned about the condition of their relatives and their family members, but very much a day of joy here in its own way. And as you said, in Gaza, celebration, such a rare thing to see, joy and celebrations in Gaza after that 2 years of death and destruction.
Barbara, what are Palestinians there where you are making of this summit in Egypt? We're seeing more than 20 world leaders. No representation, of course, for Hamas, and the Benjamin Netanyahu's not going either. But the Palestinian president, Mahmoud Abbas, is going, or is there actually already. Donald Trump's just landed there. We can see Air Force One as well on the runway, just ahead of that summit in Sharm el-Sheikh on the future of Gaza and the peace plan. But what are people there where you are making of this?
Well, the people in Ramallah, in the West Bank, they are not part of this plan. This plan is very much about Gaza, ending the war there, and creating a new system of governance and rebuilding Gaza. It does not address the situation in the occupied West Bank, which has also been very tense over the past 2 years, with the right-wing cabinet ministers working together with the prime minister. There has been a real surge in the settlement project here. There's been a lot of violence from settlers against Palestinians, and the feeling that the project to try to annex the West Bank, which is very much the one of some right-wing government ministers, is moving forward. Now, the West Bank isn't. Mr. Trump has said that he doesn't want the West Bank to be annexed, but there's nothing in the peace plan about that. So I think they're watching here, watching what's happening to Gaza, wondering what that means for the West Bank. As far as President Mahmoud Abbas goes, in the occupied Palestinian territories, he is, many people see his Palestinian Authority as corrupt, as inept, as collaborators, actually, because they work very closely, security coordination with the Israelis. The Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, the Israeli Prime Minister, is very much against the Palestinian Authority. Analysts say because he believes that if the PA is drawn into Gaza, so if the Palestinian Authority here is part of creating a new government in Gaza, that brings together the two Palestinian territories and creates more of a foundation for a Palestinian state, which he and his government reject completely. They say that will be a security risk for Israel. So he is not pleased about Mahmoud Abbas going to the summit. However, all of the people there, all of the countries there, have made very clear they see the answer to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict to be a Palestinian state, and they have indicated quite strongly that they see the PA as having a role in that at some point. The plan talks about reforming it and then keeping it open for a role. So for them, I think it makes a lot of sense to have the existing governance body for the Palestinians to be represented at that level.
Yeah, thank you, Barbara. Well, the Palestinian President Mahmoud Abbas will be at that summit, and so too will be Donald Trump, because we're just seeing his motorcade pulling up to Air Force One on the runway there, because Air Force One has touched down. The very short journey from Israel to Egypt, so that Donald Trump can co-chair that summit of world leaders in Egypt's Red Sea resort town of Sharm el-Sheikh alongside Egyptian President al-Sisi. They are the two co-chairs of the summit. And Donald Trump, there you see the huge presidential motorcade just coming along the runway to to pick up the president and all his entourage. And President Trump, we'll see him emerge in just a minute, but he's just been in Israel. He addressed the Israeli parliament, the Knesset. Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu called him Israel's greatest friend, the greatest friend Israel's ever had in the White House. And then in his speech to the Knesset, Mr. Trump called the release of the hostages a little bit earlier on today an incredible triumph for Israel and for the world. And he paid credit to the mediators from the Arab and Muslim world for pressurising Hamas to release the hostages. And a lot of those Arab and Muslim countries are represented at this summit in Egypt, in Sharm el-Sheikh. Mr. Trump also urged Palestinians to turn forever from the path of terror after what he called the failure of jihadism and anti-Semitism. And he promised that the United States would never forget the October the 7th attacks by Hamas. Well, as we wait to see Donald Trump emerging from Air Force One, let's just talk to Alison Kaplan-Summer, who's a journalist and host of the Haaretz podcast. Haaretz, the Israeli newspaper. Thank you very much for being with us. Well, it's such a momentous day, so much going on, from the release of the hostages to this summit that is supposed to chart the future peace of Gaza. What do you make of it all?
It's been an overwhelming day. It's actually been an overwhelming 3 days because since the announcement of the agreement of the ceasefire and the anticipation of the release of the Israeli hostages on Monday, that happened last week. Israel has basically been collectively holding its breath and, anticipating this. And then this entire morning has been an eruption of joy and celebration as the 20 living hostages were released and reunited with their families. The country has been eating up every detail on television screens and on the internet and on the radio, every single reunion, checking the condition of every single hostage. So there's been a great atmosphere of celebration. And then to add to that, we've had split screens on television. The other side has been U.S. President Donald Trump, the first president to address the Knesset since 2008 when George W. Bush did it. It's his first visit during this term of his presidency. His whirlwind, it was supposed to be 4 hours, but it lasted much longer than that due to the length of the speeches in the Knesset, which over and over again praised him, from the Knesset speaker to Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to the opposition leader. And his speech was not short, so he made a lot of jokes about this making him late for the summit in Sharm el-Sheikh, at which I believe he has just arrived. We have, however, just sort of hit the first crisis of this agreement, and that is the announcement by Hamas that in the coming hours, only 4 bodies of deceased hostages are going to be returned. There are supposedly many, many more behind, and this is a very, very small number. So the hostage families are outraged at the small number being released, and Israeli officials are saying that this is a violation of the agreement. There were supposed to be many more released. 28 bodies are there, and people are outraged that only 4 seem to be coming out right now. So we'll see where that leads.
But just on that, I mean, Hamas had said it might take them time to actually locate the bodies of all of those 28 hostages, to locate them in the devastation and the rubble of Gaza after the bombardments of the last couple of years, but then also to retrieve the bodies. I mean, so in some ways it was expected that it wouldn't possibly be the full number of 28 bodies that would be released or handed back to Israel straight away.
True, but if there are 28 bodies and only 4 are being returned, it seems like less than a significant effort, and it appears on the surface to be more a strategic decision not to allow all of the bodies out, because it seems rather inconceivable if there are 28 deceased hostages that only 4 bodies are retrievable. So again, we're going to see how that plays out over the course of the rest of the evening and coming days. Hopefully it won't create some sort of a crisis in moving into the following stages of the agreement and ruining the goodwill that emerged from the sort of prompt and orderly, without excessive propaganda use of the 20 living hostages as they were released this morning.
And we're just waiting to see Donald Trump come down the stairs out of Air Force One. A very busy schedule for him, having just been briefly in Israel to address the Israeli Parliament, the Knesset. I mean, he has said, hasn't he, Alison Kaplan-Summer, that the war in Gaza is over. Do you actually think it is over? Do the Israeli people think it's over?
I think the Israeli people hope it's over and, want this to move forward in sort of an agreement that will make it remain over and guarantee the security of the borders of Israel in southern Israel. If there appear to be any kind of violations of the agreements they've made so far, the agreement of Hamas to disarm, this plan to have some sort of a technocratic regime rule over Gaza, I don't think Israelis will consider the war over if Hamas remains in control of Gaza.
Okay, Alison, there is Donald Trump. Let's just break off for a moment to watch the US President come down the steps of Air Force One for this summit in Sharm el-Sheikh. And such a crucial trip for him, a kind of victory lap as it's been described by some analysts, in which he has been celebrating the release of the 20 living hostages back to Israel this morning, and high emotion in Israel and at the Israeli Parliament, the Knesset, where he was addressing members of the Parliament. But now this is something rather different, this summit of world leaders in Sharm el-Sheikh, the Egyptian resort, all sorts of leaders who are addressing the future for Gaza, the Trump peace plan for Gaza, that 20-point document, which is really just an outline of a peace plan. They're going to be signing it, but also discussing how to nail it down and make sure that actually, as Donald Trump said on the plane over from the United States, the war in Gaza is over. Let's talk to our security correspondent, Frank Gardner, who's with me here now watching these pictures of Donald Trump landing. Well, he does make it sound relatively simple, the war over, that's it, but there are lots of obstacles ahead.
Yeah, I think this is a little over-optimistic. I mean, let's just keep this in perspective. This is a ceasefire deal. It's not a full peace deal. It's the first phase, a very important one. I don't want to take away from the incredible significance and joy and hope that is wrapped up in today's events. But this is only phase one. And what needs to follow after this is, most importantly, how is Gaza going to be governed? Who's going to be in charge there? How do you fill that security vacuum? Because Israel is insisting that Hamas is disarmed, disbanded, and never again gets to rule Gaza. All right, but Gaza's been ruled by Hamas since 2007. And already we've seen thousands of Hamas militiamen, gunmen, policemen out on the streets, not fighting, but simply manning crossroads, intersections to try and prevent a total breakdown of law and order, because there are Gaza is a messy place. It's hardly surprising given what it's had to put up with. And most of the territory is destroyed. 90% plus of the buildings there are damaged or even rubble. And there is a real fear over a security vacuum. Now, the idea of the peace plan is that this vacuum will be filled by a multinational force coming from Muslim-majority countries such as Egypt, Qatar, Turkey, UAE, United Arab Emirates. And of all of those, I would say that the UAE possibly have the most experience in this kind of thing. They have worked, their troops have worked in Afghanistan. I've reported on them there, also in Kosovo. So they've got quite a lot of experience of this. But this is a tough job to do. The US says, we're not going to have any troops in Gaza, but we're going to help with logistic support, with command and control. So there's going to be something called the CMCC. That's the Civil Military Coordination Center, is going to sit just north of Gaza, a place called Ashdod, and from there they will help coordinate it. But it's still not clear what the rules of engagement are going to be. What happens, for example, when this so-called International Stabilization Force, what happens if they observe or are in Gaza at a time when Hamas start firing rockets at Israel again? And the one thing, there as we see, there's an Egyptian flag there on that, by the way, that's a US flag on the left, Egyptian flag on the right.
Yeah, Donald Trump heading from Air Force One to the summit. I mean, how important, though, you've outlined some of the potential pitfalls ahead. How important is he going to be in nailing down this peace process in the weeks and months ahead? He's obviously been very instrumental in getting the momentum for this plan through so far. But a lot of people are saying, has he got the staying power to keep, pushing both sides to make sure they stick to this?
Donald Trump doesn't do detail, but he does do pressure very well. And just even before he actually took office, he sent Steve Witkoff, his Middle East envoy, to Israel to go and meet Netanyahu and to say, I want a ceasefire deal and I want it ready, when I take office. And Steve Witkoff arrived in Israel on a Friday after Shabbat had started, and Netanyahu's office told him the Prime Minister doesn't meet people during Shabbat. And Witkoff allegedly said, he's going to meet me. I come with the full force of Donald Trump behind me, President-elect. And indeed, the meeting went ahead, and so did that deal. So, Donald Trump is, for the many for all the vacillations he's displayed over Ukraine, for example, all the backwards and forwards, 1 minute he's on Putin's side, the next he's on Zelensky's, but he has been steadfast with this.
And is that actually part of this, that he hasn't got anywhere with Ukraine, clearly? There's a sort of stalemate. So, in fact, he's sort of devoted more of his energy to the Middle East.
Yeah, and he sent Steve Witkoff there quite a bit. He's also got his son-in-law, Jared Kushner, very involved. And there is the whiff of business there as well. Trump is, at heart, a businessman. He's far more a businessman than a politician. He's a real estate guy. That's what he knows. And there are plenty of deals to be done in the Middle East. And he, let's give him credit, he wants to see a Middle East that is, in the future, more about business than fighting. And
we had that bizarre sort of idea of Gaza becoming the Riviera of the Middle East, even that video with lots of glossy hotels. And
that was, okay, we don't see...
But he's moved on from that.
We've moved on from that. I think that one's been put back in the toy cupboard, frankly, because, that was... Palestinians were appalled by that because they weren't going to be able to, Gazans weren't going to be able to afford to live in that kind of Gazan Riviera. It was...
Well, the suggestion was they all move out, really.
Well, exactly. And it was, quite apart from the fact it was an utterly tasteless video, depicting Trump and Netanyahu in deck chairs sipping cocktails, in a part of the world that has been devastated by day after day of airstrikes and demolitions. But I think there is a palpable sense of relief amongst Palestinians that they're not going to be forced out of that territory, because that was the plan at one point. And there are many Israelis who say, look, we are never going to be able to live comfortably at ease as long as the Palestinians are next door. Why can't they go and live in Egypt? Why can't they go and live in Jordan and Syria and Lebanon? Because we don't want them in this wider area. That isn't going to happen. They're not going to be expelled. They're going to be allowed to live there. But as I say, the big question is, who is going to govern Gaza? And Palestinians are not keen on the idea of a big sort of Western role in this, whether it's Trump as heading a board of peace, whether it's Sir Tony Blair on that board of peace. They're not keen on that. The problem is that Palestinians have not been very well governed by their own Palestinian Authority, which is widely felt by Palestinians to be inefficient, corrupt. Mahmoud Abbas is, what is he, 86, 87, 88?
The Palestinian president.
Indeed.
And he is going to be at this summit?
Yes, Hamas will not be. So Israel.
But he is the sole sort of Palestinian representative, if you like.
He's the most senior one there, yes. So he represents the Palestinian Authority, which is from the Fatah faction. They were expelled by Hamas from Gaza back in 2006. Some of them in a very grisly way, pushed off the tops of buildings in a kind of internal power struggle between Hamas and the Palestinian Authority. The bigger sort of looming in the background, against this, very impressive day today, and I don't want to, detract from it. This is a huge achievement, and a lot of credit goes not just to Trump, but to Qatar and to Egypt, who have really pushed through with this and stayed the course because they want this. They want to see this settled.
And they're all at this summit.
Yes.
Just to sum it up, there's more than 20 world leaders, including the leaders of Qatar and Arab countries, Muslim countries. So how important do you think this summit is in the sense of charting the future of Gaza sort of nailing down this peace plan? I mean, it's going to be a pretty brief summit, but can it achieve very much?
I think it's more about the optics. It's more about saying, look, the whole world, not the whole world, but most of the world wants this to happen, so that if either side then chooses to breach it, it will be presented to them that they are going against the wishes of most of the world. So the key people at this, apart from Donald Trump, are the Egyptian president, Abdel Fattah Sisi. You've got the Qatari Emir, Sheikh Mohammed bin Abdulrahman Al Thani. You've got leaders from Europe like Sir Keir Starmer from the UK, Chancellor Merz from Germany, President Macron, and a whole host of others who have signed up to this. So yes, it's a short thing, long on optics, short on detail. The 20-point peace plan, there are still an awful lot of questions there. One of the most important are going to be what are the rules of engagement, which are not mentioned in there, for this future security stabilization force. What happens if they're attacked? What happens if Hamas starts firing rockets at Israel again? Because the one thing that Palestinians in Gaza really fear is that this is just a temporary pause, and that now the hostages are handed over, Israel will resume its airstrikes and resume the war. And the one thing Israelis fear is that Hamas will rebuild its strength and come for them again.
Frank, very good to have you with us, our security correspondent Frank Gardner, as we watch the Trump motorcade making its way through the pristine roads of Sharm el-Sheikh ahead of that summit. It's a very busy day for the American president, having flown into Israel and spent just a few hours there talking to the Israeli parliament, welcoming home the hostages back to Israel, celebrating the release of those 20 living Israeli hostages. And now at a summit that he is co-chairing with the Egyptian president of more than 20 world leaders to discuss the future of his Gaza peace plan. Let's talk more then about the release of the hostages with Adam Marnit, whose cousin Zahi Idan was a hostage killed in captivity in Gaza and whose body was actually returned at the end of February. And Adam, thank you very much for being with us on BBC News, and our condolences to you for your loss, of course. And what are your thoughts as you see the living hostages all return today and some of the bodies of the dead hostages, only 4 so far actually released by Hamas, but what goes through your mind when you see that what has transpired today at last?
The full spectrum of human emotions. Good afternoon. It's the dream we've all been dreaming of ever since October 7th, fighting vociferously every day for the release of the return of the hostages. That it has taken so long is painful and deeply felt by all involved. But finally, this day has come, and feeling the joy of the reunited families, but also the pain and grief of those families who are receiving bodies today, but especially the families that haven't have any news. We were supposed to have all 28 bodies returned today. They haven't been. That's unacceptable. That's against the agreement. And so, my thoughts are with those families right now who will be feeling very frustrated, angry, upset, devastated, really.
As I mentioned, the body of Zahi was released in February of this year. But just try and give us an idea of how important it is to the families, the relatives, the friends of hostages when the hostages died to get the body back, to be able to say a final goodbye.
Well, it was, for our family, it was very much a part of the grieving process, putting some semblance of closure to this nightmare chapter in our lives. Being able to bury Zahi next to his firstborn daughter, Mayan, who was murdered on October 7th. He watched her die in his arms and then was taken away, abducted to Gaza. And we fought very hard to bring him back. We hoped to bring him back alive. Unfortunately, we failed to do so. But Zahi was taken with Omri, Miran, our neighbor in Nahal Oz. And Omri has returned today alive to his family, to his 2 small daughters who have been kissing his hostage poster goodnight every night and know him mostly as a poster, but now can kiss him in the flesh. And so amidst the grief, the sorrow, the mourning that our family are going through, a lining of joy and succor from seeing that the same fate didn't befell our neighbor Omri.
We have seen some amazing reunions, scenes of families hugging the hostages as they've come back, the living hostages. But we've seen also over the last couple of years an extraordinary campaign by the hostage families, haven't we, to get their loved ones back, whether it be dead or alive. I mean, do you think...
Absolutely.
Do you think your government, the Israeli government, could have done more earlier on to get hostages home?
I believe everybody could have done a lot more. I'm very, very frustrated with my own government here in the UK, who offered very little support for me and my family, despite myself being a British citizen. My grandmother served in the Auxiliary Territorial Service. So we have a long history here in this country, and I didn't really get any support from my government here as far as trying to get my cousin released. So I think that there was, not enough pressure put on the state benefactors of Hamas, for example, early enough. It was only when Trump eventually managed to get the Arab states aligned and to, after the Iran war, the 12-day war, and the, increasing militarization in the Middle East by the United States and the Trump administration putting pretty much all of its diplomatic weight onto the state benefactors of Hamas, we started to see more direct pressure on Hamas and Hamas relenting. So, it was Hamas who took the hostages. It was ultimately Hamas who needed to have the most pressure put upon them. And I'm glad to see that those hostages who are alive have been returned. And now the process, the question still remains as to what happens to the remainder, the dead hostages, including Hadar Golden, who was killed in 2014 and has been held ever since by Hamas. So, there's some families that have been waiting 10 years for this moment.
And just very briefly, can I ask you, I mean, the hostages have been through an unbelievable ordeal. They will be traumatised, of course, psychologically, apart from any physical injuries.
Yes, absolutely. It's going to be a long road to recovery. But, there's a lot of support networks out there. My family, who have experienced great sorrow and loss, have been getting a tremendous amount of support. And, we're all there for them, and we're all rooting for them.
Well, Adam Marnitz, thank you so much for talking to us, and very good to have you with us on an extraordinary day for Israel and for the families of those hostages who have returned today. Thank you very much for being with us.
Thank you.
Well, in the aftermath of the ceasefire agreement, there has been a wave of celebrations, of course, in Israel and in Gaza. We've seen quite a lot of them through the day. But what have Israeli soldiers left behind? BBC Verify has been examining the damage and the destruction in Gaza, as Merlin Thomas now reports.
Israel has been repeatedly accused of deliberately destroying buildings across Gaza in a campaign of systematic destruction. But even on the eve of the ceasefire deal being agreed, the Israeli military stand accused of destroying vital infrastructure that's key to normal life being restored in Gaza. Here, Israeli soldiers pose in front of a wastewater treatment plant that had been set on fire. This is southwest of Gaza City, and the photos were posted by news outlet Dropsite Media, which they say were from the social media accounts of Israeli soldiers. Now, we verified those images by matching up the identifying features of the plant with publicly available images. And we know when it was set on fire by looking at heat data detected here by NASA's firms. It shows there were fires here on the 11th of October at the plant. We can also see damage to the plant from other satellite imagery too. Have a look at this. For example, this is the plant on the 7th of October before the ceasefire was agreed. Now, you can see IDF military vehicles and the staging area and defensive sand berms too. And at the plant itself, more military equipment. And this is the 11th of October, after the fire and after the ceasefire was announced. And you can see smoke still rising and damage from scorch marks. And the military vehicles that I showed you earlier have left the area. Legal expert Professor Janina Dill told us that the destruction of infrastructure like this may be a war crime, adding it's unclear how the necessities of war might require destruction of a wastewater treatment plant, particularly as the IDF prepares to retreat. That's part of a wider withdrawal. So the ceasefire deal means Israeli troops agreed to withdraw from deep inside Gaza City. This red line here shows where Israeli troops agreed to retreat to. It means Israel still controls about 55% of Gaza. And we've been monitoring Israeli military presence using satellite imagery and video circulating on social media that we verified. These red points here show troops have withdrawn to positions along or beyond the withdrawal line. This is the view from one of those Israeli military positions in the Netzarim corridor south of Gaza City, which we've geolocated. And this is what Israeli soldiers have left behind. Destruction and damage as far as the eye can see. There's a wave of celebrations as hostages are released to Israel and Palestinian detainees are returned. But there's an immense challenge ahead for Gazans attempting to return to normal life in a landscape of physical devastation.
That's Merlin Thomas of BBC Verify. Now there is a news conference underway at the Sheba Hospital, which is in Israel, where the hostages have been taken. I think we can just listen in a little bit.
Welcome home. שהחיינו וקיימנו והגיענו לזמן הזה. אמן. תודה רבה. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Well, that was just the end of that press conference where they've been welcoming home, as you heard there, the hostages, the 20 live hostages. This is Hostages Square in Tel Aviv, where they have been celebrating through the night. And extraordinary scenes this morning as they saw their loved ones being released. And also in Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt, we have the summit getting underway very shortly, co-chaired by US President Donald Trump and Egypt's President el-Sisi. And there is President Trump ahead of that summit. We just saw his Air Force One landing and then the motorcade taking him to the summit, a summit of more than 20 world leaders. And very busy day for the US president because he flew into Israel and he addressed the Israeli parliament, the Knesset, and congratulated the Israeli people on the release of the hostages. Let's listen in.
Like I think nobody's seen before. And we had tremendous stop, as you know, in Israel. And now we're in a country where a friend of mine is a very powerful leader. And my friend is right here, the president, also the general, you know. Sometimes I call him, usually I call him the general because he's both, and he's good at both. And they've done a fantastic job. And they have very little crime, you know. Because they don't play games, that's why. They don't play games like we do in the United States with governors that have no idea what they're doing. But they don't have crime. I ask about crime and they almost don't even know what I'm talking about. So it's a great tribute to this man. He's done a fantastic job in bringing this country together. And the United States is with him all the way. Thank you. Okay, all the way. And it's an honor to be with you.
Sir, what will Egypt's role play in the peace process here?
He played a very important role, and they had a very important role with Hamas. In fact, the general was right here, was very instrumental because Hamas respects this country and they respect the leadership of Egypt. So he played a very important role. I appreciate it very much. Thank you.
Thank you. President Trump, in Israel just now, you were talking about a possible Iran peace deal. You said, we are ready when you are. Yeah. Is that the ultimate goal with today's signing to get enough?
Not Iran, but I think Iran will come along. They've been battered and bruised, and you know they need some help. They have big sanctions, as you know, tremendous sanctions. I'd love to take the sanctions off when they're ready to talk, but they can't really survive with those sanctions. Those sanctions are very tough. But at some point they're going to say, we want the sanctions off. We're going to end up with peace. I think Iran is going to be fine. I know so many Iranian people. They're great people. They're smart, great people. Engineers, lawyers. I mean, they're academics. But they took a big hit. And frankly, if we didn't hit them with the nuclear, I don't think you would have been able to have this incredible this deal, this once-in-a-lifetime deal. Nobody's ever seen anything like what's happening today. And countries have all come together, all different countries. Some liked each other, some didn't, most didn't. And they've all come together. Every country has come together. And by the way, Iran did put out a statement, you know, that they support this deal very wholeheartedly. So that was in itself something. But no, I think they want to, that's all I do in my life. I make deals. And they want to make a deal.
Now that the living hostages have been returned, can you please tell us what the next steps are?
Well, they're going and looking for bodies. It's a pretty gruesome task. And they know where numerous are, as you know. I guess 5 or 6 are in yet now. But they're looking for bodies. They know the areas, and the search parties out, and they're doing it in conjunction with Israel. And they're going to be finding quite a few of them.
President Trump, can you tell us when phase 2 of the negotiations will begin?
Well, it started. I mean, it started as far as we're concerned. Phase 2 has started. And, you know, the phases are all a little bit mixed in with each other. They're going to start cleaning up. If you look at Gaza, it needs a lot of cleanup. That's why when I talked in my speech, I talked about the debris. I used the word debris. That's debris times 10. So, but they're gonna really do a job. They have a lot of power. In another room, you have the wealthiest, some of the wealthiest nations in the world. All leaders, the big leaders are here. The emirs and the kings and everybody, and it's a very interesting group. I guess we have like 35 countries, and that's only because they were the 35 that we invited. Everybody that we invited came. So there's a lot of respect. And I think you'll see some tremendous progress, both in the Middle East. This country is doing very well. It has good leadership. It's about leadership. And it's really nice when you say, how is your crime situation? And they don't even know what you're talking about. What do you mean crime? We don't have crime. Because if he has crime, he puts it out very quickly. Some people think that's not nice, but I think it's great. Because people don't want to be mugged and smashed, and they don't want to be stupid people. They have a place that is doing very well. We're very proud of it, because we knew each other from the beginning. The first time I met, it was in a hotel, and I was going to meet him, and then Hillary Clinton was following me. Remember Hillary Clinton? And he liked me so much, he never even got to see Hillary. He saw her for about 2 seconds. But he didn't really want to waste a lot of time. He knew what was going to happen. But that was the first time we met, and we had a very good chemistry together. And it continues till today. So I want to thank you all very much. I appreciate the way you covered this really momentous, I've never seen anything like it. The level of love, the level of respect for what it is. And it's, you know, it's peace in the Middle East, and everybody said it's not possible to do. And it's going to happen. And it is happening. It's before your very eyes. And that's why it's become so fascinating. Marco, do you have anything to say?
Egypt's been a phenomenal participant. I think both Steve and Jared will tell you the critical role they played, and they can tell you themselves. They hosted the talks here, and they're going to play a very important role now in the follow-up, the implementation of this, which is really, it's not simply about restoring Gaza, it is about transforming the region. So we have an incredible partner, a long alliance, very capable partner here, and a tremendous collection of leaders. This is clearly, in my mind, I think in the mind of everyone in this room, probably one of the most important days for world peace in 50 years. And that's not an exaggeration.
Only 50?
Maybe 100. Certainly since the end of World War II, Mr. President.
Mr. Witkoff and Mr. Kushner, I'm curious, you played such an important role in the tactical negotiations here. What will your role be going forward as a lot more has to be brought to the table here?
Oh, the minute we had inked the deal, Jared and I were already working on the implementation side of the deal. So we're dug in. We'll be here quite a bit. That's at the direction of the president. That's probably going to be one of the most important phases here. Jared is remarkable to work with. I talk about it all the time, and of course we both love working for the president. So it's feels like a very honorable job.
Mr. President, would you like to say something with the interpreter?
Yes. اسمحوا لي في البداية أن أنا أرحب بفخامة الرئيس. أنا سعيد وكل شرف موجودة في التسجيل في شرم الشيخ مدينة السلام. يسمح لي فخامة الرئيس أن أنا اسمي باسم كل المصريين ويمكن حتى لكل محب السلام نرجو لك التحية التقدير والاحترام على تحقيق هذا الإنجاز الرائع والعظيم.
Well, first of all, Your Excellency, I welcome you to Egypt. It's a great pleasure and an honor to have you with us here in the city of peace, Sharm el-Sheikh. Allow me also to extend, on behalf of all Egyptians and peace lovers around the world, salute, the appreciation, and the respect for this unprecedented and momentous accomplishment by your hands.
أنا كنت متأكد فخامة الرئيس أنك الوحيد القادر على تحقيق هذا الإنجاز وإنهاء.
I've been very confident that Your Excellency is the only one who is capable of bringing this about and bringing an end to this war.
وأنا في خلال اتصالي بفخامة الرئيس ذكرت له ذلك بدقة. قلت له فخامة الرئيس أنت وحدك القادر على تحقيق السلام في منطقتنا.
I even said that very precisely during my communication with Your Excellency, that you are the only one who is able to bring about peace and to achieve peace in this part.
بشكرك فخامة الرئيس.
I thank you, Mr. President.
ولكن عايزين نستكمل نثبت وقف إطلاق النار ونطلق السراح كل الرهائن وحتى يعني للأسف الجثث المتبقية في أسرع وقت عشان تسلم إلى ذويهم في إسرائيل ثم إدخال المساعدات ونستكمل باقي المراحل.
What we need to do now is to fixate the ceasefire, make sure that it maintains and sustains, that we can deliver all of the remaining, the bodies of the deceased to the families. And this is very important. To bring in more humanitarian assistance into the Strip and working very closely on following up the rest of the steps that should be taken to make this successful.
Mr. President, you did very great. Thank you.
That's very nice. Thank you.
He's a good man. Thank you. He's a good man. We're with him all the way.
Will he be on the board of peace, sir?
I'd like to have him on the board. I'd like to. We may need an interpreter, but that's okay.
As long as the President, His Excellency,
can't do better.
The Board of Peace, I'll be there.
We've had many leaders want to be on the board, actually. The Board of Peace, it's taken on, Steve, I'd say a life of its own. Do you want to discuss that? What's happened?
I think we have a long list of applicants to be on that board.
Everybody wants to be. That's very nice. That's better than the other way. Usually it's the other way. Nobody wants to be on the board. But it's really taken on, this whole thing has taken on a life that's very different. So it's been really a great honor. And you people have done a fantastic job, I want to tell you. We appreciate it very much. Thank you very much, everybody.
All right, thank you.
Hold it 1 second. أنا عايز دعم فخامة الرئيس ورعايته معانا في مؤتمر إعادة العمل.
I just want and look forward to Your Excellency's support and your sponsorship with us in the conference for the reconstruction.
Thank you. 100%. Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
All right, thank you, Brad. You guys, let's go. Thanks, guys. Let's head out. Violet Dawn. Come on, guys.
Traveling with him on Air Force One, asking questions wide-ranging. Everything from the comments by President Trump to the.
Okay, well, we're having trouble making a connection with our correspondent there, Lise Doucette, in Tel Aviv. But let me just recap what we're hearing there from Donald Trump and the Egyptian president as well. Donald Trump was asked actually by our State Department correspondent Tom Bateman whether phase 2 of the Gaza peace plan is now being talked about. And he said, yes, talks are already underway on phase 2 of the peace plan. And Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner were there as well in the room and talking about how they are already working on the implementation of the Gaza peace plan and saying that they are intent on transforming the region. Secretary of State Marco Rubio saying that this was one of the most important days for world peace in the last 50 years. Donald Trump said only 50, and Marco Rubio said maybe a century, certainly since the Second World War. Let's go back to Lise Doucette then in Israel. Lise.
Yes, the first time the journalists have thrown questions at President Trump ever since he left on Air Force One on his overnight flight here to the region. This was the first time he took questions at length, and as we've been reporting, and as you may have seen if you were watching that informal press conference alongside the Egyptian President Al-Sisi, both of them had their teams, their respective teams, lining the walls on both sides, the journalists throwing questions at him, everything from the Iran nuclear deal, President Trump saying that he would like to do a deal with Iran, heaping praise on the Iranian people, skilled people, people who he hopes want to do a deal, even saying that the leadership of Iran wants to do a deal and, of course, get away from the sanctions that the United States has imposed year after year on Iran. He was also asked about the anger here in Israel about why only 4 of the remains of the hostages have been handed over. We've had a statement from the Forum of the Hostages and the Missing Families Forum saying that they regard it as a violation of the terms of the ceasefire deal. President Trump was at pains to say that the search goes on to find the remains, and if only 4 were handed over today, that more would be handed over in the days to come. Again, we heard praise from President Sisi about the role played by President Trump and nudging him to continue to play a pivotal role in ensuring that this peace process does go forward, if we can call it a peace process. You heard there from Steve Witkoff, the envoy for President Trump, also Jared Kushner, who were asked directly when would they start those negotiations, and they said, well, no sooner did we reach an agreement on the first phase of the deal, then we moved to the implementation. Finally, President Trump talked about that board of peace that he is going to head. Everyone's asking who is going to be on that board, and we heard from Steve Witkoff that it would be a long list of people. Interestingly, a lot of attention has focused on the fact that the former British Prime Minister's name, Tony Blair, has been circulated. He's worked very closely with the US team on the 20-point plan. But when he was asked about it, before he flew to this region, President Trump says, well, I want to hear whether everyone wants to have him, reflecting with some of the criticism from the Palestinians that this suspects of, in their view, neocolonialism. Why do they need this international war that the Palestinians, along with Arab states, could run their own affairs? So we're seeing now that hall where all the flags of more than 20 leaders gathered there, who waited hours for the president to arrive. Let's stay in Sharm el-Sheikh. My colleague, our Middle East correspondent Hugo Beshega, was also there waiting for the president to arrive. Well, finally, the trip has got off to a What do you think will be the first on the agenda there, Hugo? President Trump has left the side of President Sisi, and now we saw them go out of that room. We assume he is now meeting those leaders who waited so long to speak with him.
Yeah, they're running very late here in Sharm el-Sheikh, Lise. And I think the tone of what is going to happen next is very much the tone that we've just heard from President Trump alongside the Egyptian President Sisi. The president being very optimistic that the ceasefire is going to hold. I thought it was very interesting that he said negotiations over the second phase of his 20-point plan are already underway. He also said he was optimistic that this deal could be expanded. He talked about the possibility of Iran even joining these deals, saying that Iran wants to make a deal. Again, he talked about the role that Egypt played in these negotiations. Egypt has been a key mediator in these talks for a deal in Gaza. And we saw that key players in these negotiations, not only President Trump, President Sisi, but also the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, and the President's envoy to the Middle East, Steve Witkoff. Again, the President said, we are working to implement the Gaza deal, again, expressing confidence that the ceasefire is going to hold. And I think, you know, for the meeting that is going to happen here in Sharm el-Sheikh, this is going to be another victory lap for the President. He wants to be seen as the leader who made this, who reached this deal, who, you know, was behind these negotiations. It is also very symbolic in terms of the international support that this deal is receiving. We have leaders from the UK, France, Germany, Italy, but also key regional leaders, which shows the level of support here in the Middle East for the President's plan. But again, it is very difficult to see how any kind of major progress can be achieved in terms of the next phase of the plan for Gaza without the presence of representatives from Israel or Hamas. And we've been talking about those key sticking points, those major obstacles in these negotiations, about the future of Hamas, about the scale of the Israeli withdrawal from Gaza, and obviously about the future of Gaza. Who is going to govern the territory? Who is going to help rebuild a Gaza that is almost completely destroyed? So key points, key sticking points remain, but the President now saying that negotiations over the next phase of the deal are already underway.
And we're looking, Hugo, at the hall with the banner, Peace in the Middle East. That's how President Trump wants to describe it. All of the flags lined up. We've heard various accounts of a signing ceremony, whether that will be signed by the guarantors of this process, the mediators. What is your understanding of the actual official ceremony once it gets underway?
Yeah, so I think we know very little of the details of what is going to happen today. The Egyptians said that there will be a ceremony, the official signing of the deal, and also discussions to finalize the deal over Gaza. So very significant that all these key countries are here, you know, gathered. The US, not only the US, but also Qatar, obviously the Egyptians, and also Turkey that played a key role in those final negotiations that happened here in Sharm el-Sheikh last week. Very interesting, Lise, that you know, in one of the main squares here in Sharm el-Sheikh, there is a huge billboard with the pictures of President Trump and also President Sisi, and a message saying, "Welcome to the land of peace." So this is very much how the President is trying to sell this deal in Gaza, saying that this is the beginning of peace in the Middle East. He's been talking about his, you know, desire, his wish, his plan to expand the Abraham Accords to try to normalize relations between Israel and other countries in the region. Obviously, this was a significant diplomatic achievement in his first term in office. And now the President saying that what we're seeing here today is the beginning of a plan to bring peace not only for Gaza, but also for the entire region.
Hugo Bashega, thank you very much for joining us and reminding us of the Abraham Accords, or as President Trump kept saying today, the Abraham Accords, very much preferring the accent and the pronunciation of leaders in this region. We were showing you pictures of that hall. We know there will be a signing ceremony. The President Trump's late arrival, of course, has delayed all of the proceedings. There you have, we saw a little bit of movement there with something being moved to the podium. But we believe now that President Trump is finally meeting face-to-face the leaders who were waiting for him. They'll have some face-to-face discussions without the cameras there. Really important issues, and no doubt that all of the leaders that have been waiting for him, Arab Western Turkish leaders, they have important messages. They want to make sure he stays engaged in this process. He wants to make sure that they also stay engaged, and more importantly, that they also put money. He's talked a few times on this visit already about that some of the wealthiest, most powerful countries in the world, referring, of course, to the Arab Gulf states, they have the kind of power and wealth to begin the rebuilding of the Gaza Strip. We're going to continue to keep an eye on what's happening in Sharm el-Sheikh, but joining us now as a part of our special coverage is the former Prime Minister and Chief of Staff of Israel, Ehud Barak. Ehud Barak, welcome to BBC News.
Thank you for having me.
No doubt you, like all Israelis, like so many around the world, had your eyes on the speeches today, the emotional scenes of the reunions of the hostages finally returning home. Of course, Palestinian prisoners and detainees were also reunited with their families. You, of course, have been here yourself before as an Israeli Prime Minister. You stood alongside U.S. President at the time, Bill Clinton, trying to make peace. What do you think is different this time round that perhaps gives hope it could be different this time?
First of all, you cannot compare. It was a generation ago. It's like asking in I don't know, whatever, 2050, someone about Sharm el-Sheikh these days. He will usually hardly remember it. But it's a kind of an effort that was stopped somewhere some 15 years ago and is now has certain opportunity of being renewed to relaxate the whole thing. The real difference is that now we have a extremely determined American president that aggressively pushed others into it. He was very capable in bending Netanyahu to whatever he decides to dictate, but also was very successful bringing Turkey especially. So the Hamas cannot have a lot of room for maneuver when they are encircled by the Qataris from one side, from the Turks by the other, and the Egyptians in the picture. So there is certain hope here. This day was the best in the last years for Israelis because of the release of the hostages. But the question of the next step is a little bit fragile. There is a need to keep, it all depends upon the determination of Trump and his attention. If we will keep pressing, the next step will come. There is a need to find the dead bodies. It will take some time, but we know a little bit about where they have to look for them, and there is a need for intervention of some neutral players, not just the Hamas. There is a need to enter with an inter-Arab/Muslim force very urgently. It cannot take months, at most few weeks. If within few weeks, international Muslim Arab force will not enter and take over from Hamas, it will be very, very complicated to continue the next steps, because only this force can enable the building of the technocrats government, bringing back to work the tens of thousands who are part of the Palestinian bureaucracy, and later on, and of course, disarm Hamas. I don't expect them to find the last Kalashnikov or light arm, because in the region, in every place, you have many light arms. But basically, the control of the streets and what happens should be conveyed from Hamas to this international force, which will have to build a new Palestinian security force. And Israel should have only two conditions. Number one, not a single member of the military wing of Hamas or someone who participated in the massacre on October 7th. Not a single individual can be a part of any organ of the new entity. And number two, that Israel will withdraw at first to the perimeter, but will not go out of the perimeter to the border before all the pre-agreed security milestones had been met. And the idea to bring Tony Blair, I happened to hear you mentioning him, is very good. I don't think that the Palestinians can have any veto. It's all depend upon the Egyptians, Emiratis, and probably the Qataris and Turks. He's very good choice because he has a lot of experience with the leaders. He kept contact with individuals, with players in the region. I think they basically enjoy the respect of all. He led the quartet after the previous round of half a generation ago. And I think that it's a very, very good choice. No way that Trump will have enough time out of his many other jobs to lead such an operation. And it's good to have there the presence of someone who represents the international community.
Well, we're going to wait and see who's going to be on that so-called board of peace and who will oversee this really significant but also very delicate transition, which is fraught with opportunity but also risk. What is your sense, Ehud Barak, of this moment? We've heard President Trump a few times on this visit, and he said it directly to Prime Minister Netanyahu in the Knesset that the war is over. And yet last night, Prime Minister Netanyahu, as he hailed this moment, he also talked about the threats still facing Israel, the challenges Israel still faces. And many ask whether there is a risk that he will try to return to the war. Is there a risk?
There are always. The Middle East is nothing like the Midwest or Scandinavia. There are always risks. It's a tough neighborhood. No mercy for the weak. No second opportunity for those who cannot defend themselves. But Israel is still the strongest power in the whole region, and we should be self-confident enough. I believe that the war is over. It's enough that Trump dictates to Bibi to stop it. A few months ago, he dictated Bibi to turn a group of Israeli jets already over Iran to make a U-turn and go back to Israel. Trump can bend Netanyahu like a rubber doll. Netanyahu is not the problem. And most Israel doesn't want a new war. Most of us believe that the last stage of this war, the one that started in March, I believe, or a little bit later, the several recent months were a war of deception. It was not a real war. It had nothing to do with the security interest or any other interest of Israel. It was just about the survival of Netanyahu in power, because ending the war creates an immediate threat to his coalition. The Hamas was defeated militarily already some year or more ago. What remained is only small groups of guerrilla with light arms that are trying to kill Israelis. There is no way to take over it kind of an absolute victory. Americans learned it in Vietnam. You and the Russians and the Americans learned it in Afghanistan. The Americans learned it in Iraq. We learned it in the West Bank. In the West Bank until now, after 58 years, there are still Hamas with light arms. And from time to time, they try to kill some Israelis. That has nothing to do with the strategy. So war is over, but whether it will not deteriorate once again, dependent on the effectiveness, efficiency, and swift implementation of the next stage, namely mainly bringing the inter-Arab or Muslim force, disarming Hamas from offensive weapons, and activate the reconstruction to be financed by the Emiratis, Saudis mainly.
Ehud Barak, former Prime Minister of Israel, former Army Chief General, thank you very much for joining us with your reflections on the way forward. Ehud Barak emphasizing there too, the war is over, and we are seeing that banner in Sharm el-Sheikh, the ceremony that the United States is describing as a ceremony of peace. Peace in the Middle East is the mantra there. President Trump often talks about peace through strength. What kind of peace is on the horizon? Let's bring in Dan Shapiro now, a former U.S. ambassador to Israel who served under President Obama. Welcome to BBC News.
Thank you.
Dan Shapiro, we just spoke to Ehud Barak, who, of course, tried to make peace during President Clinton's time. You were here in Israel during President Obama's time. One U.S. president after another dared to hope that they would be the one to clinch that most elusive of prizes, peace in the Middle East. President Trump says it is peace in the Middle East. At least it is a slogan now. Do you actually allow yourself to think that this time it could be different?
Well, it's always good to have high aspirations, and it's always good to shoot for them. We're not there yet, and the president has a way of trying to upsell his accomplishments or his goals even before he's gotten there. That's not to take away at all from the importance of today's accomplishment. This is a critical breakthrough. He deserves credit with his team for the change they made after Israel conducted strikes against Hamas in Doha. And after several months of really accommodating additional military operations, he came to Prime Minister Netanyahu with all the leverage he had to say, this needs to end now, and you need to accept terms that are less than the total victory you demanded. He also then worked with the Gulf states, particularly Qatar and with Turkey, to put the pressure on Hamas to do the same, to accept terms that they had previously not accepted, so that we could get to this ceasefire and get to these hostage releases. So this is very, very important. It's brought this terrible war to an end, brings relief to Israelis and Palestinians. But that goal that he's pursuing now, peace in the Middle East, well, today's summit in Egypt is the start of that, but the first step is to complete the process of disarming Hamas so that they are not in power and not the spoiler that would prevent all the positive things happen: reconstruction, an international stabilization force, Israeli-Palestinian discussions on a future that will also provide fuel to that broader regional peace that he envisions and which I support. So long way to go, lots of work, lots of details, and that's a good aspiration to have, but we're definitely not there yet.
Yes, as you know, even in his first term in office, he upended decades of U.S. foreign policy towards this region, the kind of policies that you would have been part of when you were serving during the Obama administration, moving the U.S. Embassy to Jerusalem, recognizing Israeli control over the Golan Heights, saying that Israeli settlement building was not illegal under international law, and then pushing an Israeli prime minister in a way, it's being widely said, in a way that's not done before. And yet, when we look at the details of what still has to be done, most of all, that political horizon, that's the vague phrase in President Trump's 20-point plan. For the Palestinians, for Arab states, it's still about a two-state solution and a Palestinian state. Do you sense that President Trump will be on board with that trajectory?
Well, I don't think we really know. Of course, in 2020, he proposed a plan which could have been read in some ways as a version of a two-state solution, but of course it was produced without any dialogue with the Palestinians. It didn't go anywhere, but it did in some ways help open the doors for the Abraham Accords, in part because the UAE stepped in to say they would oppose Israeli annexation of the West Bank, a step that might have been envisioned in his plan, but would instead move forward with normalization. Now, this time in his 20-point plan, he does say that he wants, as the Palestinian Authority reforms, as Gaza is reconstructed, to develop, as you said, discussions on a credible pathway to a possible Palestinian state, which he concedes is their aspiration. But of course, the current Israeli government opposes a two-state solution, and really the vast majority of the Israeli public, still very traumatized by the October 7th attacks, is not ready to have that conversation. Even people who have long supported two states before October 7th say, right now, until they see that Palestinian society has reformed, Palestinian leadership has reformed, Hamas is fully removed from power, and that risk of a repeat of that terrible day could not happen, they're not really able to have that conversation. So it's a long-term goal. It will take a long time. It will look different from previous efforts. But you're correct that most other countries in the region and many around the world still hold that down as one of the markers of that broader peace they want to see. The Saudis, for example, have said for them to normalize their relations with Israel, they need to see a credible pathway to a Palestinian state. So it's part of it. And I don't think we know for sure exactly how President Trump is postured on that.
Dan Shapiro, former U.S. ambassador to Israel during President Barack Obama's administration. Thank you for joining us with your reflections based on your long years of engagement with this region. And while we've been on air, there's been a statement from the Israeli Defense Forces. We've been reporting about the anger among the hostages' families that so few of the bodies of the Israeli hostages who did not survive their ordeal have not been returned. The IDF has issued the statement, and I'll read it. According to information from the International Committee of the Red Cross, 2 coffins containing the bodies of fallen hostages have been handed over and are on their way to the IDF and Shin Bet forces inside the Gaza Strip. The transfer of 2 additional coffins of fallen hostages will follow. President Trump also addressed that in his impromptu press conference once he arrived in Sharm el-Sheikh, said that efforts will continue to find the remains of the remainder, 28 in all, and only a small number have returned home to Israel today. Those are images now from Sharm el-Sheikh as they prepare that signing ceremony. And there's images on the other side, the Israeli flags in Hostages Square, peace upon Israel. Scenes of jubilation today as the big screens in the square broadcast the emotional images of the hostages returning. Let's bring in Leslie Vinjamuri again, President and CEO of the Chicago Council of Global Affairs. Of course, she is in Chicago. Leslie, finally, President Trump has now landed in Sharm el-Sheikh, and now he's paying tribute to the Arab leaders he's worked with. It's interesting how that when he was in Israel, he talked about how important his relationship, personal and political relations with Israel, with Israeli leaders, and now he's sending the same message to Arab leaders, and they want to believe that he's going to listen to all sides now. And I think that is what's made the difference in finally pushing a ceasefire deal across the line.
Absolutely. And I think President Trump not only says it, I think he firmly believes it. I think he feels that commitment to a number of parties on both sides of this conflict. Remember that this is a president who has ambitions not only for solving and delivering peace between Israel and Hamas and solving the problem of Gaza, but also across the region, both because he wants that peace, but also because he's long had aspirations for America's investment in the Gulf, for exchanges economically in terms of investments. He'd like to get to that peace, and he'd like to get back, I believe, to those broader ambitions. Some people feel that despite a long-standing, obviously, commitment between the United States and Israel, that President Trump has deep commitment and even affection for some of the Gulf leaders. So I think that when he says it, he believes it. And of course, the concern now is whether he will follow through, though, with the pressure that's going to be necessary in order to keep Israel in and to deliver, to keep leaders in the region putting pressure on Hamas so that disarmament is achieved. But now, in many ways, it's 2 things. One, will President Trump stay focused? And 2, there's a real sequencing question. What is the sequence for Israeli withdrawal, for Hamas disarmament, for international stabilization efforts? These are very big questions.
Leslie Vinjamuri, do stay with us for a moment, because we're going to the Ichilov Medical Center, a press conference briefing us on the state of the hostages. Let's listen in.
Ichilov Hospital and the entire Israeli healthcare system are an inseparable part of our national resilience, and we will continue to stand beside the returnees, their families, and the people of Israel. Thank you.
Let's wait and see whether he'll take some questions. This is the Sheba Medical Center, who was briefing. Unfortunately, we joined that a bit late. That was giving us an update on the state of the hostages. There were 5 medical centres, 3 in Tel Aviv or close to Tel Aviv, 2 in southern Israel, including hospitals with specialised services in case the hostages, former hostages we say now, returned with quite severe injuries or conditions that needed specialised medical attention. We'll keep an eye on that because we're expecting more medical updates as the hostages continue to be treated now. There's President Trump, as you can see on that stage, Steve Witkoff, his envoy, shaking his hand. President Trump thanked him at length today during his speech to the Israeli. That's King Abdullah of Jordan. King Abdullah of Jordan standing with him. Jordan's relationship also with the United States, rock solid. And King Abdullah of Jordan has made many visits to the United States, including since President Trump returned to the White House. Jordan, he once said that how Jordan is stuck between Iraq, his neighbor Iraq, and a hard place. There he is getting his photo opportunity. Peace 2025. Everyone wants their photo with the president. There he is with his favorite red tie. He's had a very long day after an overnight flight, beaming. The praise has been heaped upon him. Now he's greeting. We can see when Leslie Vinjamouri is still with us as we watch these live pictures from Sharm el-Sheikh. These photo opportunities of the President of the United States with Arab leaders. It's interesting, Leslie, how they all want to be seen. Their public back home, to see them shoulder to shoulder with the U.S. President, with the U.S. leader and commander-in-chief who has done so much to push this deal over the line.
It is extraordinary, and for a president who, for many people, is a lightning rod to a division in many respects. This is an entirely opposite image of this president delivering what he's long wanted to deliver, which is peace. Certainly that first step, the hostages coming home. But to see a number of leaders wishing to gather around him, it is an extraordinary image. Nobody wants to downplay the significance of today. There's great aspiration and hope, trepidation for what comes next. But for President Trump, I think just these images alone, these photos, this very short trip in the scheme of things, a day on the ground, is really meaningful and important to him. We have to hope that it's meaningful enough that he stays the course, stays in the game of what will be a very difficult phase 2 to deliver. But it is one that he's had an aspiration for. He's not succeeded in the other war that's been the primary focus of his administration in delivering that peace between Russia and Ukraine. I think the fact that there has been success so far is very important for him.
And look at this. We talked about in President Trump's first term his bromance with the French President Emmanuel Macron. He, I think more than any other European leader, did his best in President Trump's first term, inviting him to Versailles, giving him a very, very lavish welcome. And again, in President Trump's second term, President Macron has done everything he could. It's said that his own plans for the future of the Gaza Strip have also played a big role in President Trump's 20-point plan, and of course emphasizing that we're not just Arab and Western leaders from across the world, many regions of the world are now meeting President Trump. Everyone wants to not just be here, but be seen to be here. It's quite an extraordinary moment, Leslie, that they all want to have their photo opportunity. Another leader from the Gulf, I think that's from Qatar. Yes, the Emir of Qatar there playing. President Trump has singled out Qatar to tell them just how much, and they have played an absolutely crucial role. Look at doing the thumbs up, big smiles, thumbs up. Leslie, the Qataris have their relationship with President Trump is financial, personal, political. When President Trump came to the region visiting Gulf states, the extent of that relationship was on show, and Qatar has delivered in so many ways for President Trump.
And absolutely, but President Trump has also made it clear that that America is a friend, a partner, even an ally of Qatar. Those photo images, remember, also this is public diplomacy at work. The leaders across the Middle East, across Europe, and here in the United States know that the people have been watching this war. It has been a very divisive war for many publics. They have had to pull the public along with the hope and the promise that there would be peace for Palestinians in Gaza in particular. And so I think those photo ops are really a phenomenally important way of signaling to those leaders, publics, that they are part of what will be a transformation. That's the aspiration. We all know how tall and how difficult that aspiration will be to deliver in the medium term. But those images are critical to show back home to all the people who are watching this historic day.
Yes, we just saw Recep Tayyip Erdogan, the Turkish president, who came up with his wife. They had quite a long conversation. President Turkey, of course, playing an absolutely critical role. The Turkish intelligence chief, Kalin, had actually gone to Sharm el-Sheikh as well, using his contacts with Hamas of long standing to also exert pressure to get that deal over the line. Let's see, as we continue to watch these pictures now coming from there's Viktor Orban, the President Trump's strongest ally in Europe, staunch supporter of President Trump, the Hungarian leader. Leslie Vinjamuri, President and CEO of the Chicago Council on Global Affairs. We'll let you go for now, but thank you very, very much for taking time out of your day to be part of our special coverage of President Trump's visit to the region, now in Sharm el-Sheikh, meeting one after another all of the leaders who were waiting for him and now getting their moment for the handshake, for the thumbs up. Let's bring in a different side of this story today. It's one that President Trump continues to mention, and that is the future of the U.S. relationship with Iran. We do know that the Iranian President Pezeshkian was invited to Sharm el-Sheikh. He declined. The invitation was then extended to the Foreign Minister, Abbas Araghchi. He too declined, saying that he couldn't, without mentioning the United States, saying they couldn't be in the same place as countries which attacked Iran, which imposed sanctions. I'm going to bring in now Trita Parsi. He's the Executive Vice President at the Quincy Institute for Responsible Statecraft. Trita Parsi, as we watch one leader after another, Spanish leader now, Sanchez now with President Trump. Your comments on what President Trump has said again today. He praised the Iranian people. He said that Iran did want a deal, which of course talked about how they did the attacks against Fordow, the nuclear sites in Iran had been successful. How do you read what President Trump has been saying today? Now the Norwegian leader Støre is now meeting him, Norway also playing a big role. Trita Parsi, your comments on what President Trump has said about Iran.
Thank you, Liz. I think we should remember that last time Trump talked so positively and said that he would like to get a deal, that he had nothing against Iran, wants to see Iran successful. It ended up with him and Israel bombing Iran. So this is part of the reason why the Iranians are so skeptical about this. Nevertheless, I personally think it's a mistake for them not to show up. At this point, I don't see what it is that they would be losing. I think a critical element that was missing, that I think could have been decisive, and it could have changed the story in which the deal actually could have happened instead of the U.S. greenlighting an Israeli attack on Iran, is the absence of a direct negotiation, not just between the U.S. and Iran, but between Trump and his equivalent on the Iranian side. This is a person who does things in a very personal way. Everything is personalized, and the most important person in the world, of course, is him. So for the Iranians to have rejected direct talks, for having not even considered in a serious way a direct conversation with Trump, I think, was a mistake. Now, there may be committing yet another mistake, but we have to also understand that after having attacked Iran, the Iranians are not going to be more inclined to agree to negotiations, unfortunately. It's just basic human psychology.
Yes, and the optics back home in Iran, the hardliners in Iran who have been telling those who would like a better relationship with the United States, saying they were naive to believe that the United States was serious about negotiations after the war started, right in the middle, as you know, of talks, indirect, but some direct talks too, between Iran and the U.S. envoy Steve Witkoff. So was it also with a look at domestic politics in Iran as well that refusal to be in Sharm el-Sheikh was expressed?
I would say it's almost exclusively that, because at the end of the day, the standing of those who have argued in favor of diplomacy is in shatters inside of Iran's political debate right now, because of the fact that in the midst of the negotiations, the Israelis attacked, Trump took credit for it, and then he also attacked. So there is this narrative that diplomacy